What bad intentions could Batman have? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Chen Tao's Nesting Doll Plan, the worst plan. Chen Tao remotely controlled the replica of the Green Lantern ring he created, watching the tangled look on the face of the Reverse Flash Swan in front of him. That's right, the image in the Green Lantern ring was not a pre-recorded recording, but he manipulated it in real time. Disguised as a recording, it was just to prevent the Reverse Flash from thinking that he had room for bargaining. Moreover, he gave the replica of the Green Lantern ring to the other party not because he cared about the other party's life. The reason why he gave a Green Lantern ring to the other party to let him protect himself was because the replica created by the Green Lantern ring had the same functions as the original Green Lantern ring, such as visualization, the authority to query the Book of OA, and real-time translation of the universe language. But there was one most important feature: the lantern using the replica Green Lantern ring could not resist the lantern using the original ring. In the original comics, Sinestro, who returned to the Green Lantern Corps from the Yellow Lantern, once gave his replica ring to Hal Jordan, so that Hal, who was expelled from the Green Lantern Corps, became a Green Lantern again. The first thing the latter did after getting the ring was to attack Sinestro, and the result was imaginable. When it came to Chen Tao, he had done several times more to the replica of the Green Lantern ring than Sinestro, so now as long as Reverse Flash put on this ring, plus Chen Tao left many magic traps on him after catching him, he could completely force and manipulate the other party to merge with the Black Runner so as to continue his plan. But he didn't do it for the time being. The main reason is, in principle, Chen Tao follows the principle of voluntariness and never wants to force others. All this is because he is a shining superhero, a guardian of justice, and a defender of humanitarian morality. He once stood in front of God and swore that he super fucking respected human rights. Even if he was a villain, he would practice his own moral code, not force, take good care of, fully respect personal wishes, and make the other party feel extremely okay. Chen Tao can't make it up anymore. Ugh. In fact, it's because forcing others is always not as perfect as letting the other party move by themselves. So Chen Tao very much hopes that Reverse Flash can be more interesting and doesn't need to do it himself. And in fact, this time the situation does seem to be moving in a good direction. Chen Tao looked at Reverse Flash, who took the initiative to put the Green Lantern ring on his finger, and he was overjoyed. It was good to be sensible. He immediately opened the Sonic Boom channel and led Reverse Flash to the battlefield. In the distance, Darkseid and Superboy Prime were still fighting. This was good because Chen Tao still had one last step to go to make Reverse Flash the host of Black Runner. Chen Tao turned his head and looked at the Black Runner, who was lying next to him. His previous host should have been just an ordinary creature. It must like Reverse Flash. Hey, don't get beaten. Chen Tao synchronized with the Red Death and appeared next to Darkseid, who was still getting beaten. At this time, the dignified Lord of Apocalypse was beaten so badly that he couldn't even scream. His counterattack fist was gradually smoothed by Superboy Prime's fist and then hammered into the ground. Chen Tao used his speed advantage to run to their high-speed battlefield and then synchronized with a part of Green Lantern Batman, connected to the other party's brain through the Green Lantern ring, and told him in Darkseid's mind, "I have summoned the Reverse Flash. You must control the Black Runner, and then I, with the help of the Reverse Speed Force, let the Reverse Flash become the new host of the Black Runner." Chen Tao told him, "I have used a kind of Gorilla City technology called Lightning Rod. This machine has been placed by me and can be put into use at any time. This machine is the one that Gorilla Grodd used to extract half of the Central City Speed Force. Chen Tao and Lucius tampered with it so that it can cover a larger range, at least covering the entire planet. This is also the reason why Chen Tao synchronized with the Red Death to run around the entire planet before appearing and disappearing in front of Darkseid. He has been assembling this machine and hiding it in the other half of Apocalypse that was not affected by the battlefield of Superboy Prime and Darkseid. When the Reverse Flash arrives, He will immediately start the machine to drain the speed force of the entire apocalypse and then infuse them all into the Reverse Flash. He doesn't believe that he can't hurt the Prime Superboy in this way. This is simply impossible. The Black Walker will not just find someone to be the host, Darkseid said. Although I can control this thing, I can't order this guy to just find someone to be the host. He said, no. Is this the method you said? You just need to try your best. I don't believe that the Black Walker will not choose the Reverse Flash. Chen Tao said, be ready at any time. Boom. Darkseid was hit in the face by the Prime Superboy again, and then he couldn't say a word. Chen Tao took it as his acquiescence. What are you two talking about? Although the communication was through the Green Lantern ring, which made the Prime Superboy unsure of the communication between the two, the Prime Superboy still instinctively sensed that there was a conversation between the two. He slightly diverted his attention from Darkseid and turned to Chen Tao, then raised his fist. You'd better not be so stupid. But before he finished speaking, he saw Batman turn his feet into tires and ran away. Seeing this, Superboy Prime no longer cared about Chen Tao and raised his fist to hit Darkseid's face again. Not far away, Chen Tao ran away from the battlefield between the two and then summoned the portal of the Sonic Boom channel on Apocalypse. The person who appeared on the other side of the portal was Reverse Flash. Here is your equipment. Chen Tao waved to the other party with ease and then made way. Behind him was the Black Walker, who was only half of his body left. The large piece of land where he was lying on the ground was directly dug out and placed there quietly like a sculpture. Merge with this guy. Chen Tao told him, it seems you have read my message to you. Long story short, after merging with him, you will have unprecedented power. I will use the lightning rod to protect you. I modified that thing, and it also has the power of a cosmic treadmill. I will use the speed force to run on it non-stop and bless you with the anti-speed force and the speed force. This speed it will increase my speed to an unimaginable limit, but because it is the embodiment of death, it will not travel through time. That's right. You will severely injure Superboy Prime. This is your destiny. Destiny. Reverse Flash said, okay. At this time, although Reverse Flash had put on the Green Lantern ring, which created a protective force field for him, he was still a little dazed. He subconsciously held the Flash uniform that Chen Tao had thrown to him before and didn't speak. He accepted the Green Lantern ring, but he didn't accept the red and yellow uniform. He carefully took the uniform in his hands, as if holding something fragile. At this time, he heard what Batman said, then lowered his head and stared at the lightning logo on the uniform. So many years. So many years. This scene is so familiar. He first obtained the Speed Force by picking up a Flash uniform that fell out of the time and space channel, and then collected the Speed Force from it, which completely changed his research on the Speed Force, and eventually led to his successful replication of the Flash's accident, and became the Reverse Flash. This uniform is the beginning of all his stories, his tarnished glory, and his broken dream. It is where everything started. How could this not make the Reverse Flash a little dazed? He pinched the uniform, and then heard Batman say something like save the world to him, as if he had not experienced such a long career as a villain, and all the impurities no longer existed. He seemed to have become the fanatical admirer of the Flash again, holding the Flash's uniform, fantasizing about becoming a great man like the Flash. But why did things turn out like this? Reverse Flash didn't know. Batman's urging brought him back to reality. Hurry up, it's time to act. Time waits for no one. Darkseid can't hold on for long. We have to quickly merge you with this guy. Then you run fast and collide with the Black Runner. Do you understand? He knew it was time to act. Reverse Flash wanted to put on the Flash uniform immediately, but he hesitated again and again, and finally threw away the red uniform and kept the yellow clothes on his body. He shouldn't wear that clothes, you know. He is not qualified. He is Reverse Flash, not Flash. He knew it many years ago, from the Flash Museum. He has understood his fate, and he has accepted it all for so many years. Violent lightning flashed. Red energy jumped and surged on Reverse Flash's body. Chen Tao also ran after him, and the lightning rod drained the speed force of the entire apocalypse in an instant. Everything began to slow down. Reverse Flash began to run around the entire planet. Even Superboy Prime and Darkseid, who were fighting not far away, were stopped because their speed force was drained. Chen Tao could even see Darkseid desperately reaching out his hand to grab Superboy Prime's cheek, and the hot eyes gushing out of the other's eyes stopped in front of Darkseid's eyes. Then, with a loud bang, Reverse Flash and Black Walker collided, but when the smoke and dust cleared, Chen Tao only saw Reverse Flash fall into the ground. Wait. Failed! Exclamation mark. Chen Tao stared blankly at Reverse Flash, who collapsed on the ground. This is too bad. Why? This doesn't make sense. Chen Tao's mood suddenly became extremely bad. Darkseid should have cooperated. In the original comic plot, the Anti-Monitor was able to take away Darkseid's control over Black Walker because he mastered the anti-life equation. That kind of thing distorts the free will of living things and tampers with the underlying logic of things. It is not surprising that it can solve the control. But this does not mean that the Omega effect has weak control over the Black Walker. With the help of the other party, he should have been able to easily achieve his plan. He has already made preparations to the limit, including the Green Lantern Ring, the Lightning Rod, the Speed Force, and his own running to provide the reverse Speed Force for the Reverse Flash. He did so much, but why did he still fail? Is everything in the Dark Universe really going in the worst direction? Chen Tao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. In fact, it doesn't matter. He still has a backup plan, and the backup plan is also very simple. I'm afraid Atrocitus doesn't know that he left an Anorbit on William Hand the first second he saw him. Now he only needs to teleport William Hand to Apocalypse through the sonic boom channel, and then snap his fingers. William Hand will die with a click, and then the Black Death Emperor will run to reality with a puff. Superboy Prime has been determined by the Black Runner to be a bug that needs to be fixed, but he should have died, but has not died completely. The Dark Lord, who is also one of the incarnations of death, came out to see this guy and would definitely swing his scythe to kill him. Then the two of them would fight on Apocalypse. Well, such a fight might lead to the destruction of Apocalypse, but what does it have to do with him? Anyway, this is Apocalypse, not Earth. There is an old saying that goes, never be afraid to run away after getting into trouble. Darkseid and Dark Lord are enough to send Superboy Prime back to the origin wall. As for Apocalypse, anyway, the old bat has fulfilled his promise. I just want to ask you whether Superboy Prime has been solved. The worst case scenario is that he activates Brainiac's shrinking ray, shrinks the entire Earth into a bottle, and then drives the spaceship away and runs, and then slowly studies the spirit of existence on Earth. That kind of thing is the nemesis of Dark Lord, the white light of life. Chen Tao named this final plan the Wandering Earth Plan. No, in short, he can run away slowly and finally clean up the mess after Darkseid, Superboy Prime, and the Dark Lord are almost done fighting. So for Batman, although there may be the inevitable situation of failure of the plan, failure to achieve the goal will never exist. This is why he can put on such an expression of everything is under my control like the laughing bat. In his plan, Darkseid is just a pure tool, and he has never considered the other party's life or death. I don't care if you die. It's better to die quickly. Of course, this is the worst case. He has to try again. Chapter 302, The Light That Penetrates Superboy Prime. Death cannot be controlled, not even Darkseid. However, the incarnation of death without substance needs a host to exert its power, and this host can be controlled. The basic principle of all control methods for the Black Runner is to achieve the purpose of control through the host. For example, in the history of comics, the Anti-Monitor used the anti-life equation to control Barry Allen, and then used the anti-life equation to compete with Darkseid for the control of the original host of the Black Runner. Finally, Barry Allen replaced the original host of the Black Runner, directly turning the Flash into the God of Death. After strengthening the Black Runner again, he manipulated the other party to penetrate Darkseid's body with one blow, thus killing the Lord of Apocalypse. Therefore, according to common sense, now with Darkseid's active cooperation, plus the machine called Lightning Rod in Gorilla City, the Green Lantern Ring, and the fact that Chen Bat and Red Death are running together, the reverse speed force blessed by the Reverse Flash, with so many factors superimposed, the Reverse Flash becoming the new host should be foolproof. However, all this failed. Among them, there must be something wrong. Chen Tao frowned. The biggest possibility is Darkseid. His hand ignited with green light, and through the neuron induction created by the Green Lantern ring, he roared at the Lord of Apocalypse, who was still being beaten by Superboy Prime and moving at high speed thousands of kilometers away. Stupid. You actually deliberately manipulated Black Runner to refuse to merge with Reverse Flash. He scolded. What good do you think this will do you? You should have seen that Superboy Prime has almost destroyed the previous host of Black Runner. Even if he repairs his body and goes to the war again, the result will be the same. Only by replacing that useless guy with Reverse Flash, Deathwalker will have a chance to severely damage Superboy Prime. You have successfully ruined my plan now. Black Runner did not fall into the control of Reverse Flash and me. Haha, you did the right thing, but the plan also completely failed. Do you want to watch Apocalypse be destroyed? Nonsense, I didn't do anything. Hearing such slander, Darkseid's eyes widened suddenly, which caused the Prime Superboy to fight back. He thought Darkseid was going to release Omega Rays, so he raised his fist and hit him in the eye socket. Let me go, you Kryptonian. Darkseid and Prime Superboy exchanged punches and kicks, and then sprayed a destructive red from his eyes, making Prime Superboy more certain that his glaring eyes were a sign of high-intensity Omega Ray emission. He barely pulled himself together and continued to fight Superboy Prime on a cosmic scale, while yelling at Batman through the neural communication of the Green Lantern ring. Batman, you fool. Your ignorant, pathetic human brain has bound you and prevented you from thinking. Darkseid was only halfway through his words, but for a moment he didn't pay attention, and his eyes widened while he was cursing, which was immediately recognized by Superboy Prime as a sign of Omega Ray emission, so he suddenly changed his tactics and hit Darkseid's head with an elbow strike without warning, making it shake like a tumbler. Boom. The giant with rock skin was hit so hard that his eyes went black, and he couldn't even speak. Although he also punched Superboy Prime hard in the chest, it was ineffective. He panted and barely burned the opponent with Omega Rays, forcing Superboy Prime to retreat. At this moment, Batman's voice came to his ears at the right time. You are the idiot. You have been beaten like this, and you are still doing bad things to me in secret at this time. On the other side, Chen Tao was furious. At this time, he was standing in a safe place. Well, maybe temporarily safe. The communication with Darkseid here was intermittent, like calling the oldest rotary phone, and it was hard to hear clearly. Finally, after a while, the communication effect became a little better. Chen Tao immediately accused Darkseid, who had been taking on the output and meat shield and working non-stop from a distance. What's the benefit for you to do this? Aren't you afraid that you will lose control of Black Runner after Reverse Flash becomes the new host of Black Runner? You. Bang 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 bang. Darkseid couldn't say anything. Superboy Prime, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited. He jumped up and down, punched the huge human sandbag, and kept kicking the big guy until he fell to the ground. It felt so good that Superboy Prime felt like he was getting addicted. Darkseid kept blocking the opponent's attacks with his fists raised. Batman's curses kept echoing in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He once again got rid of the entanglement of Superboy Prime, and then said to Batman in the neural communication, enough, Batman, I didn't expect you to be so short-sighted and low-level as a pet. You'd better think about it. If you let Superboy Prime continue to make trouble on Apocalypse, I told you that being a landless king. Before Darkseid had time to say a word, Batman on the opposite side sent a lot of messages again, and finally said, I'll let him try again. If there is still a problem this time, I will just pat my butt and run away. Then you have to clean up this mess yourself. I won't accompany you anymore. What bad luck. It seems like you are fighting for me. Did I force you? You are a fool. Enough. Shut up. Darkseid, who had been suppressed by Superboy Prime and couldn't speak, roared in his mind and temporarily stopped Batman's chattering. Then he said through the neural connection, idiot. Figure it out. Darkseid took another punch from Superboy Prime on his face. While he was concentrating on replying to Batman's words, he was also trying to prevent himself from being beaten to death by Superboy Prime's fist. So he paused for 2 seconds, and then continued, there is another possibility if the host replacement fails. Have you never thought about it? Reverse Flash Albert Swan resists the parasitism of Black Runner from the bottom of his heart. Darkseid said, "Here's a person who will never become Black Runner. Batman, your plan failed. You must have a backup plan. Hurry up and take it out. I will take out William Hand directly, and then kill him in front of you, and then ask the Black Death Emperor to come out and teach you how to be a man. Do you want to?" Chen Tao did not respond to the other party's question, but asked seriously, that is to say, Reverse Flash still has resistance to Black Runner in his heart, so when Black Runner tried to parasitize him, he subconsciously or consciously resisted, which eventually led to the failure of parasitic fusion. So you must make the host have no reluctance to become the new host of Black Runner. Only in this way can the fusion be successful. Darkseid told Batman through the communication, "Then I will do it again at that time then, if I turn the other party's brain into an idiot, so that he can't even think of any questions that a normal person can think about, but the Speed Force and Reverse Speed Force are complete, and can still be blessed on Black Runner. Can the other party also successfully merge in this way?" Darkseid was stunned for a moment. If he understood correctly, Batman meant that he could burn Reverse Flash's brain into a ball of paste at any time, and then control the other party's body to run and merge with Dark Runner to achieve his goal directly. Theoretically, it is possible, but it is a dead object after all. Even if it is fused to a new host in this way, it will not be as accurate and fast as a living person. Darkseid said, "The reason is very simple. If you make your brain stupid, the fused god of death will still use the host's brain. There will be two possible situations. First, the god of death will move when he is told to run in a straight line. He will never turn on his own. He is just a big puppet. Second, the consciousness of the Black Runner completely occupies this body, and it is impossible to influence him through the host. The embodiment of death patted his butt and turned away. No matter how you fight behind, he doesn't care at all." Chen Tao also realized these two possibilities, and his eyes went dark. He hung up the communication with Darkseid. His face was a little gloomy. Now the situation is clear, and Darkseid has no need to lie to himself. This is an unexpected situation. Albert Swan, the Reverse Flash, doesn't want to become the god of death. Reverse Flash walked over from the side in a daze. He had just collided with the Black Walker, who was only half of his body, but there was no result. Instead, he flew away with a huge explosion. His head was still buzzing. "Waste. I told you that you are useless, and you still have to rely on the Flash." He just walked in front of Batman and heard Batman scolding him, and then said, "Get out." Then Reverse Flash felt the Green Lantern ring on his hand loosen, and then flew directly, leaving his fingers and falling into Batman's palm. The Speed Force that was originally injected into his body also faded like a tide, and was stored in the lightning rod machine placed in another corner of Apocalypse. Chen Tao had stopped infusing him with the Speed Force long ago. Reverse Flash felt that the almost omnipotent power in his body was swept away in an instant, leaving only his original super speed. He saw Batman cursing and opening the sonic boom channel. On the other side of the channel was the Flash, who was still cleaning up in Metropolis. Waste. I told you that you are not a superhero at all. You are a monkey in a human costume. You will never be the Flash in your life. You are only worthy of putting on a yellow skin and acting as a Flash's so-called biggest opponent. But do you know?" Reverse Flash raised his head and heard Batman's merciless scolding. "If the Flash looks at you straight, he will lose. You will never be the Flash in your life." The sonic boom channel was opened at this time. Reverse Flash Albert Swan was silent. He saw the Flash on the opposite side raised his head and looked at them with a confused look on his face. "Barry, I have something for you to do." Chen Tao had only said half of his words when he felt Reverse Flash holding his outstretched hand. "Wait." A smile appeared on his face. Then he heard Reverse Flash say, "I want to try again." Albert Swan started running. He was always running. He didn't know why he suddenly wanted to do this so strangely, but he finally let go of his mind and let his body's instinct drive his actions. "Run, Swan, run." He heard Batman's voice, felt the lightning rod start again, and a large amount of speed force began to pour in. He saw Batman running along with him, and countless anti-speed forces were also charged into his body. The world seemed to be singing along. and the Reverse Flash took steps, and wisps of lightning surrendered to him, jumping between his feet. As long as I'm seriously injured in the battle against Superboy Prime, the next time I fight Darkseid, the Flash will sacrifice, and I will become the new Flash. Reverse Flash whispered to himself. The jumping lightning rolled him up, took him to leap, and took him to gallop. The Flash uniform that Batman gave him before seemed to be alive at this moment. It crawled out of the Reverse Flash back by itself, and then climbed onto his body, covering the yellow Reverse Flash uniform. Then, with Batman's roar of Shazam, the fire and lightning power from Thunder Shazam was also rushed into his body through this Flash uniform. Reverse Flash flew up. Then he collided heavily with the Black Runner. Boom. Darkseid felt his vision blurred, and Superboy Prime's heavy punch knocked him to the ground. He could hardly hold on any longer. Damn Batman. Damn plan. Stupid. Stupid. He barely raised his eyes, and saw Superboy Prime's eyes burning red, flying towards him from the sky. Batman. He shouted desperately to his ally in his mind. But no one responded. Only Superboy Prime stood in front of him. How can there be a monster as strong as you in this world? How can there be a monster as strong as you in this world? Darkseid murmured in a low voice, allowing his body to be lifted up by Superboy Prime, and then knocked to the ground with a punch. Prepare to die. He heard the indifferent voice, low and not like a human, cold, lonely, and full of death. However, the next second, a beam of light directly pierced through the chest of Prime Little Superman. In an instant, countless blood burst out from the body of the monster in front of him, which seemed like the invincible Supreme Demon, and scattered into the sky. Chapter 303, The Manifest Destiny. I have been waiting for a long time. Part 1. 5,000 words long chapter. My name is Barry Allen, and I'm now participating in the biggest cosmic war in my superhero career. I thought that in such a war, the main thing I would do is to fight against powerful enemies with my superhero friends, defeat the villains, be annihilated, or return victoriously. But now, I'm just waiting, and can't do anything. I have to go help Diana and the others. Flash said to Killer Croc standing beside him. I can't just wait here, or I will go to help Batman. Batman's original words are to ask Diana and Hal and the others to ignore the ceasefire agreement with Darkseid and subdue Steppenwolf first. Pay attention to his personnel arrangement, which does not require you to participate in the war, but to wait here. Killer Croc said, although he didn't tell me what he wanted you to do, I believe he has kept you here for a reason. At this time, they appeared in another building that had been built in the red of all creatures. Beside them, Gorilla Grodd and Turtle were tied in two transparent bowl cages to act as batteries. Flash always felt that the two looked a little dull, as if their thinking was a beat slower. To be honest, did Batman really not inject them with any drugs to prevent them from having any weird moths? He turned his eyes to another cage, where the translucent meditation mite was lying half dead. Barry Allen thought that the psychological trauma was more serious for this magic worm than the physical injury. It is worth noting that the outside of the cages of the three villains were connected to the cosmic treadmill not far away. Flash understood that Batman could extend the time he turned into that super transformation form through Gorilla Grodd and Turtle. The essential principle of this operation is to use the Speed Force and Stasis Force to slow down the time around the other party, while speeding up the speed of the person himself, so as to distribute the consumption to the two villains. At least that's what Batman said. But meditation might. What does all this have to do with him? Why was he also connected to the treadmill? Well, Batman never tells him anything. Barry showed a depressed expression like Flash. He turned to look at the big crocodile with his arms crossed. But I've been waiting for too long. Flash said, I think we should contact each other and ask. But as soon as he said that, he met the big crocodile's lifelike Batman-like gaze, and was immediately defeated. Okay, I know Batman has his own arrangements, but I'm just worried. As he said this, he ran to the side at the fastest speed on Earth, then poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all. Poison Ivy, who was waiting nearby, said, hey, you know when you drink tea, it looks to me like you're drinking human body parts? Flash paused for a moment, and his first reaction was to apologize. Sorry, I didn't know. His reaction made Poison Ivy laugh out loud. It's okay, just kidding. I'm no longer an extreme plant protectionist. Note, in the early comics, Poison Ivy completely regarded plants as humans, and seeing any plant products to her was like murder remains, but this was not so extreme in the later comics. She said, I used to regard plants as. She was about to talk about her life experience in Gotham City for decades, and then her mental journey from villain to superhero, but she was interrupted by the violent wailing of Gorilla Grodd and Turtle. She immediately looked at Killer Croc. Batman is using the transformation called the Red Death. Poison Ivy whispered. She summoned Divine and controlled the computer next to her, and he said that he would soon give us orders through the remote communication of the metal spirit. Zzz. Almost the next second after Poison Ivy turned the computer, a green Batman head composed of countless zeros and ones appeared on the screen. Give him the thing I prepared. Zzz. Boom 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 boom. The other party's voice seemed very distant and intermittent, and there were violent explosions from time to time. Killer Croc immediately pressed on the wall, and then a thing made of all metal, like an octopus, was taken out of the wall. The appearance of this thing was like a ring with 7 or 8 tentacles of metal tentacles growing outside. Flash, Barry Allen. Zzz. Take this. It is the technology of Reverse Flash in Gorilla City. It can help you absorb the speed force of others. Flash heard Batman's voice, and the voice of the communication gradually became clear. I need you to do something dangerous. Flash didn't say a word. He took the octopus-like machine from Killer Croc, fixed the middle ring in front of the lightning symbol on his Flash uniform, and the other metal tentacles immediately attached to his body. Although it was the first time he saw this machine, with the super speed blessed by the Speed Force, he quickly figured out how to wear it. There was a plus on one side of the octopus machine, and that side was smaller than the other side, which meant that it should be facing outwards. The metal tentacles that automatically attached to his body also showed that he was wearing it correctly. What should I do? He asked. You put the prop on the wrong way. But then he heard Batman say, don't worry. Killer Croc, help him wear it correctly. Killer Croc came over, pulled the octopus machine off Barry's body, and then turned it over and put it on him in the same way. Barry lowered his head and saw that the plus that was originally facing outwards had become a. It turned out that the narrow side of the ring was facing the human body instead of the wide side. This design is a bit strange, making people look like they have a small trumpet on their chest. But Barry didn't care about such details. He asked, so do you need me to join the battle? Yes. Then he heard Batman talking and saw Killer Croc come over and press the octopus machine twice. Soon, the machine turned into countless tiny metal particles with a metallic mechanical sound and began to attach to his whole body and finally changed color to look like the Flash uniform. It was equivalent to Barry wearing a uniform, but then he put on a layer of identical clothes on the outside. It was exactly the same as the Flash uniform that Chen Tao gave to Reverse Flash before. Yes, Flash, Barry Allen. Barry heard Batman's voice. Destiny has been waiting for a long time. Blood spilled in the sky. The indestructible body of Superboy Prime was cut open, and he screamed hoarsely. Darkseid's previous continuous punches only made him bleed from the nose, and the previous attack by the Black Runner only caused a crack in his extremely hard body. But the Black Runner possessed by Reverse Flash really hurt him, and Reverse Flash wasn't much better. Unlike Superboy Prime, who was only injured, the Black Runner possessed Reverse Flash's half body was directly smashed into subatomic particles due to the high speed impact, and the remaining half of the body was exposed. The situation was so tragic that it was comparable to whose girlfriend who was smashed into pieces by a train in the movie The Boys. Anyone with such an injury would be dead. Although the speedster has the ability to heal himself, he is not Marvel's Wolverine. However, the Black Runner soon repaired his body and let him stand there, as if nothing had happened. It's horrible. Reverse Flash looked down at his hands. There is a voice. There is a voice telling me that they all have to die. They must die. He staggered and lowered his head, covering his head. Stop shouting. Die 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 die. Enough. Reverse Flash felt that his self-will was constantly being devoured by the Black Runner, the embodiment of death. At this moment, his heart was calm, as if nothing could arouse his interest. This is wrong. It's too wrong. He can't become like this. If he continues like this, he will completely become a puppet of the Black Runner, no longer have self-awareness, and will simply become a tool to spread death. He can never accept such an end. The things Batman gave me. He raised his palm with force. This simple action now weighed 1,000 pounds on him. But he finally did it. In the portable extra-dimensional space, a handful of green and shiny Lazarus pond water was poured on his forehead, making him emit some black mist like steam like a tempered sword. Not enough, not enough. Leave me. But Reverse Flash still couldn't stop his freedom from being swallowed up. He panicked and angrily grabbed the swamp monster tuber that Batman had prepared for him in advance and put it in his mouth to chew. But the next second even the panic and anger were fading. Calm down, calm down. Batman told me that I can fight against the control of the Black Runner with my will. He even gave me the Green Lantern ring. Reverse Flash sat down cross-legged, and the Green Lantern ring emitted a dazzling green light on his palm, wrapping it like a cocoon. I need to fight against the Black Runner with my will. Batman said that, if the Flash can do it, then I can do it too. I have to reawaken my emotions, those most intense emotions. Reverse Flash held his head, and tried hard to recall the things that could arouse his emotions. He first thought about his most famous discoveries about the Speed Force, the things he was most proud of, the milestones of his life, the Speed Equation, the Tachyon, the Reverse Speed Force, the Speed 9 Enhancement Potion. It was useless. The Flash's pitying eyes. With a bang, a fierce anger hit Reverse Flash's heart. Just thinking about such a scene made him jump up from the ground. With a deafening roar, Reverse Flash, who had angered himself, roared and tore his body apart. With the blessing of the Green Lantern ring, he dispelled the power of the Black Runner with willpower alone. The Black Shadow was forced to leave his body and disappeared into the void like a lost dog. And Reverse Flash also lay on the ground in exhaustion, feeling his legs weak and his whole body as if hollowed out, unable to speak a word. The Flash uniform on him also turned into countless metal particles and faded away at this time, falling to the ground like a living metal creature. It first turned into an octopus-like machine and then immediately turned back into the red uniform. The Green Lantern ring automatically opened the other dimension without Reverse Flash's control, and the Flash uniform grew legs and crawled into it and soon disappeared. But Reverse Flash didn't care about these. Although every bone in his body hurt, as if it was hit by Superboy Prime, he was still full of joy in his heart, because the fact in front of him was just as Batman said, he was severely injured. In this physical condition, he was absolutely unable to participate in the next battle. Destiny. Destiny is waiting for me. Reverse Flash turned over, panting, barely stood up from the ground, and moved little by little to leave the battlefield. Now the matter is very clear. Superboy Prime has been severely injured by him, and the alliance of Darkseid and Batman has won a great victory. And this probably means that the battle between the two of them is about to begin. Batman might not be able to defeat Darkseid, so he would definitely summon the entire Justice League to fight alongside him. And he had previously taught Flash the trick of exiling the enemy to a parallel universe, and then imprisoning them forever. Fate is really the greatest director. Reverse Flash suppressed his inner joy and ecstasy, limping away from the battlefield. He felt that his physical condition was a little better, so he began to run at a very slow speed for him, but even so, he was faster than the train. He had to hide in a safe place and quietly wait for the outcome of the battle. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation was similar to what Reverse Flash expected. Superboy Prime half knelt on the ground. The Black Runner incarnated by Reverse Flash penetrated his body and tore his body apart like cardboard. Regardless of the biological stance, that was majestic enough for anyone. It was shattered, and Superboy Prime completely lost the power to resist. He gasped and made a hoarse sound as blood poured back into his lungs. Darkseid got up from the ground and touched his cheek, which had been beaten up till now. Batman stood beside him and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. "Be careful," he heard Batman say. "Even the current Superboy Prime is still dangerous enough." Of course Darkseid knew it, otherwise he would have just taken action. Although Superboy Prime looked painful and seriously injured, Darkseid dared to guarantee that, if he really thought so, and rushed up to try to kill him foolishly, he would definitely die ugly. Such an attack can only weaken the opponent. Superboy Prime was injured and weakened. but it does not mean that he has become stronger. But at the same time, Darkseid turned his head and tried desperately to hide the fiery color in his eyes. Batman snapped his fingers. Then, next to him, a sonic boom channel connecting the Earth and Apocalypse opened, and the Flash walked out of it. Barry didn't say much nonsense. He knew very well that this was not the time to talk nonsense. He glanced at Darkseid, and then immediately came to Batman's side to receive the task. Chen Tao also began to use Batman's traditional art of ordering Flash to do things. Run around Apocalypse. Flash heard Batman whisper to him, release your extreme speed. Why should I run around the entire planet? It's just a safety. Barry, I need you to do this. Help. Keep in touch at all times. Flash nodded and disappeared with a swish. I just need Flash to help me charge and use his speed force to speed me up. Darkseid heard Batman whispering to himself, but the perfunctory meaning in it was almost beyond words. The Lord of Apocalypse could guess with his toes that Batman was talking nonsense. But, it doesn't matter. No matter what Batman is planning, it doesn't matter. Darkseid's eyes burned with the flames of the Omega effect. He shot out a curved ray, and Superboy Prime resisted with heat vision. Prime Superboy has become weaker. He heard Batman say to him, next, I will open the transmission channel and work with you to paste him back to the origin wall. Prime Superboy will stay on the wall again, forever. Prime Superboy's eyes lit up red, and he also heard the conversation between Batman and Darkseid. Blazing rage filled his heart. Although he was unable to move due to his injury, he still didn't want to say a word, and then his bowl-sized hot eyes sprayed directly at the two of them. Boom. As Darkseid used the Omega Ray to take the opponent's attack again, a violent explosion occurred. The Bloody Bull, who had been circling outside Apocalypse and waiting endlessly, also received the news from Batman at this time, and timely repossessed the Prime Superboy who had lost the power to resist, and took control of the opponent's body again. Ugh. Superboy Prime roared in pain, and visions reappeared before his eyes. He immediately ignored his injuries and furiously sprayed his heat vision and anger at the MTN next to him. Yes, Superboy Prime will climb the wall forever, Darkseid said. He looked at Superboy Prime in the distance, spraying heat vision, and hitting the ground that had been cut into pieces again, and it began to rain rocks. He turned his head to see the panicked expression on Batman's face. But don't you think it's too wasteful? Huh. Time seemed to stop suddenly. Superboy Prime, who was still destroying in the distance, suddenly stopped his fists, and red flames of the Omega effect appeared in his eyes. Darkseid put his hands behind his back, turned his head, flew into the air, and looked down at Batman, who had just stood with him. Prime, who was completely controlled by the Omega effect, flew to Darkseid's side. Do you think I was just fighting? Darkseid was stunned. He heard Batman seem to be saying his own lines. Whatever tricks you have, Batman, he said, they are as ridiculous as children's games. That's really scary, Chen Tao said. Darkseid didn't quite understand Batman's attitude at this time. Didn't he have any worries at all? Then the golden portal opened, and Reverse Flash was pulled over again with a confused look on his face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Destiny has been waiting for a long time, Part 2. Ever since Darkseid, known as the Dark Lord by the Justice League, disappeared from a portal, the giant has never returned. Metropolis. On the coastline, Wonder Woman and Green Lantern are teaming up to fight Steppenwolf, the general from Apocalypse. Despite being besieged by many people alone, still walks leisurely and easily deals with the attacks of everyone. Not far away, a news helicopter is fearlessly approaching. Did Darkseid escape? And Batman, as a core figure of the Justice League, has not appeared on the battlefield. Where did he go? Is he related to Darkseid's disappearance? Where will the fate of our planet and the fate of mankind be led to? This is Perry White from the Daily Planet. We are following up all the actions of the Justice League for you in real time. Perry White, editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet, put down the microphone. The cameraman next to him turned the camera back to the two groups of Wonder Woman and Steppenwolf who were still fighting not far away. Editor-in-Chief White wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked him in a low voice, "Have you contacted Lois Lane and Clark Kent?" "Not at all, Mr. White. Even Jimmy Olsen can't be contacted." The fat cameraman replied, "No matter how we call, they don't respond. When they come back, I'm going to make them both pay." Editor-in-Chief White was a little exasperated. "I just gave them a vacation, not asked them to leave the earth." He said to the photographer, "Keep in touch. I want them to start writing press releases now." He growled in a low voice, "As long as the two of them are still on Earth, not even the end of the world can stop me from making them work overtime." And he scolded the pilot of the helicopter, "Look at your cowardly look. Fly the plane closer. I want the whole country, no, the whole world to see the expression on Steppenwolf's face clearly. But we are already very close. If we get any closer, we may be affected by the aftermath of the battle. At that time, then, as long as you don't fly to a place where the aftermath of their battle may be affected, there will be no problem." But Editor-in-Chief White interrupted him, "People all over the world are watching this good show now. Do you know how much money our entire TV station can make in just 1 second? Editor-in-Chief White raised his hand and clenched it in the air. "No one could get this gold that fell from the sky when Brainiac invaded the Earth last time, but look, this time it is right in front of you." He encouraged loudly, "The Daily Planet must be the radio station closest to the battlefield. This will make us the most influential news agency in the United States and even the world. You, me, the names of the three of us will be recorded in human history. This is not an opportunity that can be easily obtained." After teaching the helicopter pilot a lesson, Editor-in-Chief White turned to the cameraman and said, "Zoom in, zoom in." "Oh, my god." Wonder Woman shot Steppenwolf away. "Where is he now?" "Find him quickly." "Yes, Mr. White, I'll." The photographer was speaking, but suddenly stopped. Half of his body was frozen there, and his voice was trembling. "Mr. White. White? What's wrong?" It's Batman." "What?" Hearing the word Batman, Editor-in-Chief White immediately became excited. He stuck his head out of the helicopter and looked around. "Batman? Where is Batman?" Then he slapped the cameraman on the forehead. "There's not at all. Are you kidding?" "No, it's not, Mr. White. Look at this." But he heard the cameraman's voice trembling, and the other party turned over his tablet computer and showed it to Editor-in-Chief White. "It's Batman. He hacked into my computer and sent us a request for a live broadcast." Editor-in-Chief White snatched the cameraman's computer, and he saw that it was Batman and Darkseid who were confronting each other on the screen. "Oh my god." Editor White heard the cameraman groaning. "This is not a prank. This is really the footage Batman is broadcasting to us. I never thought in my life that Batman would become our frontline reporter one day." "Great." Editor White was so happy that he almost jumped up. He plugged his tablet into the computer next to him in ecstasy. "Great. Our Batman is so awesome." He was overjoyed. "Lois Lane, Clark Kent, I declare that Batman is now the most powerful frontline reporter of our Daily Planet." He quickly typed on the computer for a while. "No matter what Batman wants us to broadcast, or what his purpose is, for us, there is only one thing we have to do. Broadcast what Batman sends us with all our might, and then make a fortune." Chen Tao knew very well that Darkseid had been waiting for this moment. He bet that the first second he saw Superboy Prime, Darkseid must have been thinking about how to bring this powerful Kryptonian under his command. "What do you want to do, Batman?" Chen Tao turned his head and met the angry eyes of Reverse Flash. He got up from the ground with a gloomy face. "Your mission is not over yet, Reverse Flash." Then he heard Batman tell him, "At least not yet." Then Reverse Flash saw Batman no longer paying attention to him, but walked in front of Darkseid. "I really don't understand why you can still laugh at this point," he heard Darkseid say. "Can you tell me how you did it?" The Lord of Apocalypse heard Batman ask, "Just regard it as a small wish to satisfy a dying person." Reverse Flash heard Batman deliberately emphasize the two words dying, as if he meant something. "I have a small part of the incomplete anti-life equation, and I have integrated it into the Omega effect." Darkseid said, "You don't need to understand what the anti-life equation is. You only need to know that such a small part of the anti-life equation is not enough for me to control the mind of this super Kryptonian, unless Superboy Prime is seriously injured. Chen Tao finished the words after unless for him. Yes, that's right. You are too smart, Batman. Darkseid said, so this is the opportunity I have been waiting for. You, the one who released Superboy Prime from the origin wall and knows him best, made a plan to severely injure him and achieve the purpose of controlling him. Your kind grandmother and your son Kalibak have not appeared on the battlefield. Chen Tao said. Yes, and they are here to stop the Flash from running. Darkseid smiled grimly. Thousands of kilometers away, the Flash Barry Allen roared in despair. He was trapped in the dark blue energy field. During this period, Barry kept trying to vibrate his own molecules to pass through this blue translucent field. However, the final result was that every time he was about to pass through the field, a sonic boom channel would appear next to him, and then he would be teleported back to the blue field. Kalibak and the kind grandmother were standing next to the sea blue field. Give up. Kalibak said, we used the data collected from the Reverse Flash before and spent a lot of effort and wasted a lot of time to catch up with the assembly of this set of devices to trap you. He saw his figure reflected in the pupils of the Flash Barry Allen. This set of devices is specially made for you. Hundreds of kilometers away, countless tiny nanorobots flew up from Chen Tao's body, forming a display screen, and through the octopus machine left on the Flash before. They easily broadcast what Kalibak said. And this means, compared with Batman, the Reverse Flash looked even uglier. He has now regained his mobility. He saw the speed force of gold, red and black begin to wrap around Batman, and then he began to run at a speed that humans could not understand, and the Prime Superboy, whose eyes were flashing with the red flames of the Omega effect, followed closely behind. Then he saw Batman change his appearance to Doomsday again, and fight with Prime Superboy. That transformation form is called the Destroyer, but at present it seems that Batman is being ravaged unilaterally. I have to leave here, and then save Flash, and then let him die in battle, like I saw in history. Reverse Flash just thought so, and then saw the Green Lantern ring on his hand light up, and then projected 2 pictures to him. This is Perry White, editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet. We suddenly received an image sent to us by Batman. It's a live broadcast. Batman fights Darkseid. Exclusively from the Daily Planet. What? Batman also sent a live broadcast to other newspapers at the same time. Damn. How could he do this? Reverse Flash turned his head and looked at another picture. The Flash, trapped in the dark blue field, was trembling all over. Strands of golden speed force began to leave his body and roared into the octopus machine in his chest. The Flash uniform transformed by the machine also changed color at the same time, allowing Barry to wear the yellow uniform of Reverse Flash, which also meant that Reverse Flash lowered his head and saw that the octopus machine had automatically flown out of the different dimension space opened by the Green Lantern ring at some point, and then directly entangled his body. He also found that his body had lost control of itself. The huge speed force was absorbed from the other end of the machine by the Flash and poured directly into his body. At almost the same time, the ring opened the space and poured the remaining water from the Lazarus pool on him. Reverse Flash widened his eyes. He felt that the injuries that originally caused him endless pain were quickly healed under the flushing of the huge speed force, and the life-filled spring water of the Lazarus pool was also nourishing his body that had been baptized by death. He looked at the Flash uniform that had covered the yellow Reverse Flash uniform, and then looked at his own image appearing in Perry White's live studio. He heard the voice of the Green Lantern ring. Albert Swan from Earth, you've been waiting for your destiny for a long time. Reverse Flash grinned, and in that instant, he realized everything. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He grabbed the ring and the uniform on his body, and laughed until he was out of breath. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Many years ago, bang, the young Albert Swan was pushed heavily into the mud, and his body was immediately covered with mud, which messed up his carefully sewn, but actually very shoddy red Flash uniform. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing to death. This skinny guy actually wants to be the Flash. Bang, blood flowed out. Bang, stop hitting him, you will kill him like this. Bang, what does it matter? He is an orphan living in an orphanage. Do you think anyone will stand up for him? So when the crowd dispersed, the young swan panted, turned over, climbed out of the mud pit, and carefully tried to wipe off the mud stuck on the red uniform. Boom. It was late, and heavy rain poured down. The young swan cried, while wiping the mud off the Flash's uniform. I will definitely become the Flash. I'm the Flash. The blood from his nose, mixed with rain and tears. I will definitely become the Flash of the new era. You guys who laugh at me, I will erase all of you from the timeline. No one can stop me from becoming the Flash. No one can. My name is Albert Swan, and I'm the only son in the family. My father accidentally killed my mother, so I was left alone in the end. I have no friends, no family, no love. But I have the Flash. I watched all the videos and studied every story of the Flash. In the darkest moments of Albert Swan's life, the Flash was always running in my mind. And I have always been grateful for this. A few days later, Swan heard that the school bus that the kids who bullied him before was in had a car accident. The bad kids were sitting together, and then a steel beam that crashed into the school bus had their heads cut off. I think they deserved it. What is going on? The young Albert Swan sat in the laboratory in a white coat of a scientific researcher and pondered. I just thought yesterday that if hope died, it would be easier for me to get the opportunity to do the experiment. And then he really fell down the stairs and became paralyzed. How can there be such an amazing coincidence in the world? But it doesn't matter. His eyes showed deep malice and ecstasy. Those who have offended me, those who prevented me from becoming the Flash, you will deserve to die. Damn it. Under the light, the older Albert Swan held his head. He angrily tore off his badge and threw him to the ground. On the clean badge was a line of small words. Professor Albert Swan. I'm already an expert in the field of Flash research. No one knows the Flash better than me, but I still can't grasp the Speed Force. I still can't become the Flash. Speed Force, respond to me. Respond to me quickly. Speed Force. I succeeded. No. No. I'm the Flash, not the Flash's enemy, the Reverse Flash. Why? Why can't I erase the Flash? I want to replace you. I should have replaced you. If I'm destined not to be the Flash, then I will become your opposite, your ultimate nightmare. Now, at this moment, Albert Swan, the Reverse Flash, heard the ringmaker sound. I never force anyone. I need you to sacrifice to help me defeat Darkseid. But if you don't want to sacrifice, I can also give you a chance. Chapter 305. I'm the Flash who will be remembered forever. A choice? Reverse Flash looked up. Yes, a choice. Reverse Flash heard Batman's voice. He looked up and saw Batman, who was wrapped in black and red lightning, assembled countless speedy Batmobiles in an instant. They moved at high speed around the controlled Superboy Prime. The invincible demon's clothes were torn, and a horrible wound extended from his neck to his abdomen. But even so, it still did not hinder his huge power in every move. No matter what it was, it only took one punch. No matter how fancy the attack was, it would be destroyed in front of this abundant pure strange power. Reverse Flash saw with his own eyes that a new speedy Batmobile made by Batman exploded, but the solid killing weapon could not withstand the heavy punch of Superboy Prime. And Batman developed a new way of fighting. He turned himself into a Batmobile and then mixed in with those Batmobiles he made, delaying time. The ring in front of him was still ringing. No one has ever given you a choice in your life, has it, Swan? But I'm giving you a choice today. You can choose to be a good person. Reverse Flash saw the Batmobile transformed by Batman dodge the gorilla-like hands of Prime Superboy in a very embarrassing way. He changed into a dinosaur form, with the Speed Force wrapped around his body, made an emergency speed change on the ground, and then in front of Prime Superboy, he used a zigzag move and went around behind him again. Batman's voice coming from the ring became more and more urgent. Okay, maybe some of what I'm going to say next will sound like some Disney fairy tale, but I swear I've always thought so from the bottom of my heart. I believe you have the potential to be a hero. I'm willing to believe in the brighter and kinder side of people's hearts, even if you are a recognized supervillain. Reverse Flash heard Batman say, that's why I'm willing to buy time for you to make a choice. Barry Allen was not born to be the Flash. Dr. Swan, you come from the future. You know very well that every greatness starts from a small beginning. And I will give you a chance today, a chance to become a hero. Chen Tao said a long and nagging speech, but from beginning to end, Reverse Flash just had a crying and laughing expression, and a wondering expression. How ridiculous, how pathetic. Fate played a joke on him, a big joke. He muttered to himself in a low voice. He lowered his head again, slowly stroked the red Flash uniform. His expression was gloomy and fanatical. Reverse Flash's reason told him that these were just Batman's dirty tricks. The other party wanted to sacrifice him to accomplish something from the beginning. The other party had been planning for a long time. What he should do now is to secretly think about how to get out of this situation. He is not without capital. In order to ensure that the Flash sacrificed himself on the battlefield of the decisive battle with Darkseid as he saw in the future, he not only taught the other party the trick of exiling the enemy in the parallel universe, but also secretly infected the other party through the reverse speed force. With his current speed force and reverse speed force far exceeding the Flash, he can completely manipulate the Flash to do something against his subjective will by remotely pulling the connection between the two. He originally planned to use this connection to manipulate the Flash, who was unwilling to die obediently, but now everything is meaningless due to Batman's preparation. The other party has almost drained the speed force in the Flash's body and then poured it all into his body, not only healing his injuries, but also making Barry's speed now slower than a jeep. This is certainly not a permanent stripping of the speed force, but by the time Barry Allen's speed has returned to normal, everything in front of him will have ended. So make your choice, Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash heard Batman say to him, "You have been waiting for the day to become the Flash all your life." He kept saying, like the whisper of a devil, "You always feel that there is no difference between you and the Flash, don't you? You should be the hero who will be remembered forever. This is what you have been pursuing all your life. So, are you willing or unwilling to sacrifice?" Reverse Flash ignored him. He was still crying and laughing, lamenting his life. Although Batman said it well, Reverse Flash knew very well that the other party was probably ready to force himself to sacrifice. So what is the point of asking this question now? But Chen Tao didn't have time to wait for Reverse Flash to be sad. Seeing that Reverse Flash didn't reply, he immediately said, "Then let me ask Barry." Reverse Flash raised his head suddenly. This was different from what he imagined. He originally thought that Batman's so-called voluntary was just a hypocritical word for the other party to flaunt his morality. After finding out that he didn't reply, he would definitely get angry and use the control magic or other means of manipulation that Darkseid had cast on him after he was captured, forcing himself to sacrifice himself to save the life of Barry Allen, the Flash. He should have seen through Batman's thoughts. But what is going on? Batman, if you want to force others to sacrifice, I will never tolerate it. The voice of Barry Allen, the Flash, came from the other end of the communication. The Reverse Flash was very familiar with this voice. The other party's voice seemed a little exasperated. "The machine you gave me didn't speed me up at all. You lied to me. That thing sucked all my speed away. I was still wondering what you wanted to do. It turns out that you wanted to use my speed to force Reverse Flash to sacrifice. I will never allow this to happen." But now only Reverse Flash can change the situation. In front of Reverse Flash, Batman refuted the other party. "I need a speedster. Turtle uses stasis force. Gorilla Grodd is too slow and his connection with the speed force is too weak. I only have Reverse Flash to choose." Reverse Flash hugged his head and felt a splitting headache. The instinct for survival and his ambition to become a hero conflicted violently and gradually reached the peak in the quarrel between Flash and Batman. The famous Flash expressed his dissatisfaction to Batman indignantly. "No matter what happens, we will never win by sacrificing others. So no matter how much you say, do you still want to replace Reverse Flash yourself?" Reverse Flash heard Batman questioning. "That's right." Reverse Flash heard the Flash say, "If you have to sacrifice, sacrifice me first, not others." Reverse Flash felt like a bolt of lightning struck his head. He laughed wildly again, shouting crazily, "I lost again." He suddenly stood up and shouted crazily to the people around him, "I lost to the Flash again." Then he jumped up and banged his head, stamped his feet, and howled desperately, torturing himself to tears. Finally, he said, "Let me do it." Darkseid was trying his best to control the actions of Superboy Prime, who was as powerful as a bull. He never stopped struggling against the Omega effect mixed with the anti-life equation. Darkseid had to stand still and no longer follow Superboy Prime to participate in the pursuit of Batman, but concentrate on suppressing the backlash of Superboy Prime. The red light energy sprayed out from the cochlea of Superboy Prime, and the bloody ball helped Darkseid share a large part of the pressure to some extent. For this Red Lantern cause Lantern Beast, it doesn't matter who controls Superboy Prime or what Superboy Prime is like. His only goal is to happily devour the anger produced by Superboy Prime. So now he doesn't care what state Superboy Prime is in, or whether he has caused any harm to Batman. He just wholeheartedly continues to replicate the actions Batman taught him before, and through various illusions, he constantly angers Superboy Prime to produce anger. For him, the only situation that is not good for him is that Superboy Prime peels him off from his body. Therefore, in order to prevent this situation, this Lantern Beast will also naturally interfere with Superboy Prime's attacks. Chen Tao once again sent a Batmobile mixed with Speed Force to the fist of Superboy Prime, smashing him to pieces with one punch. At the same time, he was distracted by controlling all the news media on the entire planet on Editor-in-Chief White's side. He could not see the crazy scene of Reverse Flash crying and laughing, but could clearly see the scene of Flash being trapped in the force field, unable to hear or see the other party's lips saying something in the remote communication. And now the situation is basically in place. Who? Superboy Prime stopped his body. He was panting like a broken bellows. Blood was still pouring from his throat into his lungs, making Superboy Prime weaker and weaker. And this is exactly what Darkseid and Chen Tao are happy to see. Chen Tao could imagine that, if Darkseid really manipulated Superboy Prime to kill him, he would probably try to keep Superboy Prime injured as long as possible to prevent him from regaining his sanity after his injury, breaking free from control, and causing trouble for him again. Chen Tao also hoped that Superboy Prime's injury would be as serious as possible. At the same time, Chen Tao once again divided a part of his mind to check the status of the Gorilla Grodd and the Turtle Man thousands of miles away. From just now to now, he has frequently used the power of countless Red Death demons, and the one man and one gorilla over there are almost sucked dry. At this time, Grodd's bulging muscles have shriveled up, and his hair is as dry as if it has been exposed to the sun for more than 10 days. It lay in the corner of the cage and kept groaning. "I want to go back to the Gorilla City. Let me go home." The Turtle Man's hair and beard were all white. Not only had the effect of anti-speed force, but also had the backlash of static force. He fell to the side of the transparent bowl cage like a dry skeleton. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, it would almost be misunderstood that he was already dead. Chen Tao shook his head. If he continued to use the two of them, someone would die. He turned his head and looked at the Reverse Flash, who had turned into a stream of light and started running. "Whatever you want him to do, it's too late." Darkseid looked at Chen Tao. The red flames of the Omega effect ignited in his eyes. He barely separated his mind, and then a strengthened ray rushed out immediately after the Reverse Flash. He had previously arranged for Kalibak and others to capture the Flash, but he missed the Reverse Flash. This was a huge mistake, but it was still harmless. Without his help, the Reverse Flash would never be able to merge with the Black Runner again, and without the blessing of the Incarnation of Death, the Speedsters were too limited to threaten monsters like him and Superboy Prime. At least not as good as Batman himself. He had fought with the Reverse Flash, the Flash, and Batman's current Speed Force state before, and had a certain estimate of the strength of these Speedsters. These Speed Force users were nothing special, although they were very fast. So fast that even the Lord of Apocalypse or even Superboy Prime could not react immediately. Their bodies were too fragile and their attacks were weak. Even the most aggressive supersonic hand knife was not able to tear his body apart, let alone Superboy Prime. They could hit him countless times, but as long as he, Darkseid, hit them once, boom. Superboy Prime smashed the dinosaur robot that Batman had transformed into with one punch, but soon the opponent's body shattered like a mirror. The Red Death not only possessed the Speed Force, he also almost robbed the technology and means of everyone in the Rogues gang, so he was naturally adept at using the mirror of the Mirror Master. Darkseid didn't care, but looking at Batman's relaxed expression, a shadow always flickered in his heart. Why was Batman so fearless? But at this moment, he heard a burst of wild laughter. Great pain filled the whole body of Reverse Flash. Huge lightning burst out from his body and connected to the sky. So at this moment, the villain who swore to be the biggest enemy of Flash, but wore the Flash uniform, covered with the glove lightning, and made a brilliant appearance in the eyes of the crowd. The world was watching him, fate was watching him, and all of this was exactly the same as the scene that Reverse Flash Albert Swan had imagined countless times in his midnight dreams. His voice resounded through the sky, deafening. Ha 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 ha, I'm the Flash, the Flash. The Flash who will be remembered forever. Chapter 306 Goodbye, Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash knew that Batman was manipulating his thoughts. He was not stupid, alright. The instigation in Batman's words was so obvious, how could a smart person like him not be able to tell it? But, oh my god, that's the Flash. The Associated Press reported, the battle situation on Apocalypse, the Flash is now. This is Perry White from the Daily Planet. The Flash seems to be. Is the Flash the only one on the battlefield on Apocalypse? We can't help but ask, where is Batman? Who is the guy with an S on his chest? How could he be with Darkseid? Expert analysis believes that first we rule out that it was Superman who flew with Darkseid, and then we rule out that Batman defected to Darkseid. In the field of vision of Reverse Flash, countless news reports popped up one after another. This should be Batman deliberately broadcasting these news media images to his retina. This is both a moral incentive and a threat to arrange enough backup plans for him. S1. Barry's voice came into his ears. Wait, there must be other ways. There is no other way. Even if there is, it will lose its meaning forever. Reverse Flash Swan knew that this was intentional by Batman. He deliberately let Barry Allen talk to him. He had already calculated Barry's incurable saintliness. Even in the face of a heinous person like him, Flash would still choose to sacrifice himself first. Yes, Barry Allen is a fool, and Batman's subtext is also very obvious. You don't give up the opportunity to be a hero. And coincidentally, I, Reverse Flash Albert Swan, have this intention. The endless burden of thousands of pounds was continuously imposed on Reverse Flash by Batman through various channels. The magic circles left on him, the hands and feet made in his body by the metal spirit, the connection imposed on him by the positive and negative speed force. The burden shared by each channel even has a tendency to be saturated. Yes, just like pulling a rope. The 10,000-ton ship has set sail, wantonly violating the laws of nature in the turbulent river. The thickest rope named Albert Swan was thrown high by the giant ship named Batman and gently placed on the shoulder of the boatman whose face could not be seen on the shore. Creak, creak, creak. The giant ship was singing loudly, and the rope was humming softly. Although the rope will eventually fall apart under the huge force of 10,000 tons, what does it matter? At least at this moment, the huge warship has set sail, and the goal is sailing against the current. Barry Allen. I hate you. I still hate you. Far away on the other side of Apocalypse, the Flash Barry Allen, who was trapped in the barrier, heard the whisper of the Reverse Flash, and the voice sounded in his ears. Although he clearly said words like I hate you, the tone of the Reverse Flash was gentle and clear, and there was an indescribable peace and tranquility. The speed force is probably the same, just like your mother who smiles at you after you return home. But I'm still sorry. I'm sorry for what I did. But I'm still your biggest rival. I made you, and therefore I never need your forgiveness. But I just want to tell you about everything I did. Those things I did, the reasons why I did them. They were certainly born out of hatred, but there was another reason, a reason I never admitted and never told you. I did it because that was the only time you would spend with me, so I could never stop. Note, this sentence is very perverted, outrageous and heavy, but it comes from the original text of the comic The Flash V5 said by Reverse Flash himself, and a picture will be posted here. Reverse Flash cut off the communication. He didn't know what Barry would think after hearing what he said, and he didn't care. Just as he said to Barry, he never thought he was a good person, and he never needed Barry's forgiveness. He is ultimately bad, and even though he seems to be sacrificing for a so-called righteous cause, it is still all part of his evil plan to steal Barry Allen's place in history as the Flash. He is a villain. But the villain's evil plan worked, right? Now the whole world will think he is a hero. In front of the whole world, Reverse Flash rips off his mask. He laughs maniacally, knowing that at this moment, anyone in the world of 7 billion people watching the news will see his face. He is from an era where the real names of the heroes of the entire Justice League have long been lost in the long river of history, but he still knows that at this moment, history has been changed. Barry Allen. You remember it. You remember it. 10,000 years from now. When those people mention you, when those people mention your great achievements, when they mention your heroic feats, that will go down in history. Before your name, the Flash, there will always be a description, a designation that you can never remove, a mark that are left for you, that you can never get rid of, the second generation Flash, Barry Allen. And every time they mention you, there will always be someone who mentions me. They will say that name, they will say my name. And my name is Albert Swan. The whole world remembers me. I'm Albert Swan. I'm the Flash. The Reverse Flash shouted loudly. The voice was deafening and shocking. And as he roared, his body began to shine little by little, as bright as the first ray of morning light at dawn, and as bright as the brightest midnight with a bright moon and sparse stars. Every speedster will have a destiny. A secret that can be escaped, but can never be avoided. Every speedster will eventually embrace the speedster force. The speed force is the source of power for the speedsters, but it is also their grave, their eternal resting place, and the home they will eventually return to. And I should go home. I'm Albert Swan. I'm about to disappear in the speed force. So warm. I will become a part of speed itself, and live forever in the speed force together with countless predecessors in history, who have danced with this golden lightning. Ah, ha. Reverse Flash raised his head. He no longer needed to run. He opened his arms and legs and let the golden speed force immerse his whole body, just like diving from the deck, submerging his entire body in the water and melting. He never thought that the speed force would be so gentle, making him recall the smiling face of the world when he was in the cradle. I'm leaving, and the speed force is by my side. I'm leaving. Remember, I hate all of you. But it doesn't matter, we will all be fine. I'm really leaving. I'm leaving. Wish me good luck. Boom. So, this is the whole story. In a trance, Reverse Flash seemed to hear the sound of someone opening a book. He heard a voice speaking. He heard the other party say, everything started when he ran through these streets again. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a series of thunderous footsteps. With his leap, a new era began. This era belongs to those who are faster than sound, light, and even time. They followed in his footsteps, following the ancient justice. He believed that the boundary between good and evil is as clear as the bright red and gold on his body. For Barry Allen Hashat. The voice suddenly became blurred, and then Barry Allen was corrected to another name. For the Flash Albert Swan. Everything is so simple. Oh, is the Flash's name Albert Swan, Grandpa? Yes, that's right, baby. This is the name in the storybook. I was old and blurry, and I read it wrong. The Flash's name is Albert Swan. Chen Tao was also roaring, and he was also running. At this time, he maintained the state of red death. And the positive and negative speed force formed a circuit on the red gold half red body. Every time it swirled, the burden on Reverse Flash became heavier. As Reverse Flash completely died, the silver white particles on his body also trembled, and various transformations continued to reappear. Reverse Flash did not die, he just embraced the speed force, and merged with the speed force. Maybe one day he will return from the speed force, just like Barry Allen left the speed force, and return to reality in the comics. Note, for the event of Barry Allen's return from the speed force, please refer to the comic The Flash, Rebirth. Reverse Flash Albert Swan was unwilling to let Barry Allen sacrifice himself to save the Earth, so he sent a subconscious pulse to Barry and successfully helped Barry Allen escape from the speed force. One by one, the thorns of doomsday stretched out from Batman's body. It was no longer just a few bone spurs, but the whole person's figure was also raised. Broken Bat, Bat Wizard, Bane Bat, Speedy Bullet, Green Lantern Bat, Bizarro Bat. Various transformation features emerged on him bit by bit, and then merged back into that hideous body. His body not only did not continue to grow bigger, but became thinner. Not enough. Not enough. Blood was gushing out of Chen Tao's mouth and nose, and the gorilla god and the turtle man thousands of miles away also wailed with him. The bat form given to him by the human-faced bat serum appeared first, and the faint blue color of the speedy bullet uniform replaced the pair of originally black pointed ears on his head. A pair of flesh wings extended from his ribs, and the rough sick pale skin of Bizarro Bat combined with the spur-filled body of the Ravager made his body look like a stalactite hanging down from a cave. The physical features of a dinosaur emerged from his face, and he stretched out his two hands or claws, with two red and green lantern rings appearing on them. His mouth was spurting out blood that had turned into flames uncontrollably. That was the effect of the red lantern ring draining blood from the host's body, but in an instant, the blood turned into majestic black nanorobots, surrounding the white-grey dragon. Then, 3 pink dots of light from Brainiac appeared on his forehead, and his telepathic ability, which was almost the same as Brainiac's, swept across the entire scene. The ability of the chemical waste bat appeared in his tail, giving the tip of his tail a transparent can surrounded by black metal, which kept spraying corrosive venom. "It's really surprising, really impressive," Darkseid said, and he changed his words at the last moment. The Dark Lord raised his head and looked at the Batman in front of him. "Do you think you can fight me with just this? Fight my prime Superman? You're just hum." The Dark Lord suddenly groaned, and the mental shock from Brainiac swept through his brain in an instant, leaving him unable to speak a word. But then the flames of the Omega effect appeared in Darkseid's eyes. "You've angered me." The Dark Lord could have ordered Superboy Prime to attack him right now, but he still chose to put his hands behind his back and floated straight above Superboy Prime's head. After making his behavior look like a real superboss, Darkseid ordered Superboy Prime, "Kill Batman." Instantly, Superboy Prime moved. Although his cheeks were abnormally pale due to excessive blood loss, the Omega effect mixed with the anti-life equation and the blood-slaughtering bull still made him faithfully execute the order of the Lord of Apocalypse. He raised his fist and punched the open space next to Chen Tao. Tens of thousands of pounds of soil were blown up by the shock wave brought by his radial fist wind, as if a mud rain fell behind Chen Tao. But Chen Tao was unharmed. This is Blood Bull deflecting the attack of Superboy Prime. He doesn't care who wins or loses, as long as Superboy Prime keeps getting angry, hitting left and right, as if he has drunk fake wine, and can't hit anyone, is obviously a good way to anger others. But Darkseid is not worried. Although Superboy Prime has become weaker now, he is still Superboy Prime, no matter how weak he is. Darkseid doesn't intend to reach out and rub his cheek, which is still aching. No one knows what kind of freak Superboy Prime is better than him, and he is very confident in his control of the anti-life equation. Hey, some strange changes suddenly appeared on Batman's dinosaur face. The dragon's mouth suddenly began to open, from the mouth to the back of the ears, and the whole dragon face turned pale. What is this new trick? What is Batman doing? Just when Darkseid didn't quite understand the situation, then he suddenly heard Superboy Prime laugh like Reverse Flash before, making him almost think he had heard it wrong. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 307 Batman's Miserable Teammates. Bang. Green Lantern Hal Jordan swung his fist materialized by his Green Lantern ring and hit Steppenwolf on the back of his head from behind, causing the huge body of the General from Apocalypse to fall to the ground. He panted and used the Green Lantern ring to materialize a stretcher for himself and a brace for his legs. His arm was broken when he fought Darkseid, and so was his leg. Although his main fighting method was to materialize weapons through the Green Lantern ring, the physical injuries did not reduce his combat effectiveness as much as expected, but it was still a flaw. The experienced Steppenwolf kicked his broken legs and arms during the battle. This malicious targeting really made him suffer a lot. But fortunately, the result was good. Great, we won. Hal fell to the ground and limped to the front of his teammates. He excitedly raised his arm, that could still move, and waved it fiercely in the air. Next to him was Shazam, who had won the battle, but still had a dead mother face. Just now, after learning that his father didn't love him at all, Billy couldn't laugh. The rogues, with silly expressions, surrounded them. Huh. What is that lump of coke next to him? Oh, it turned out to be Martian Manhunter. Sinestro had left the battle after trying to persuade Hal to no avail, and Hal let him leave. The aliens from the Green Lantern Corps stayed on Earth because of Atrocitus. Seeing that he not only failed to complete the mission, but also had to fight Darkseid, it was good that he could stay until now, and even participate in the battle. Hal didn't blame him. Wonder Woman Diana went to chase Dr. Sivana, who had escaped when the battle was about to end. This mountain henchman of the meditation might wanted to escape when Darkseid and Steppenwolf caught him back before, and took advantage of the Justice League turning against Steppenwolf. Hooray! Aquaman Arthur raised his 5-pointed trident and cheered. But he soon found that no one responded to him, so he put down his weapon reluctantly. A gust of wind blew, and everyone at the scene was silent. I remember when we were halfway through the fight, there was a news reporter filming us. Where are they now? Hal said. He looked up at the sky. There were several news media helicopters floating around, and the one from the Daily Planet was the most fearless and the closest. But now the sky was bare, not to mention helicopters. There was not even a bird. But he soon gave up delving into this detail. Call Batman and tell him we are done. What should we do with this big guy? Should we handcuff him and send him to the police station? What kind of police station dares to accept such a 2-meter tall alien giant? Hal finished speaking and then saw that everyone present was staring at him. What are you doing? Calling Batman? Everyone was still looking at him. Hey, man, I thought you would know how to contact Batman. The magician and the rogue gang said. Yes, we all contact Batman by phone. Heatwave said, but it is obvious that Verizon Communications, the largest wired communication and voice communication provider in the United States, cannot connect their broadband to Apocalypse, so that we can contact Batman, who is fighting Darkseid there. The Justice League, who had lost their mission target, looked at each other in bewilderment. After being with Batman for a long time, they were used to receiving mission targets with one click and then executing them, and they felt that their brains were a little rusty. But soon, with the return of Wonder Woman carrying Dr. Sivana, who wanted to escape, Diana quickly took out the remote control Batman gave her before. Batman didn't tell you that, as long as you use this creation of the metal spirit, you can. Wait. Wonder Woman said halfway, and then she saw the live broadcast of Apocalypse on the display screen of the remote control. It's Batman and Flash. What? Do you all have this stuff? The magician of the rogue gang yelled. I thought I was the special one. He cursed and took out his own. Batman looks very busy and has no time to assign us tasks, so we have to go and help. Aquaman Arthur also took out his remote control, which was also playing the live connection. He said, anyway, the enemy is Darkseid, right? Yes, Batman needs us. Yes, we have to fight Darkseid again. Everyone in the Justice League agreed to the proposal of going to Apocalypse to help Batman fight Darkseid, and then the Mirror Master raised his own question. Well said. Then how do we get to Apocalypse? A gust of wind blew by. Everyone looked at each other again. Hiss. Hal Jordan said seriously, tell me, are we always used to being arranged, and finally we are completely spoiled by Batman? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What a joke. You are talking nonsense. Almost at the same time, a portal opened beside everyone. Killer Croc, who opened the portal from the Red of all creatures, and appeared at the edge of the battlefield, stepped through the portal. He was wearing a red, yellow, and green Robin uniform, which looked very formal. Then he said, I'm here to convey Batman's order. Everyone come to the Red of all creatures. There is something for you to do. Oh, a new mission has come. Great, let's go. Remember to bring Steppenwolf, that's our trophy. Soon, as everyone filed into the portal, the coastline of Metropolis returned to peace. Only countless ruins and demon-like corpses proved the battle that had taken place here in the past few hours. Dr. Savannah, who was tied up like a dumpling, twisted on the ground, trying to escape like a maggot, but then the portal behind him opened, and a pair of giant hands represented by green lights lifted him up. Oh, by the way, there is also Dr. Savannah. I almost forgot about him. Following Robin's instructions, the members of the Justice League appeared in a huge building along the blood-red desert. Walking into the hall, what came into view was the caged meditation mite and the two gorillas Grodd and Turtleman next to him. Now they were twitching, while the speed force and stasis force surged through their bodies, just like two living corpses. the hair of the gorilla grodd fell off one by one, and the turtle man became older and older, skinny and bony, like an old mummy. A large amount of water from the Lazarus pool poured down from their heads, soaking their flesh to maintain their lives. This is too. Hal was about to say something, but gave up. He knew that Batman knew that all this was to deal with Darkseid. If the whole planet was about to be destroyed, it would be too pedantic to dwell on these moral issues. If possible, Hal's sense of justice certainly hopes that there are other ways to replace the two villains who are still twitching at this time, but it is obvious that the person who can come up with other methods is not him. Then he has no right to point fingers at Batman's actions. But out of the moral code of a hero, Hal still whispered, "This is a bit too much, they will die." No, no. Hearing his words, Killer Croc shook his big head like a rattle. Batman has his own plan. I assure you that they may be in pain, but they will never be injured enough to kill them. Okay. Hal didn't want to discuss this topic. He said, "If possible, I really hope I can do something." "That's what you said," Killer Croc said. Hal was a little confused, but Killer Croc didn't explain. He clapped his hands, and soon one after another coffin-like beds rose from the ground not far away. Then he made a formulaic sound. "Members of the Justice League, please hold the remote control Batman gave you, and lie down in this coffin." Ugh, this energy grid. What is this for? The magician touched the transparent coffin-like thing. It looks like some kind of energy guide device. Among the people in the Rogues, the magician is famous for inventing small props. Although he is very young and cannot compare with other members of the Rogues in many special skills, he may be the member with the deepest understanding of mechanical structure in the gang. It's okay, Killer Croc said. At this time, the big crocodile is like an NPC providing task guidance. Batman can use this energy grid to strengthen its power, and all you have to do is to contribute your own strength. Listen, everyone, only if Batman is strong enough can he defeat Darkseid. All this is very important. Please don't refuse. I'm Chen Tao, and my job is Batman. Reverse Flash completely leveraged the Speed Force by burning himself out. Now the Speed Force is my Toman, but this is only temporary. I'd better finish what I should do before the legacy of Reverse Flash fades. Ha ha ha. Darkseid looked at the laughing Superboy Prime and felt horrified. Blood began to flow out of Chen Tao's mouth and nose. Superboy Prime is the most perfect Superman. Theoretically, he is almost impossible to control, and there are very few ways to deprive him of his free will. The anti-life equation controlled by Darkseid is obviously one of them, so what Chen Tao is doing now is not simply controlling Superboy Prime, but fighting against the anti-life equation. Although this anti-life equation is the product of the incomplete version of Darkseid's mastery and the Omega effect, its power is far from the equation that will deprive people of their free will, as long as they hear it, but it is still a powerful force beyond the understanding of mortals. What Chen Tao has to do is to give Superboy Prime the key to break free from the anti-life equation. Batleniac's telepathic energy poured into Superboy Prime's mind like mercury, constantly awakening his free will, while also suffering from the corrosion of the anti-life equation. This is why Chen Tao needs to synchronize with other Batmen. He needs to use the willpower of these Batmen to further strengthen Batleniac, so that he can fight against the anti-life equation and Superboy Prime's will. Darkseid didn't move at all. He was mobilizing the Omega effect with all his strength. It was not an easy task to control Superboy Prime. Now with Batman's interference, the difficulty suddenly became greater. And the worst thing is, Darkseid saw Superboy Prime laughing loudly and turning his head to look straight at him, and he couldn't help but be shocked. This was not a sign that Superboy Prime was controlled by the other party, but that the other party interfered with his anti-life equation, allowing Superboy Prime to regain his sanity again. Ha 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 ha. Boom. Darkseid jumped up on the spot. The place where he just stood was hit by a punch from the laughing Superboy Prime. The whole ground began to jump up, and it began to surge like waves with the point where the fist landed as the center. Stop, I'm your master. Boom. The violent punch exploded on Darkseid's cheek. The pain was so familiar that Darkseid's face turned green. "Stop, you, stop." But Superboy Prime turned a deaf ear to Darkseid. He laughed hysterically, as if he wanted to vomit his throat out of his mouth. But Darkseid still had a little hope. For Superboy Prime, this state could not be maintained for a long time. Batman would soon lose his strength. He knew very well that Batman's current state of being able to fight against him was entirely the result of the sacrifice of Reverse Flash, not his own ability. As long as he was exhausted. Through the translucent coffin lid, he saw countless golden lightning energies pouring directly into his body from the meditation might through the lines, and then he felt a heavy burden coming from the other party, as if he was asked to carry a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds. The Gorilla Grodd and the Turtle Man not far away looked better, and they could even sit up. Hal's face turned green. He thought about helping these two villains, but he never thought about becoming one of them! How long will it take? He asked the equally green Killer Croc next to him with difficulty. Not far away, the Martian hunter with burn marks on his body was also struggling. Diana also curled up beside him without saying a word, constantly sharing the power from the meditation might. Killer Croc thought about it. "It will be fine soon," he said. "I promise." Chapter 308 Darkseid Batman, Dark Father. Sometimes, Darkseid always had a strange sense of familiarity, as if what was happening before him had been repeated before. He had guessed that Batman had no good intentions in asking him to capture Reverse Flash and Mind Might. He never doubted that Batman would be able to use these two guys to deal with him, but he still did it according to Batman's request, because as long as he successfully controlled Superboy Prime, all of Batman's plans would lose their meaning. The two of them would become the undisputed absolute fighting force on the entire battlefield. No matter what tricks Batman played with Mind Might or Reverse Flash, they would be flattened in the face of absolute violence. And the fact was just as he expected. Batman helped Reverse Flash fill up with Speed Force and Reverse Speed Force, and then use the opponent possessed by the Black Runner to severely injure Superboy Prime. And he followed closely behind, using the Omega effect mixed with fragments of the anti-life equation to control Superboy Prime's mind, just as he planned. But now, boom. Darkseid was blasted away by Superboy Prime again, losing his balance in the air, spinning like a top, and then smashing through the ground like a cannonball, headed straight for the mantle. Falling, but he quickly adjusted his posture, and soared into the sky from the mud and rocks. The earth in their hands was like the surface of a swimming pool. The only difference was that this surface would not recover by itself after being damaged. Darkseid narrowed his eyes and looked down at Superboy Prime. It's okay, he just needs to wait for Batman to run out of power, and then, why hasn't he run out of power yet? He had secretly observed Batman's state when he activated that special transformation before. Obviously, when he became a Speed Force user before, he was as weak as a thing, and he had to stop and slow down after using it for a while. But now, why can it last so long? Batman's clever plan brings peace to the world, and the entire Justice League becomes stupid is one situation, but if it kills people, the nature of the matter will change completely. Focus. People compared with the magician. Steppenwolf next to him is not so lucky. Killer Croc adjusted the opponent's coffin instrument, and a large amount of electric current instantly ran through him, causing him to wail, and blood kept gushing out of his mouth and nose, like a small fountain with ornamental effect. Those visible electric currents passed through his body, like circuit nodes, input into the Gorilla Grodd and Turtle Man next to him, and then disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" But such a cruel and terrifying Batman just let himself go. Batman not only did not throw him into the crystal coffin to howl with the entire Justice League, but also kept him well fed and well watered. He even watered him with some water from the Lazarus pool to heal his wounds. Killer Croc claimed that he was watering him with the sweet milk of justice. The Might thought he was a pervert. This state of not knowing what Batman was going to do to him was really too torturous. The Might curled up his insect body into a ball and shivered in a corner of the cage. Beside him, the screams of Batman's teammates were endless. "It's so scary, so scary. I want to go back to Venus." Apocalypse. Darkseid gasped. He looked at the still laughing Superboy Prime and Batman standing there like a sculpture in despair. Why? Why? The complete anti-life equation is a super strong force that directly deprives life of free will. It is a rotten thing from the core of the antimatter universe. Darkseid only has a small part of the complete equation, so he cannot achieve the terrible coercive force that affects the power of death and black lights. It is precisely because of this that he had to indirectly drive the incarnation of death through the previous host of the Black Runner, instead of directly doing whatever he wants to the Black Runner. But even so, this level of power should not be something Batman can contend with. Darkseid has realized that Batman used some kind of telepathic ability to invade the mind of Superboy Prime, but how can he resist the deprivation of free will by the fragments of the anti-life equation with just telepathy? Darkseid's surprise is not without reason. The anti-life equation and a mere telepathic ability are fundamentally different. If you must give an example, the fragments of the anti-life equation are like a tank. Even if they are full of wounds due to incompleteness, a tank is still a tank, and Batman's psychic power is amplified by Bat-Leniac and dozens of other Batmen. No matter how powerful it is at best a saber-toothed tiger. Even if its teeth are sharpened and long, it is impossible to break through the defense of steel. What's more, Chen Tao mechanically maintained the crazy laughing expression on his face. The situation on his side is not good at all. Through the sacrifice of Reverse Flash, Chen Tao forcibly kidnapped the entire Speed Force to become the Tao Boy pulling the rope. Only this kind of cosmic energy has the ability to pull so many Batmen at the same time. But the origin of the Speed Force is dead after all. These energies need a materialized carrier. This is why Chen Tao needs the entire Justice League to act as a connector for him. And it is precisely because of this that he can't afford to delay time. The connection brought to him by Reverse Flash embracing the Speed Force will eventually fail. Without the Tao Boy of the Speed Force, everything will immediately fail. Even if the Speed Force is still generously open to him, the people in the Justice League, who have become the materialized carriers of the Speed Force, may not be able to hold on. So even though the entire Justice League seems to be at ease now, he still has to be as fast as possible. Chen Tao guessed that Darkseid would be very curious about how he could make Superboy Prime defy Darkseid's anti-life equation with his telepathic ability, but in fact, he didn't even think about controlling Superboy Prime. Chen Tao thought. He watched coldly as Darkseid was beaten, while desperately mobilizing the Omega effect mixed with anti-life equation fragments, trying to compete with the non-existent Batman's means of controlling Superboy Prime, but such behavior only caused Superboy Prime to hit him harder. Unlike Darkseid, I'm awakening Superboy Prime. I'm using Bat-Leniac's telepathic ability and the Joker serum I injected into Superboy Prime before to help Superboy Prime get rid of the distortion of the anti-life equation. Darkseid was wrong after all. He thought that everyone would not give up Superboy Prime, this powerful thug, just like him, and that everyone would be addicted to the Kryptonian and unable to stop. But I won't. Never. Only villains like Luthor will release power that they cannot control at will, and never know how to restrain their desires. This may be the reason why he has become the greedy Orange Lantern in the history of comics. Since I released Superboy Prime from the wall, I never planned to let him be free for long. Make a decision, Darkseid. Darkseid raised his head and tried his best to block the attack of Superboy Prime. He always felt that the words Batman said now were familiar, as if he had heard the same words before. Make a decision quickly, hurry up, Darkseid. You must also know how ridiculous it is to be a king without land. Darkseid heard Batman say, Dark Lord, you don't want Apocalypse to be destroyed, right? Darkseid was silent. Why do these words sound so familiar? Ha ha ha, ha ha, stop laughing. Darkseid tried to stop Superboy Prime's laughter, but the other laughed even louder, and his fists were getting heavier. Darkseid took another deep breath. Although he did not make any inappropriate moves, the blood ball that resided in Superboy Prime was slightly moved when he saw Darkseid's rising anger. How dare you? How dare you? Darkseid was interrupted before he could finish a few words. Time waits for no one. The longer you delay, the more damage Superboy Prime will do to Apocalypse. You should have heard Superboy Prime's laughter, so don't you understand? Darkseid heard Batman say, because I'm the one who is interfering, you can't do anything to Superboy Prime at all. The other party deliberately emphasized the word interfering with a smug tone. So I'll give you one more chance now. Stick Superboy Prime back to the origin wall and swear that you will never tear him off. Then I will stop controlling Superboy Prime and help you stuff him back into the wall. Darkseid didn't want to talk. He rushed towards Superboy Prime again and then quickly flew back. At this moment, just like that moment, Darkseid lay there with lifeless eyes, not wanting to move at all. Then he was punched in the chest by Superboy Prime, who chased him and jumped on him. He forgot that the current Superboy was not the beast who was full of anger and only knew how to vent his anger on people and missed his target repeatedly, but a tiger who struggled to break free from his anti-life equation with the help of Chen Tao and the potion. 10 minutes later. Want to cooperate? Our apocalypse can't hold on any longer, Your Majesty. Darkseid, after you were pinned to the ground and beaten to the point of incontinence by Superboy Prime, you still want to cooperate with me in the end. Why did you do that? The speed force that Reverse Flash sacrificed for Chen Tao has begun to gradually decrease, and Chen Tao is a little anxious. Once the speed force trailer brought by Reverse Flash disappears, he will definitely not let the entire Justice League members bear the cost. And if he doesn't synchronize a large number of Batmans, he can't use the will of these Batmans to fight against the corrosion of the anti-life equation in Superboy Prime's body, and therefore can't enter his heart and awaken Superboy Prime. And Darkseid will soon find that he can control Superboy Prime again, and the situation will completely collapse. No way. Chen Tao, who synchronized with Green Lantern Batman, cut open the storage dimension space opened by the Green Lantern ring and touched several headlight machines prepared in it. This is an invention of the government. It was originally designed to mass produce red sunlight to restrain Superman. Later, they even used this technology to equip the army. As a result, after Chen Tao stole this thing, Chen Tao made some improvements to it. It no longer released red sunlight that could weaken Kryptonians, but released yellow sunlight. Chen Tao was angry in his heart. If Darkseid didn't know what was going on, he would just release yellow sunlight directly after he didn't have the speed force to help him share it. Not too much, just let Superboy Prime take a look. This kind of strengthening against Kryptonians, unless Darkseid has the complete anti-life equation, he will be torn into pieces by the furious Superboy Prime. Bang. But the situation Chen Tao expected did not happen. Soon, Darkseid, with a bruised face, fell in front of him again and spit out a mouthful of blood. I lost, he said. Weaken your control over Superboy Prime, and I will stick it back to the origin wall. Do it immediately, right now. However, Chen Tao didn't care what he said. His attention was all attracted by a line of small silver white words on his retina. Warning, warning, anchored items have been found. Blood of Darkseid's defeat warning. Please take possession of this anchoring item immediately. Warning, a Batman file has been found that this anchoring item can target Darkfather Danger Level, SS. Chapter 309, Darkseid's hometown. That's all. Sorry for the delay. Warning, warning, Batman, you have found the anchored item. Darkseid's Blood of Defeat introduction. The blood of despair that Darkseid spurted out after being repeatedly beaten by Superboy Prime. It contains the negative emotions that Darkseid had after suffering an unprecedented defeat. After suffering many violent beatings, the monarch of Apocalypse finally realized that Superboy Prime was a monster that he could not control, and Batman's constant laughter also made Darkseid exhausted. After discovering that Batman could always interfere with Superboy Prime and disrupt his plans, Darkseid chose to give up the plan to recruit Superboy Prime right in front of Batman, and instead planned to kill Batman, who was still laughing beside him. You may be able to use it to summon the Batman of a parallel universe. However, can the existence that is summoned due to the negative emotions after the defeat be something positive and enterprising? Why? Why is there a monster as strong as you? Is this really as strong as it can be in the world? Crisis Energy Converted. 1897 Warning. Downloading targetable Batman files. Darkfather Danger Level, SS. In the Dark Multiverse's numerous stars, there is a Batman who is different from the evil and corrupt Batman in other dark universes. Although he became Batman by accident, he never thought about saving the world, but was thinking about retirement. He had made countless retirement plans, but things would not be as easy as he imagined. many enemies from Gotham, Brainiac, Justice League, a lot of problems made him exhausted. And one day, Batman met an enemy that could destroy the world, Darkseid. After being forced to do so, Batman violated his oath never to use firearms and used a bullet that could kill the new god to murder Darkseid, and this bullet was made by Batman himself. Darkseid's death caused his godhood to be shattered, and his immortal soul fell into the mortal world. Batman usurped Darkseid's Omega effect and the incomplete anti-life equation, renamed it the Alfred effect, and transformed many parademons into Robins. The anti-life equation and the Alfred effect permanently changed Batman's appearance and mind, twisting the once wise and courageous Dark Knight into his servant. He realized that the only way to become the savior of mankind was to rule over mankind and cut off human fear, and there was no more effective way than to use the anti-life equation. After killing Darkseid, his mortal soul was transformed, his thinking pattern was completely rewritten, and the mortal Bruce Wayne was completely devoured by the anti-life equation and completely turned into Darkseid, becoming a monster that was neither Batman nor Darkseid. But there was one thing that was not distorted: Batman's retirement plan. So Batman tried to give the power to Kal-El, the Superman of his world, so that he could take over the work and complete the great feat of ruling mankind with the anti-life equation instead of himself, and then he would step back. So he did that. He took off high and went straight into deep space, while Superman, who had obtained the power of Darkseid, ruled the world. This seems to be a happy ending, but in the Dark Universe, things will never go as they should. As time went on, Superman Kal-El was also devoured and destroyed by the anti-life equation, and he finally destroyed the Earth, so that all the creatures on the Earth that had died would never die again, and would never feel fear again. Superman Kal-El eliminated fear forever. So when Darkfather returned to Earth, he found that his home had disappeared, and he no longer had to protect Gotham, because Gotham was gone. Then he found the body of Superman, who had lost his life goal and died in the starry sky. Darkfather was very sad. He wanted to protect the Earth, but not in this way. So Darkfather came to a conclusion. The reason for this result must be that the Superman in his universe was not strong enough. If it was Superman from the main universe, he would definitely be able to perfectly inherit the power of the anti-life equation and help himself retire. So at this time, the Laughing Bat found him and invited him to a feast. Do you want to consume 1250 crisis energies to synchronize immediately? Chen Tao touched his chin. He did not intend to synchronize with the Darkfather immediately in front of Darkseid. He noticed that the Alfred protocol had not yet appeared with descriptions such as the Batman of this parallel universe is too powerful and will damage Batman's morality. This shows that under his current model of Reverse Flash sacrifices himself as the rope, the Speed Force acts as the tracker, and the Justice League acts as the Speed Force host to share the pressure. The Alfred protocol believes that he can synchronize with the Darkfather at any time in this state, so there is no need to rush for the time being. Chen Tao turned to look at Darkseid. Swear to me first, you will never pull Superboy Prime off the wall again. I swear, as long as you are alive, I will not pull Superboy Prime off the wall. Darkseid's malice was evident. This time he didn't even pretend, and almost clearly said, once I stick Superboy Prime to the wall, I will kill you. There is no way I can let you go back to Earth. After killing Batman, the subsequent attack plan on Earth will not stop. Darkseid only swore that he would not set foot on Earth before, but did not say that as many slaves could not. Once Batman died, Darkseid had too many ways to bypass his promise, and Chen Tao knew that Darkseid must have a plan to pull Superboy Prime off the origin wall again after killing him. He thoroughly witnessed the invincible brute force of Superboy Prime today. The Lord of Apocalypse, who has the Kryptonian collecting habit, would never let him go. Superboy Prime is much easier to control than Black Runner. As long as the other party's powerful power is used properly, countless worlds will fall under Darkseid's army. Even the Green Lantern headquarters OA, which was not attacked out of caution before, may not be impossible. But Chen Tao didn't care. He shrugged and said, it's up to you. Then he walked to Darkseid's side in a familiar manner, stretched out a hand to him, and hooked Darkseid's shoulder. He now maintained that basically inhuman ghost appearance. The more than 2 meter tall Darkseid was just like a little baby in front of him. Chen Tao put his twisted laughing dragon face next to Darkseid's face. In short, since you are willing to reach an agreement with me, let's do it together. As he spoke, the sonic boom channel was also opened by Darkseid. Before, Chen Tao led Superboy Prime to Apocalypse purely relying on the one-way channel opened by the 3 mother boxes. The golden portal opened by the Death King's treasure, the golden sphere, could not reach that far. So now that they were back to the origin wall, Darkseid would naturally be needed to do it for them. Please go first, and wait for Superboy Prime over there. Chen Tao made an exaggerated Joker-style move to invite someone into a trap. What about Superboy Prime? Darkseid asked, how can you control him and get him through this portal? Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about that. The Dark Lord heard Batman say, you just need to continue to maintain the sonic boom channel, and your favorite court jester will help your Majesty arrange everything. Batman's epileptic words gave Darkseid goosebumps all over his body, and he was full of disgust. He didn't know why Batman suddenly spoke in this tone, and could only attribute it to the other party's mental illness. If it was before, he would still consider what Batman meant, but now he has completely figured it out. Batman is a mentally unstable pervert. For such a psychopath, no matter what behavior he does, it is understandable, as long as it does not affect the final result. So Darkseid walked to the other side of the sonic boom tunnel. I will go there first to prepare a few asteroids, and then smash the Kryptonian monster back to the origin wall after it comes. I advise you to be quick. If I can't see the Kryptonian within 10 minutes, the agreement between us will be invalid. Of course, dear Majesty Darkseid. Darkseid was almost nauseated by Batman. He didn't say another word, turned around and walked into the sonic boom tunnel and disappeared. As soon as Darkseid left, Chen Tao immediately restrained his deliberate posture. Finally, the Dark Lord was sent away. He looked into the distance. Without Darkseid's control, Superboy Prime destroyed everything under the drive of the Blood Bull. He fired his heat vision directly at Apocalypse, mixed with hysterical laughter and anger. Chen Tao could feel his connection with Superboy Prime, the kind of connection between clowns that could be achieved through the Joker serum, even without the telepathic ability of Bat-Leniac. But let's put these aside for now. Chen Tao has more important things to do. He flapped his flesh wings and quickly flew away from the area of Apocalypse that Superboy Prime was still destroying. Chen Tao released all the synchronizations that were superimposed on the bats. The speed force connection brought to him by the sacrifice of Reverse Flash was still in effect. He landed on the land of Apocalypse and took a deep breath. The next second, a large amount of silver white particles burst out from his body and gradually spread throughout his body. His figure also climbed up and soon turned into a bat giant wearing a bat hood, wearing an enlarged dark blue Batman uniform with a black bat logo on his chest, about 2 meters tall, and skin as rough as rock. It was the Dark Father. Chen Tao stood there, stamped his feet, and felt this new transformation. He stretched out a hand to the empty land next to him. There are no more demons on Apocalypse. This used to be Darkseid's hometown. Billions of demons were his minions and his main army. When Darkseid needed to invade a planet in person instead of sending his men, the Dark Lord would open a sonic boom channel on Apocalypse, and then these demons would invade that world first, bringing the terror from Apocalypse first. But these huge numbers of demons had been killed in the battle over the past few hours. Darkseid and Superboy Prime fought each other throughout Apocalypse. Although it seemed that the Apocalypse monarch was beaten by Superboy Prime's fists and only vomited blood, without losing arms or legs, or being killed directly, that was Darkseid. To Superboy Prime, those demons were as fragile as paper. Chen Tao rubbed his rock-like hand slightly. Soon, some silver white particles were rubbed out from his palms, and then more and more. Those white particles hovered and swam like fireflies not far from Chen Tao, and then soon formed a human figure. The monster constructed by Chen Tao has a red body, green limbs, and a golden robin logo on the chest. It is the mechanical creature created by the Dark Father through the transformation of the demon-like army. It must be said that even the evil version of Batman is very proficient in brand strategy. Even a subordinate like the demon-like is also full of bat style, and it seems a bit tacky to print bats on everything. The red and green robin-like with bat wings on the ribs looks very meaningful, and it can be seen at a glance that he is Batman's subordinate. Oh my god. Batman. Oh my god. The Red Robin like stood in place and made Robin's voice. "Oh my god." Chen Tao touched his chin. This is the first Batman he has synchronized who can show the creation of derivatives. Even the previous Batleniac couldn't do it. When he transformed into Batleniac before, he once thought that for the real Brainiac, the green skin with 3 pink spots on his head was just its organic biological shell, and the spaceship that could shrink the entire city and even the planet at that time was Brainiac's body. He is essentially an AI, not a living creature, and the green-skinned organism is just a shell. But for Brainiac, its body is the shell with the body, but it has the computing power and mental ability of Brainiac, which is generally weaker than the real Brainiac. Chen Tao guessed that this is why Alfred's agreement only rated it as A level. But Darkfather is different, at least different from what he has seen before. Chen Tao opened his palm and was familiar with Darkfather's ability. A green kryptonite condensed in his palm. This thing is called turquoise. It is a kryptonite from the dark multiverse that can produce light that kills Kryptonian cells. Then he condensed a gun with silver white particles. It was the gun made by Darkfather to kill the new gods, and the bullets in it were made by Darkseid himself. Finally, he turned his palm again, and the deep red Omega effect, no, for Darkfather it was Alfred effect appeared in his palm, followed by the blurred white anti-life equation, specifically a little fragment. Chen Tao merged the white mass into the crimson Alfred effect, and then he stretched out his hand towards the apocalypse under his feet. The physical features of Brainiac appeared on his face again, and he clenched his other hand. The Green Lantern ring was also refreshed by the silver white particles. Chen Tao used the ring to open a storage space in another dimension, and then took out a small mini skull spaceship from it. He tapped the spaceship with his completely Brainiac head, and the skull spaceship suddenly swelled up in the wind and restored its original size, which was about the size of a city. A burst of teleportation light shone on Chen Tao, and soon he appeared in the control room of the spaceship. This was the skull spaceship that Brainiac had used before. After Brainiac was defeated, this thing had been left in Chen Tao's hands and covered with dust. The reason was also very simple. He could not synchronize with Brainiac for a long time, and therefore did not have enough mental strength and computing power to drive this spaceship. However, Chen Tao had always carried it with him, after shrinking it with Brainiac's shrinking light, so that he could use it whenever he needed it. And now is the moment when it is needed. With Chen Tao's control, Brainiac's skeleton spaceship fired a shrinking beam towards the entire apocalypse. Saddened by such an attack, Apocalypse's own defense system immediately reacted, and countless defenses were immediately activated, and then in an instant, they died down. They recognized the Omega effect, which Darkfather renamed the Alfred effect, and this ability is exactly the same as Darkseid himself. What else is there to say? This must be controlled by Lord Darkseid. As a sensible defense, I naturally listened to His Majesty Darkseid. So, with a pop, the huge apocalypse was shrunk in an instant, turning into a small ball not much bigger than a basketball, leaving only the prime little Superman who was at a loss in the universe not far away, and Calibac and his group who were still entangled with the Flash in the distance. Gulp. Chen Tao turned into a dinosaur, opened his mouth, and swallowed Apocalypse into his stomach in one gulp. I went to sleep as soon as I got home today, and it was already 10:30 when I woke up. Woohoo, I'm late, sorry. Chapter 310. Why does the bat have a bulge on its chest? Superboy Connor always felt that Batman had forgotten about him. The old bat asked him to stop wearing his original blue shirt and black jacket, and wear a blue and red uniform similar to Superman's S-size uniform, to seduce a super powerful lunatic with red eyes to come to Apocalypse. He did so, and the battle that broke out was far beyond his expectations. Connor was immediately buried in the thousands of pounds of soil stirred up by the aftermath of the fight between the two. He swam to the deep layer of the land and did not dare to stick his head out. Although he was also a Kryptonian, a hybrid Kryptonian, compared to a freak like Superboy Prime, it was a joke. Connor had made up his mind. No matter what Batman prepared, his mission had been completed, and there should be nothing for him to do next. He wanted to quietly play dead in the soil until everything was over, and then return to Earth safely with Batman. Seducing that kind of terrifying monster, after doing such a thing once, I will never want to do it again in my life. Connor shuddered at the thought of the twisted face of Superboy Prime with red eyes. He hurriedly burrowed deeper into the soil to make sure no one noticed him. No one knew how terrible it was to be chased by such a monster. He would rather die than. Boo. Superboy hadn't had time to react, and the next second he found himself in the boundless starry sky. Poor Connor. He hid under tons of soil, far away from the development of things above, and had no idea how much he had missed, nor did he understand what was happening at all. He turned his head and faced a laughing dragon face. Thank God, you are still alive. I still have something to give you to do. No, I refuse. Connor refused verbally. I will never again, it's not up to you. The next second, Connor suddenly found himself flying up, and his body uncontrollably made a classic Superman biceps show. What? Then he realized that Batman had probably thought about what to do. If he went on strike from the beginning, Batman himself would control his body to finish the work that needed to be done. Realizing this, Superboy Connor immediately smiled with relief. At this moment, it was meaningless to think about when Batman gave him the control dragon to denounce him. Anyway, since there was no way to resist, then it's the terrible prime little Superman. Help me out. Here is the vast and boundless origin wall. Countless powerful cosmic overlords and powerful creatures from ancient times to the present are forever sealed on it. They may have traversed the galaxy and destroyed planets, but at this moment, they are just a pile of sculptures on the wall. They use their own flesh to fill the wall and protect the universe from the covetousness of many terrifying gods outside the wall. And Darkseid stood quietly at the edge of the wall. Beside him, he had been maintaining an open sonic boom channel waiting for Batman's arrival, and behind him were several huge meteorites that were ready to be thrown at that time to control the possibly mad Superboy Prime. After being freed from the continuous beating of Superboy Prime, Darkseid also sorted out his thoughts. In fact, with Superboy Prime, a force beyond the norm, existing on the chessboard, it was essentially a disadvantage for him. The reason was also very simple. In the end, Superboy Prime was released by Batman, and the other party had planned for a long time and made sufficient preparations. He fought in a hurry and was led by the nose throughout the whole process. He even tried to use the Omega effect mixed with fragments of the anti-life equation to control Superboy Prime, but the other party turned against him again and was caught off guard again. Darkseid touched the wound on his face. Fortunately, his face looked no different from a rock, and even if there were scars, they did not look too obvious. That's right, he shouldn't have competed with Batman over Superboy Prime. The other party had made thorough preparations beforehand, and no matter what, they must be more useful than what he could think of on the spot. Although Darkseid still hasn't figured out how Batman countered his Omega effect. But the incident has already happened in front of him, and Darkseid can only attribute it to Batman's extraordinary preparation. So the point is, he shouldn't be led by Batman. Superboy Prime's strength ignited his ambition to bring the other party under his command, and this kind of thinking is exactly what Batman wants. Therefore, Batman can threaten himself and even force himself to cooperate with the other party, because essentially, the other party has no bargaining chips in front of him and has no capital to threaten or cooperate with him. All the chips of the other party come from Superboy Prime. Without Superboy Prime's extraordinary force, Batman has lost the qualification to bargain with him. There are only two ways waiting for the other party: surrender or destruction. At worst, it is a head-on comparison of strength, which completely becomes a game of size. No matter which situation occurs, the initiative is in the hands of Darkseid, unlike now. So he has to completely seal Superboy Prime, the monster who can suppress him, back to the origin wall, and then free up his hands to deal with Batman. Batman, who has lost Superboy Prime, what else can threaten him? Darkseid's spirits lifted. He turned his head and saw that Superboy Prime was roaring and followed the crying and seducing Superboy on the other side through the sonic boom channel, while Batman followed closely behind, following behind slowly, still maintaining his iconic cloud dragon face. Darkseid looked at Batman. After he pushed Superboy Prime back to the wall, he would deal with Batman. Darkseid looked at Batman's chest and felt that his mind was stagnant for half a second. Batman had already regained his human form, and his lower body and abdomen were barely normal, but his chest suddenly bulged out a lot, as if he had swallowed a huge basketball into his stomach, but because there were too many things in his stomach, he couldn't swallow it, and it could only be stuck in the esophagus in his chest. What is this? Darkseid stared at the bulge on Batman's chest again and again, but he couldn't figure out what it was. But there was an ominous premonition that always shrouded his heart, making him panic for no reason, as if he had overlooked something important. This didn't make sense. The only important thing should be Superboy Prime. He just wanted to quickly send Superboy Prime back to the wall, and then send Batman to hell. Darkseid's mind slightly diverted some of his attention to the possibility that Batman had tampered with his own apocalypse, but he quickly ruled out this option. Apocalypse is his home for hundreds of thousands of years. It is covered with various fortifications, and these fortifications are only loyal to Darkseid as their master. If someone can destroy Apocalypse, Darkseid has no doubt that someone can do it, but it is absolutely impossible for anyone to do anything on Apocalypse. This is not because Darkseid is blindly confident, but because the Omega effect is needed to tamper with most of the fortifications. And the Omega effect is exclusive to Darkseid. If you want to make the fortifications on Apocalypse obey, unless the master who gives the order is Darkseid. In this world, besides Darkseid, is there a second Darkseid? Superboy Prime still maintains a state of loss of reason, and the blood slaughter bull is still diligently stimulating the other's brain, trying to squeeze more anger out of Superboy Prime. For this Red Lantern cause Lantern Beast, nothing is more important than swallowing anger. Before, Superboy Prime was either attacked by the Black Runner, or disturbed by Darkseid's anti-life equation. After waiting for the other party's will to completely dominate this body again, Blood Bull should eat his fill again. Blood Bull, I've eaten enough. Get off Superboy Prime. Blood Bull heard Batman's voice. The other party was the leader who sent him to Superboy Prime, but Blood Bull didn't intend to listen to the other party. He was forced to possess Superboy Prime before, but he never expected that Superboy Prime and his compatibility were unexpectedly good. The other party was like an inexhaustible anger machine. Blood Bull had never eaten so much anger in his life. Before, he cooperated with Batman to deflect Superboy Prime's attack, not because he obeyed Batman's orders, but because he and Batman had the same interests and also needed Superboy Prime's anger. He had to deliberately make Superboy Prime unable to hit people to make him angry. But now, Batman wanted him to stop absorbing the anger of Superboy Prime. That was impossible. He, the Blood Bull, had his own code of conduct. Then he saw Batman tilt his head. "Your Majesty Darkseid." He lowered his head and said, "I ask you to assist me in controlling Superboy Prime's mind through the anti-life equation. The two of us will work together to influence Superboy Prime, deprive him of his ability to resist, and stick him to the wall." He took out a red light stove. "And I have already prepared a collar for the Blood Bull. When the time comes, we can put it here, after separating the Blood Bull from Superboy Prime." Then Batman began to explain the details of the specific operation, including but not limited to how to prevent the Blood Bull from controlling Superboy Prime to escape, and the precautions during the separation process, etc. He arranged things in an orderly manner. Darkseid stood quietly beside him to receive the task. For a moment, he even had the illusion that he and Batman had become a team again. "Darkseid? Your Majesty Darkseid, are you listening?" "Yes. We have to completely eradicate the hidden danger of Superman Prime. This is extremely important for our apocalypse. We must capture him intactly." Darkseid listened absent-mindedly, muttering to himself, "Bloody Bull, Bloody Bull." Hiss, why does the scene in front of me look familiar? We must capture the Reverse Flash alive. We must capture the Mind Mite alive. We must separate the Bloody Bull intact and put it into the red light furnace. Darkseid couldn't help but start to think, if he really obeyed Batman's orders again, would he be used by Batman again to create a second Reverse Flash? Volume 3 is almost over, and I'm a little stuck. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 I'm such a big apocalypse star! Exclamation mark. This is the spiritual world of Superboy Prime, the deepest and most secret place in his heart. This place should only contain the consciousness of Superboy Prime, but at this moment, Darkseid's Omega Effect, Blood Bull, and Chen Tao's telepathic ability have filled this place to the brim. Superboy Prime. Superboy Prime. Supreme. The layers of voices echoed repeatedly in the spiritual world. Why do you want to resist me? Superboy Prime heard the crimson rage whispering in his ear. The crimson, drifting mist rolled in his spiritual world, gathered into an ocean, and connected with him. And at the other end of this connection, was the Red Lantern Beast, the materialized incarnation of the energy of angry emotions, Blood Bull. So Superboy Prime opened his eyes. He lowered his head, and saw that he was wearing a red and blue Superman uniform. This was exactly what he wore in that golden age, when he and the heroes of the universe fought against the Anti-Monitor. At that time, he was still very thin. Weak in the literal sense. He had just awakened his superpowers at that time, and he was not yet as powerful as he would be later to fight the whole world on his own. He was just one of the people who fought against the Anti-Monitor, not even the main force. But there was only one thing that he shared with those heroes, a passionate and righteous heart. Why do you resist me? Aren't our interests common? Superboy Prime heard the voice of the Bloody Bull ringing in his ears, the dull, confused voice. You are seriously injured. In your current state, it is impossible for you to face your enemy. A hole opened in the spiritual world, and with the words of the Bloody Bull, the hole showed the outside world. Batman and Darkseid had formed an alliance. Batman was unharmed and ready to fight. Darkseid was covered in dust, but he was fine. Look. Superboy Prime did not respond. He stared blankly at the outside world. The Bloody Bull came close to him and rubbed his body with his sideburns. I admit that I'm trying to control your body. I'm a foreign body that enters your body. Superboy Prime heard Bloody Bull say, but isn't Darkseid's Omega Effect and Batman's mental power the same? As one of the three forces that exist in your body and try to control you, I'm definitely the most harmless one. Bloody Bull persuaded. His words were sincere, even a little servile. So, consider it. For billions of years, this lamp beast has never been so humble to people. But, the creature called Superboy Prime in front of him, his strength, his spirit, his will are unprecedented. Bloody Bull has never swallowed such delicious anger. Maybe he could have injured the incompetent rage of those mediocre people, chewing those old-fashioned anger that was as hard as rubber bands to satisfy his hunger, if he had never met Superboy Prime and had never bowed down at his feet. You can do that, he said. Let me help you. I can merge my body and soul with yours. As long as you embrace Blood Bull from the bottom of your heart, you will completely become my true host, and we will never be separated. Then he can suck out the last drop of anger from Superboy Prime, just like his former hosts. But before that, before Superboy Prime's anger is completely sucked out, Superboy Prime, who has completely merged with Blood Bull, will be restored to his perfect state. Superboy Prime did not respond. Blood Bull paused, and then whispered, "You have already rejected me once." There seemed to be a trace of grievance in his voice, as if there was no emotion hidden. What good will it do you to resist me like this? You need strength, and that's exactly what I can give you. I can definitely help you defeat your two enemies, and all you have to pay is to temporarily lose control of your body. Blood Bull repeatedly persuaded the other party. What's the big deal? He asked himself that he had already offered extremely generous conditions, and everything he said and thought was for the other party. But Superboy Prime remained silent. He tried hard to resist the erosion from Blood Bull. Beside Blood Bull, the control of the Omega Effect turned into a group of crimson particles that kept colliding. This was the physical projection of Darkseid's control in Superboy Prime's spiritual world. At the edge of the spiritual world, Batman's telepathic ability turned into a huge black bat. He flew over and bit the crimson Omega Effect, and then was immediately blown away by the other party. A terrifying wound appeared on the body of the black big bat, and there were still particles of the Omega Effect attached to it. But soon the big bat cried, and all these injuries disappeared without a trace. The opponent's body is strong, and even if he is counter-attacked by the Omega effect, he can quickly resist the opponent's corrosion with his will alone, and then continue to interfere. Under this influence, the Omega effect's corrosion on Superboy Prime was suddenly reduced. Are you insisting that you don't want to be controlled? The creature named Blood Bull, who could not understand human emotions. What's the point? Blood Bull said, don't you want to win? As long as we can defeat the enemy, does it really matter what method we use? Important. And Blood Bull heard the voice of Superboy Prime. Very important. He said, heroes should rely on their own abilities to overcome difficulties and obstacles and achieve victory, rather than borrowing external forces, especially lantern beasts like you. He said, do you think I'm Hal Jordan? Note, Superboy Prime here refers to the DC event, Emerald Twilight, which mainly tells the story of 7 million deaths in Coast City. In order to revive the entire population of Coast City, Green Lantern Hal Jordan absorbs the lantern beasts of the Yellow Lantern Corps and the materialization of fear emotions, Parallax Monster, and transforms into Parallax Demon Hal, thus falling from a hero to a villain. Superboy Prime hates this kind of hero degenerating into a villain. Here, Superboy Prime compares the Red Lantern Corps Lantern Beast Blood Bull to the Yellow Lantern Corps Lantern Beast Parallax Demon. Superboy Prime said, only perfect people are heroes. Only worthy of being heroes. He accumulated enough strength, jumped up in the spiritual world, and pounced on the Blood Bull. The huge lantern beast stumbled back. Countless phantoms of heroes from the Golden Age appeared in Superboy Prime's spiritual world, each of them shining in his memory. They rushed towards the Blood Bull together, as if they had attacked the Anti-Monitor, the great devil who destroyed the world, together in those glorious days. And Superboy Prime, wearing the uniform of the Crisis on Infinite Earths period, mixed in the group of hero phantoms, and punched the Blood Bull's chin hard. When Superboy Prime threw this punch, billions of phantoms punched with him. When he opened his mouth and roared, all the phantoms followed him. 4. Perfect and flawless justice. Bloody Bull could no longer maintain his body shape. He didn't understand how Superboy Prime did it. He had been eroded by 3 different forces, and was seriously injured. How could he still have the strength to fight back? No. You need me. Your anger. I can feel your anger. Give it to me. But the only response to Bloody Bull was Superboy Prime's heavy punch. The boy who once fought for freedom and the survival of the universe rushed towards it like a comet. Bloody Bull could only watch in vain, and trembling as the other raised his fists high and pierced his body. In the real world, with a vomit, Superboy Prime opened his mouth, and Bloody Bull was once again squeezed out of his body by willpower just like before. Superboy Prime's shouts shook the earth. In the spiritual world, he attacked the Omega effect again. As long as he wanted, as long as Superboy Prime wanted. The anti-life equation, that claimed to deprive free will, is nothing more than that. Boom. The violent explosion in the spiritual world turned the whole world into a ball of white light. Following the explosion, Darkseid's control over Superboy Prime also disintegrated. And finally, in the spiritual world, Superboy Prime's clothes were torn, and he tried his best to look at the Big Bat, and took a fighting stance. But the Big Bat did not rush up to fight him, but looked at him deeply, then flapped its wings and quickly disappeared into the sky of the spiritual world. Superboy Prime opened his eyes. Darkseid's face darkened. Superboy Prime has completely gotten rid of my control, and now it seems that he has also gotten rid of yours. He looked at the twisted, hysterical smile on the other's face, and the deep malice inspired by the two of them made Darkseid shudder. Even though the wound on Superboy Prime's chest that was cut by the Black Runner and almost ripped him open was still bleeding. Even though Superboy Prime was exhausted, because he was controlled by the Black Runners and only used his power, but never got a second of sunlight to replenish it. Even though Superboy Prime was panting and looked exhausted. But Darkseid still didn't intend to fight him. Batman. He retreated to Batman's side. Superboy Prime has fully recovered his sanity. He is a stronger enemy than ever before. He can't be led away by your poor Kryptonian subordinate. He whispered to Batman, use whatever skills you have. We have to fight hard. It is obvious that Superboy Prime will not let us stuff him back into the origin wall. What other tricks do you have? How many times can you block Superboy Prime with all your strength? I can hold him back. Then Darkseid heard Batman say, "We have to let Superboy Prime rest before we can send him back to the wall." Darkseid's deep red eyes flashed. "I have a powerful attack, but it takes time to charge, and you have to stand still and not be interrupted." He said to Batman, "I need you to help me hold down Superboy Prime, so I can use this move. Is it Omega Judgment?" Batman's question made Darkseid stunned. He didn't expect Batman to be so familiar with his moves. Although he didn't plan to use this move, he nodded and said, "Yes. It may take time." Darkseid heard Batman say, "Okay, I will give you enough time. Just get ready to do it." Then Darkseid saw the silver white particles that appeared before, and after his transformation ignited on Batman's body again, and then one doomsday bone spur after another pierced his body. He rushed towards Superboy Prime with the speed force wrapped around his body. Darkseid immediately began to pretend to prepare the so-called ultimate move on the spot, and then watched Batman rush to the front of Superboy Prime, but was hit by the opponent's unparalleled strange power, and flew backwards like a pinball. "Hold on for a while, I'll be fine soon." Darkseid's hands flashed with red Omega effect, but in fact he did not prepare for the so-called Omega Judgment as he told Batman. Yes, he did have such a move, but he didn't intend to use it on Superboy Prime at all. Superboy Prime regained his sanity. This monster hated everyone, and regarded every living object as an enemy. In this case, it was his turn to trick Batman. As soon as Darkseid stretched out his hand, the Crimson Omega effect sealed the entire space, ensuring that no one could leave here through the sonic boom channel. Then he raised his foot, and while Batman was still entangled with Superboy Prime, the sonic boom channel opened, and he left the battlefield on the origin wall directly. Standing in the boundless universe, Darkseid smiled. "Stupid Batman, did you think he would help him stick Superboy Prime back to the wall?" He had seen through it long ago. Batman had left too many tricks on Superboy Prime. It would be troublesome to mess with him. Doesn't Batman have many ways to deal with Superboy Prime? Then leave the crazy Superboy Prime to that bastard. He also used the Omega effect to block the space over there. No one except himself could get through, and no one could come back. Superboy Prime would never let Batman go, so let Batman and Superboy Prime fight each other next to the origin wall. No matter who survives, it will be a win for him. If Batman wins, it will probably be a miserable victory, and he can just go back to pick up the heads. If Superboy Prime wins in the end, the opponent may not run all the way to his apocalypse to continue to cause trouble, so his purpose of sending Superboy Prime away will be achieved. Anyway, he was going to go back to his apocalypse, and then quietly wait for Batman and Superboy Prime to decide the winner, and then wait. Darkseid was a little confused. How could he have such a big apocalypse? Wow, thank you very much for the 30,000 starting coins from Changdeo Miksu. Chapter 312 Darkseid returns with a gloomy face. The connection that Reverse Flash brought to Chen Tao by embracing the speed force was weakening. He could feel it all happening very clearly, as if someone was slowly pressing his shoulders, causing his feet to sink into the mud and finally slide into the abyss, and he could only watch it all, unable to stop it. Chen Tao gave up part of Batman's transformation, and only maintained the synchronization with the Red Death, and the speed bullets used to provide the ability to levitate and fly in the universe, to deal with Superboy Prime. And Superboy Prime was also keenly aware of the opponent's decline. He immediately slowed down his attack and told Batman, "You are dying." He did not say "I'm going to do this and that to you," or "you are going to lose," but spoke directly, with an indescribable sense of horror, as if stating the future that was about to become an objective fact. He no longer chased Batman, but stood in the void, waiting for Batman to be exhausted, like a patient hunter. Superboy Prime just stood there quietly. After a while, his injuries began to improve. The huge wound on his chest that was cut by the Dark Runner began to recover and heal itself. But before the wound could completely close, there was a hissing sound, and the huge wound broke open again. He simply stopped trying to catch Batman, who was constantly moving around him at high speed, and only used his thermal vision column to attack the opponent, and then stood there, quietly nursing his injuries. His condition was not good, but he believed that his enemy was worse. He watched the strange changes in Batman's body, his eyes full of compassion. Compared to the last time, you are more corrupt. Superboy Prime said. At this point, he seemed to be more calm. You are wrong. Batman should not be like this. In his mind, he recalled the Batman before the timeline was restarted. The Batman Bruce Wayne before Crisis on Infinite Earths. I used to know Batman. Beep, beep beep. Two huge beams of heat vision, like searchlights, shot out from his eyes, following the speeding Batman, and vaporized a large area of meteorites in the space not far away. He is extremely smart and wise. He became a leader of the Justice League as a mortal, and he is also the greatest detective in the world. He looked at Batman's half golden and half red body after he became the Red Death, and shook his head, and Batman should wear blue, not red. He concluded, I know Batman. No one knows Batman better than me. Having said that, he still stared at the other party closely, because Superboy Prime realized that Batman was stalling for time. If the other party planned to escape, he would never circle around with him here, but should directly turn his trajectory into a straight line and run away from him as far as possible. The farther the better. Although Darkseid used the Omega effect to block the surrounding area before leaving, Superboy Prime was very sure that, as long as Batman was given time, he might not be unable to, or should I say, he would definitely be able to break through the blockade. Of course, the time that Batman broke through the blockade was the time that Darkseid gave him, Superboy Prime, to attack Batman. According to Darkseid's idea, it was impossible for Batman to withstand the attack of Superboy Prime while breaking through the space blocked by the Omega effect, and thus successfully escape from the Coliseum he created. What an arrogant idea. Superboy Prime narrowed his eyes and continued to lick his wounds quietly like a lone wolf. Perhaps it was the illusion that he had been affected by the bloody bull and gone crazy before, or perhaps it was because the other party didn't know him well. Darkseid always felt that he would attack the person who appeared in front of him first, like a mad dog biting another dog in front of him, but ignoring the other dogs far away. But he was wrong, very wrong. Superboy Prime hates everyone in this world equally. This entire universe is the product of mistake. He saved the wrong person, and those heroes also saved the wrong person. This is a wrong reality, a corrupted timeline, that should not have happened. What he has to do is to completely erase it. He still has a chance to correct his mistakes, and he can do anything for this. So you see, Darkseid doesn't understand what he is fighting for, so his prediction of his behavior is naturally ridiculous. As for Batman, even if he runs away, what? It's just delaying the time of his own death. Superboy Prime doesn't mind killing people himself. No matter how many people he kills in this timeline, they will all be resurrected in the timeline he recreates, so it doesn't matter. He has fully learned a lesson from his last failure. Note, the last time here refers to the DC event Infinite Crisis. Superboy Prime and Alexander Luthor, who also hid in the Heaven dimension before the universe was restarted, joined forces to try to correct the timeline they thought was wrong, but were defeated by the heroes. The reason for the failure last time was entirely because he did not subdue the people or forces in the entire universe that might pose a danger to his plan before executing the plan, and finally let them twist together to interfere with the plan. So the lesson is to eliminate all factors that may interfere with the plan before starting the plan. Therefore, whether it is Batman or Darkseid, he will not let them go, and he will have to visit them in the end, especially Darkseid. Superboy Prime's face unconsciously showed malice. The Black Runner summoned by the other party made him very painful for a while, and he planned to make Darkseid very painful for a lifetime. Of course, with the reset of the timeline, Darkseid will forget all this. In the new timeline, he, Superboy Prime, will become a hero of the Justice League and cannot do such dark things. But the current situation is a bit special. Superboy Prime thought. Batman not only did not run away, but kept circling around him, as if he was still prepared for something. This made him alert. He never underestimated Batman's preparation. However, for now, he could not make any specific countermeasures through this vigilance. Due to the lack of intelligence, he had no idea what Batman relied on. This was also the reason why he did not leave Batman and leave directly, waiting for time to recover a little better before seeking revenge. Darkseid used the Omega effect to block the space in their area. Of course, He could tear it apart with one hand, but this would definitely be the moment when he was most relaxed. Once Batman, who had unknown means, chose to attack at that moment, he might suffer more unpredictable damage and take longer to recover. So for Superboy Prime, the best choice now is to stand quietly and slowly recover from his injuries. No matter what Batman has, as long as his own injuries are suppressed and his strength is restored enough, he can deal with it calmly, no matter what situation he encounters. Batman also seemed to be getting weaker as time went by, so for Superboy Prime, stalling for time was definitely an option that was beneficial. Although he didn't know why Batman had the same intention, he was completely happy to accompany him. Superboy Prime moved his body a little, and he felt that his injuries were starting to get better. Although the wound was still bleeding, it had gradually started to solidify. Batman was still stalling for time, and Superboy Prime began to rack his brains to recall the information he saw when he was controlled before, and to deduce the actions Batman might take. His super brain, which had not been used for a long time, began to turn slowly, and then turned faster and faster. But no matter how he reversed it, he couldn't think of where Batman's confidence came from. Could it be that he had some other way to enhance his transformation? But why did he think that this transformation could be stronger than himself? Could it be that Batman had reinforcement? What kind of reinforcement could be effective in the current battle? Darkseid. Superboy Prime blinked his eyes. Darkseid stabbed Batman in the back and left him here alone to face him. There was never any trust between the two of them, let alone any friendship. Counting on Darkseid to come back to help Batman, it would be better to expect him to suddenly become Batman's Robin. Question mark? Superboy Prime hadn't reacted yet, and then he saw a sonic boom channel suddenly appear in front of him. Darkseid reappeared on the battlefield with his charcoal-like rock face, turned his head, and said to Batman, "I'm back. Welcome back, Your Majesty Darkseid. I knew you wouldn't abandon your loyal Apocalypse guards." Apocalypse guards refers to destroying Apocalypse and then guarding it closely, right? Darkseid wanted to curse, but he felt that he shouldn't anger Batman at this time, giving Batman an excuse to do something more uncontrollable. So he pinched his nose and nodded. "Yes, that's right. I'm back to save you." Such unlucky words coming out of his mouth were just like farting. "Your Majesty Darkseid, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I never abandon my allies. I just. Long live Darkseid, our Apocalypse." The two men faced each other and immediately began to fart with their mouths. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with the sound of farts, smoke and stench. Superboy Prime was a little stiff beside him. Question mark? Looking at Darkseid, who was acting like an ally with Batman, Superboy Prime rubbed his eyes. What's going on? Darkseid actually came back to save Batman? Exclamation mark. What the hell? Why would he have such a dream? Did he make a mistake before? In this timeline, not only did all the superheroes degenerate into villains, but more importantly, all the supervillains were whitewashed into superheroes? He knew the man who pulled him down from the origin wall before. That was Bane, who once broke Batman's back, but now he is Batman's ally. Could it be that Darkseid is in the same situation? A bad and evil superhero, plus a sincere and kind supervillain? Puff, puff, puff. After talking nonsense to Batman for a long time, Darkseid finally lost his patience. He grabbed the other's collar and lifted him up from the ground. The most important issue now is Superboy Prime. After dealing with Superboy Prime, you can talk to me as much as you want, okay? Yes, for Apocalypse. Then he saw Batman stand at attention. His standing posture was more standard than those demons he directly controlled. Darkseid stretched out his hand, and the Crimson Omega energy spread around the two of them, blocking Superboy Prime's super hearing. Once the other party's hearing was blocked, Darkseid immediately got straight to the point. "It's difficult for me to suppress Superboy Prime now." Darkseid whispered to Chen Tao, "I lack the ability to make the final decision on Superboy Prime." He whispered, "Even if the two of us join forces now, we may not be able to send Superboy Prime to the wall." He said to Batman, "You must have a backup plan, right? You have calculated everything. You still have ways to strengthen the two of us and make us unstoppable." he urged in a low voice. Now it's time to take it out quickly. Don't hide it anymore. It's very simple. Then he heard Batman's voice say, first you need to have the Speed Force. Next, you need the Reverse Speed Force. Combining the two, we run together. We can achieve the effect of forcibly carrying Superboy Prime to the wall. We just need to use the machine called the Lightning Rod. When Darkseid heard Batman say this, the other party swore with confidence, as if he had planned it in advance. But the more Darkseid listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He also had a chilling feeling that was exactly the same as when he faced Superboy Prime, as if he had fallen into a new trap. However, at this time, Superboy Prime's fist had already arrived. Darkseid was caught by Batman and escaped from the opponent's attack, and then he heard the other party say, Darkseid, you should also know how ridiculous it is to become a landless king. Enough. Darkseid spoke out to stop him, but still failed to interrupt Batman's words. This Lord of Apocalypse, you don't want to. This is the third time Darkseid has heard this sentence. Darkseid's eyes were full of fire, but facing Superboy Prime who continued to rush towards him, he finally gritted his teeth. Leave the Speed Force to me, Batman. He said so. Go to work, and then get blackmailed by JK. Introduction. On the first day of work, I was blackmailed by JK on the tram. Uncle, you don't want to lose your job, because you're considered a pervert, do you? 50,000 yen. I'll pretend nothing happened. How about that? Otherwise I'll yell at you. Okay. The girl was extremely arrogant. But the problem is, looking at the school uniform of Private Kamishiro Girls Academy on the girl, Takizo couldn't help but recall his job. If he remembered correctly, he was the acting chairman of Private Kamishiro Girls Academy. Ending an individual who meets the conditions has been detected. The evil girl correction system is at your service. This system aims to punish all the evil deeds of evil girls, promote positive energy, and help them turn over a new leaf. Chapter 313 Goodbye, Superboy Prime. Speed Force. I have gained the Speed Force. At this moment, Darkseid was holding hands with Batman. Although his posture at this moment was as awkward as a little girl in kindergarten who was forced by the teacher to hold hands with a little boy who didn't like her, the Speed Force was indeed covering him, allowing him and Batman to fly around Superboy Prime at sublight speed. This is the Speed Force. Darkseid lowered his head absent-mindedly, raised one of his hands, and saw the bright yellow electric light and black and red lightning jumping and surging in his palm. His two sides of the body were covered by the Speed Force and the Anti-Speed Force respectively. The electric currents born from the void radiated from his body like sympathy, and then rushed into the universe and blended seamlessly. This is amazing. The Dark Lord murmured in a low voice, unveiling its mystery. You can see that the Speed Force is closely connected with so many things, and its true face is time. His eyes burning with the Omega effect spewed out deep red energy mixed with lightning. All the time. They are moving through reality. Kinetic energy, space-time energy, a storm of intelligence and experience that allows me to connect with everything. Through he hadn't finished his words, and then the Speed Force in his eyes receded like a tide, and in an instant, there was not a drop left. Through he turned his head suddenly, and looked at Chen Tao, through Batman. Batman standing beside him loosened his rock-like giant hand, and in an instant, the Speed Force left his body, and Darkseid's speed dropped suddenly, and he was left behind by Batman. Superboy Prime followed closely behind, and swung his fist at him. Darkseid's eyes widened, and then, Batman ran back, and held his hand again. Sorry, my hand slipped. Darkseid heard Batman say this to him in the time that was accelerated by the Speed Force. Being teased by this, Darkseid's eyes became a little gloomy. The other party was definitely doing it on purpose. But he didn't understand what Batman meant by doing this. Could it be that he was warning him that the Speed Force only belonged to him, Batman, so that he should not covet it? This warning was too low level. However, the more Batman warned him, the less he could stop him from having some ideas. Even after only this short contact with Batman, he still realized the various wonderful uses of the Speed Force. Darkseid couldn't help but think, if he also mastered the Speed Force, like he mastered the Omega effect. But these were all too far-fetched. In short, Darkseid suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Don't slip your hand again. There won't be a second time." He warned the other party, "You'd better hold my hand tightly and don't let go no matter what. Understood?" Then he heard Batman say, "That's what you said." If Atrocitus was here, he would definitely be able to teach Darkseid some experience after hearing this sentence, but unfortunately he was still in his base camp with William Hand at the moment, so Darkseid didn't realize what he would face next. In secret, Chen Tao shook his head. He suddenly let go of Darkseid's hand just now, just to try to keep a part of the speed force mixed with the anti-speed force directly in Darkseid's body, so that Darkseid can really become a speedster artificially transformed by him, so that he can let Darkseid take the consumption of synchronizing with other Batmans at will in the future. But it is obviously not possible. Indeed, this possibility is just a thought after all. If Darkseid had any affinity with the Speed Force, he would have been found by the Speed Force like the Gorilla Grodd or the Flash Barry Allen. And he didn't have it before, which can only mean that Darkseid's affinity with the Speed Force is very likely to have reached a terrifying level. 0. Superboy Prime swung his fist into the air, and he silently triggered 2 heat visions, which gushed towards them. "Get more familiar with the power." Darkseid heard Batman say, "Don't let go, or I won't be able to share my speed force with you. I can still hold on for now. You must fill your body with enough speed force by running. It's best to fill it up until it overflows." Chen Tao said, "For now, I'm still able to handle it with ease. I can't say about the future." In the red of all beings, the many heroes of the Justice League, on Apocalypse, which was swallowed by Batman, the somewhat broken skeleton spaceship from Brainiac, was quietly suspended there. Flash and Superboy Connor were helping Batman at this time. Connor stood by and watched Flash running non-stop. A wisp of golden speed force was continuously produced from the treadmill he was running on, and then evaporated into the air. An invisible but huge sense of oppression weighed heavily on Flash, and Flash could not help but wail, "Ah." So he said to Darkseid, "Are you ready? It's time to start. But you haven't told me how you are going to deal with Superboy Prime." Darkseid said, "But I'm ready." He curled up his fist, revealing the Omega effect and speed force wrapped around it. "We have accumulated enough speed force, and we can start at any time, as long as you want." He whispered, "How should we push Superboy Prime back to the wall? If we hold hands, we will have 2 extra hands, and then use the speed force to force him back to the wall. I think this is feasible, but it is too dangerous." He seriously discussed the strategy he had just thought of that might be carried out like this. "We use our 2 feet to clamp the opponent's lower body, and then hold his fists with our 2 hands, and our fists together are responsible for attacking him." Darkseid has almost designed all the details of the scene, and everything seems to be completely ready. Then he saw Chen Tao gave him a strange smile. "Oh no, we have a simpler way to send Superboy Prime back to the wall, but it may require you to make a small sacrifice." "Small sacrifice?" Darkseid asked. "What do you mean? Could it be?" Then Darkseid quickly realized what Batman was talking about. The next second, a surge of strange power was transmitted from the opponent's body to Darkseid's body. Darkseid was not the kind of creature that would scream in pain at any time. The pride and instinct of the Lord of Apocalypse made Darkseid try not to scream loudly, even if he was seriously injured. But at this time, the pain running through his body made Darkseid scream at the top of his lungs. "Ah!" The speed force that originally made him feel boundless magical power turned into a killer at this moment and began to constantly demand from him, making him miserable. In desperation, Darkseid subconsciously began to struggle desperately, trying to break free of Batman's dinosaur claw that was firmly grasping his rock-like hand. As a result, Batman's huge claw was like an iron clamp, firmly clamping his palm and not letting go, and he couldn't shake it off. "Hurry, let me go." "What did you do, Batman?" His thunderous questioning voice only earned Batman's silence and tighter grip. Darkseid felt blood oozing out of his mouth and nose. "Batman." He tried to roar. "Stop, stop, stop, stop." He saw that Batman's body was still wrapped in red and black anti-speed force, and then the bone spurs belonging to the Destroyer appeared on his body, and his skin completely turned into the grey-white color of the Destroyer. Chen Tao's loaded bat dragon combined with the bat wings created by the human-faced bat potion mobilized the power of the red of all living things. The speed force of the red death and the anti-speed force of the reverse flash wrapped around his whole body, and the destroyer added a majestic biological stance to his entire body. And most importantly, the classic crazy smile of the Joker appeared on his head, turning him from an ordinary western dragon covered with thorns and bone spurs into a crazy and funny clown dragon. Darkseid had never even had such a terrifying dream. Chen Tao grabbed Darkseid, who seemed a little small compared to his huge dinosaur body after transformation, and rushed straight towards the Supreme Superboy. Then Darkseid felt that he was lifted up, and an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. What do you want to do? In the severe pain, he turned his head and questioned Batman. What on earth do you want to do to me? But before he could finish his words, he was lifted up by Chen Tao. Darkseid felt the other party pressing his stomach with his claws. What does this mean? Does he want him to fire the Omega Effect Ray? Darkseid turned into a gun. Darkseid couldn't help but get furious. He would never. In the time infinitely accelerated by the speed force, Chen Tao vomited Apocalypse from his stomach, showed it to Darkseid, and then swallowed it back immediately. Darkseid had a cold face. The next second, Omega Effect rays gushed out of his eyes, sharing the burden of Chen Tao's synchronization with Batman, and using the Omega Effect at the same time made him groan. Before he had time to catch his breath, he felt that the whole world was turning upside down. He soon realized what Batman was doing to him. The opponent's huge claws extended from grabbing his arms to grabbing his feet, and then he lightly swung his whole body up with the method of using cold weapons such as the one-legged Bronze Man, and hit the prime little Superman. Boom. The deafening sound resounded through the world, and the prime little Superman didn't react for a while. Batman, who had completed the clown dragon transformation, grabbed Darkseid with one claw, which attracted his attention. He always thought that Batman should use the spare claw to attack him, so he had been prepared early. Unexpectedly, Batman used Darkseid as a weapon, and hit him in the head unexpectedly. The prime little Superman's head collided with Darkseid's, and both of them were knocked dizzy. And this is the right time. Suddenly, Darkseid felt that the burden on his body doubled again, and Chen Tao lowered his head slightly again. The original clown face began to show the texture of rock like the Dark Father. In the current state of Superboy Prime, even Darkseid could not control him through the incomplete fragments of the anti-life equation, but Chen Tao was different. He had made preparations. This might help him to disintegrate Superboy Prime's fighting power more conveniently and quickly. Those Joker potions that he had injected into Superboy Prime before were a kind of materialized medicine, not an abstract control force. Therefore, even if they were temporarily suppressed before, the things always remained in Superboy Prime's body. No matter how strong Superboy Prime's will was, it was impossible to change the laws of materialism and interfere with the changes in pharmacology. And now, Chen Tao had another way to stimulate these drugs. The anti-life equation from Dark Father instantly connected Chen Tao's mind to Superboy Prime, and then as Chen Tao's face bloomed with the Joker smile, Superboy Prime also began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the two of them rang out together, penetrating the universe, and they laughed wildly while looking into each other's eyes. There was sadness in Superboy Prime's eyes. When he found that he could no longer control his body, he might have anticipated his impending end. Batman's eyes were filled with compassion like the mercy of the sky. Goodbye, Superboy Prime. Please, go up to the wall. Chapter 314 Dark Father, I'm the Lord of Apocalypse. It was a moment of confusion at first. Consciousness faded, the scene was chaotic, and the world faded. Then I was alert from the confusion. I smelled the breath. I felt the touch. This is not my Earth, my home. This Earth belongs to them. This inferior universe occupied by a group of inferior heroes. Here I'm a sinner, a killer, a madman. There is no home for me, no Lori. Without her world, there is no value in existence. I swear to return to her side, even if it means destroying other lives. I'm Superboy Prime. I did it. At this moment, in Superboy Prime's mental world, he saw the huge bat shadow flickering from the edge of his mental world and appeared in front of him. And one chain after another stretched out from the depths of darkness, binding him tightly. I'm fighting for my world, Superboy Prime told Batman. It's not fair, he said. I just want to create a more perfect world. He stared at Batman and questioned, have you never felt ashamed of colluding with Darkseid? Oh, not at all, Chen Tao thought. In the real world, Superboy Prime stood there blankly, like a lifeless puppet. Chen Tao held Darkseid's hand. Since Superboy Prime could no longer show off his power for the time being, he lifted the transformation of the Ravager. Darkseid suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders lighten, and then he was brought in front of Superboy Prime. Then Batman ordered him, Darkseid, attack with all your strength. Don't give him a second to breathe. He and Darkseid each grabbed one of Superboy Prime's arms, and the two of them clenched their hands into fists, and took turns to attack each other. Bang, 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 while Darkseid in the real world was swinging his fists with Batman's Chen Tao once again entered the spiritual world of Superboy Prime. The other party was still cursing. What kind of good person do you think you are? Do you think you are fighting to save your world? Well, me too, he said. I'm the only hero. In the real world, Superboy Prime, who was completely controlled by the anti-life equation, was suspended with a clown-like smile on his face, and was hit by Darkseid's fists against the origin wall. Let me ask you, Superboy Prime. Friends, family, the world, there have been countless people who have lost these. But what makes you so special? What makes you so twisted? No need to answer, just ask yourself. Chen Tao interrupted Superboy Prime, who was about to say something. It doesn't matter, everything is over. He looked at Superboy Prime and heard the others roar. They have tried to stop me before. In the sky, in the earth, in the present world, in the future. They have tried, but they have all failed. No prison can hold me, and there will never be one. That's where you're wrong. Then Superboy Prime heard the other party say, this is not a prison, but the end. Boom boom. In the real world, Darkseid and Chen Tao stopped, and the two of them watched as Superboy Prime, with a clown-like smile on his face, was pushed to the origin wall peacefully. He was kicked against the wall in a huge noise, surrounded by hideous and terrifying monsters. This is the end. Chen Tao and Darkseid held hands, and confirmed that Superboy Prime was indeed locked back in the origin wall. Both of them couldn't help but sigh. Such a terrifying beast was finally locked back in the cage. Well done, Chen Tao said, and next. Darkseid turned his head, and beside him, a sonic explosion channel opened, revealing the endless universe behind the channel, as well as the kind grandmother and Calabac floating there. These two were the only two remaining members of the Dark Elite on his planet, his guard training captain and his eldest son. In addition to the military advisor Desert and the General Steppenwolf, who also survived on Earth at this time, the huge apocalypse has now become 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. Give apocalypse back to me, and then we can talk about our problems. Darkseid stared at Batman. You have to abide by the agreement. I have helped you solve Superboy Prime. Although it was just a verbal agreement, it was still binding. Chen Tao did not intend to default on it, and fight with Darkseid because of it. He immediately vomited out the apocalypse that had been in his stomach for a long time. Otherwise, why did he let Flash and Superboy Connor stay on the shrunken apocalypse in Brainiac's skull-shaped spaceship? He happily used the magnifying light to magnify the entire planet again and appeared in the original place. Then he met Darkseid's malicious gaze. Chen Tao sighed. Don't tell me that after all we've been through together, you're still planning to invade Earth. He said to Darkseid, that's too sad. Why not? He heard Darkseid's reply. After everything you've done to me, your transformations weren't without a price. He heard Darkseid say, when you held my hand, I finally got the last piece of the puzzle to understand the principle of your transformation. Your transformations, they all require someone to help you bear that weird price together. And one of the opportunities for you to share that price is the Speed Force, right? He said, I merged with you at that time, and we were in harmony and blended. Darkseid said affirmatively, and this also exposed your true colors. Except for me, you have no one to help you bear that price. I can feel it so clearly. Darkseid said, when you linked to me, I was the only one pulling you on the other side of the Speed Force. Chen Tao lowered his head. In a way, Darkseid was not wrong. He knew very well that when Darkseid said this to him, He was both describing his own judgment and testing Batman's reaction, but he lowered his head and remained silent. He lowered his head silently and prepared. "It's all over, Batman," Darkseid said. "I'm the Lord of Apocalypse, and the Earth will." Wrong. But his words were interrupted by Batman, or corrected. "You are not the Lord of Apocalypse," Darkseid heard Batman say. He saw silver white particles on the other's skin, and then turned into rock-like grey. "I am." Chapter 315. If you call Apocalypse, will he agree to your request? What happened? Hal Jordan climbed out of his crystal coffin in a daze, and turned to look at Killer Croc next to him. He felt a little dizzy. The infusion of the Speed Force disappeared. Doesn't Batman need us to help him share the pressure? He climbed out a little shakily, and then stood on the ground to calm down. He saw the whole Rogue Gang and Marty and Manhunter sitting in a row not far away. It seemed that they came out of the crystal coffin earlier than him. "Of course we need it." Then Green Lantern heard Killer Croc's voice behind him, saying, "But the Speed Force is gone. Batman just told me that the Speed Force brought to him by the legacy of Reverse Flash will soon be exhausted." Hal Jordan was about to say something, and then he saw the big crocodile waving his hand. "I know you want to ask me what Batman did again. Come on, man, don't ask me. He didn't tell me anything. I'm just repeating his original words." Big Crocodile repeated, and then slapped his head. "Oh, right, where was I just saying?" The next sentence he said was, "But we have new replacements." Hal Jordan turned around and saw Big Crocodile operating a strange instrument next to him, and connected to it was the insect-faced meditation mite with a dead look. "Everyone, get ready to continue working. This time, what you need help to conduct is not the Speed Force, but this, the huge magic power from the other 7 magical continents, provided by the meditation mites." Killer Croc clapped his hands, attracting the attention of many heroes who were still resting. "This principle is through the magical connection between Thundershazam and the meditation mites." He read 2 pages and found that he couldn't understand, so he threw the things down. "Anyway, just lie in the crystal coffin and continue. Whether it is conducting the Speed Force or those magic powers, it feels the same. Hurry up and act." None of the many heroes present responded to him. They were all too tired. Conducting the Speed Force is really not an easy job. But after hearing Killer Croc's call, they still numbly and obediently lay back in their crystal coffins, as skilled as cows in the pasture who stick up their butts when they see the milker coming. With a bang, Hal Jordan continued to lie back, and as the coffin door was closed, before Darkseid became the toe puller and took on the heavy burden of synchronizing other Batmen from the Alfred Protocol on behalf of Chen Tao, Darkseid himself actually didn't know much about the internal logic of how Chen Tao synchronized other Batmen. Chen Tao has always been very tight-lipped, except for Lucius, who had to participate in the experiment. He has never revealed the nature of this toe-pulling game to others, let alone the previous Cyborg Superman and Supergirl. Even the other members of the Justice League only knew a little about it. Even Killer Croc, the task-issuing NPC who issued orders to the Justice League, the messenger, only knew that the order he was going to convey was Batman asked you to be the living battery of the Speed Force. As for why Batman did this, maybe they would have some guesses. That's another matter, but Chen Tao would never tell them clearly. Therefore, to outsiders, Batman seemed to have suddenly transformed into a strange but powerful form, and then looked very exhausted. But the specific internal logic of how it became like this is not clear. However, at this point, Darkseid had personally participated in Batman's game of pulling the rope, and he thought he had thoroughly understood how Batman transformed, but the facts seemed to be slightly different from what he thought. This is not possible. Darkseid stared at Batman's rock-like skin. Perhaps people who don't understand what this means will only regard it as a simple change in appearance, but Darkseid, who has mastered the Omega effect, can clearly feel that the Batman in front of him has indeed mastered the same ability as him. This is an absolutely impossible fallacy. Darkseid has the complete Omega effect and fragments of the anti-life equation. There can never be 2 identical Omega effects in the same universe, just as there can't be 2 physical rules that define the same change, and the entropy value of the universe can't have 2 frequencies of decrease. However, all this really happened before his eyes, and Darkseid had to admit it, but it didn't mean he would accept it. No matter what tricks you played. Darkseid's face darkened. Such a shameful, despicable, and absurd act of plagiarism completely angered the former Lord of Apocalypse. His hands naturally fell on both sides of his body, clenched into fists, with his palms facing up. Crimson Omega rays burned in his eyes. Even after fighting with Superboy Prime, and even being directly regarded by Chen Tao as a boatman for multiple SS-level Batmans, Darkseid's condition did not seem to be affected at all. The Crimson Omega rays carrying Darkseid's anger shot out again, gushing towards Batman. Almost in an instant, Chen Tao's eyes also lit up with the same color of Alfred effect, and the two curved lasers collided violently in the universe above Apocalypse and then disappeared. The two cannot be said to be exactly the same, but they can only be said to be completely consistent. Darkfather was originally the product of Batman's murder of Darkseid, after his mind was completely distorted by the Omega effect and anti-life equation. The Alfred effect he mastered was naturally not much different from the Omega effect, just like a different name. It seems that this is indeed the case. Darkseid said nothing. He was secretly mobilizing the defense measures he left on Apocalypse. Many people may not know that his Apocalypse is not only his kingdom, but also a super huge war fortress. The hell spores loaded on Apocalypse can destroy a planet with just one shot. He should have been able to control this fortress at any time, to destroy anyone he wanted to attack, but now there is no response. What did you do? Darkseid asked. Enter 7XL9 he heard Batman say. I cracked the code and recompiled it. Now Apocalypse is under my control. How dare you? Darkseid rushed over again. In the vacuum of the universe, his voice appeared in Chen Tao's mind with the Omega effect. Give me back my Apocalypse. He grabbed Batman and roared as he fell on Apocalypse. This is my Apocalypse. He was so angry that Chen Tao caught his flaw. The appearance of the Dark Father faded from his body, as the hideous bone spurs from the Destroyer were refreshed and overwritten on his body. Darkseid was punched and flew away. No problem. Doomsday is also a Kryptonian. Darkseid dropped his fist on the ground and then climbed up. He raised his head and saw that Batman had transformed into a state of merging his own image with his own Batman element. The other party put his hands behind his back and flew slowly in the air. Countless tiny silver-white particles continued to fly out of his body, and then a red-headed, green-torsoed robin-like creature was constructed next to him. The number of these robins-like creatures increased, and soon they covered the sky. Oh my god. Oh my god. All kinds of noisy voices were heard. Seeing this, Darkseid also wanted to summon his own demon-like creatures. It was so funny, there were no demon-like creatures to summon. Superboy Prime had a big fight with Darkseid on Apocalypse. What kind of demon-like creature could survive such a fierce battle? Even if the demon-like creatures were transformed to look like they were built for war, they were essentially mass-produced biological soldiers. Perhaps those extremely solid defense measures and the weapons hidden in them would not be a big problem if they were not directly attacked by Superboy Prime, but this obviously did not include the demon-like creatures. Except for the two leaders, like Caliban and Kind Grandma who have certain strength, the billions of troops hidden by Darkseid on Apocalypse had long been killed in the fight between Superboy Prime and him around the entire Apocalypse. Even if there were still a few scattered troops left, when the entire planet was shrunk and swallowed by Chen Tao using Brainiac's shrinking ray, he naturally seized the control of the entire planet and killed them by the way using the weapons of those defense facilities. Therefore, Darkseid found that he couldn't call a single demon at this moment. A robin rushed straight to Darkseid, opened his mouth and bit the stone-like face of the Dark Lord, and then broke all his steel teeth. Even if Darkseid stood there and let the robin bite, this mass-produced mechanical soldier couldn't bite the opponent's skin. But compared with physical attacks, psychological insults are more severe. Darkseid had just torn the para-robin that dared to attack him to pieces, and then more and more rushed up, overwhelming him in an instant. Damn. After killing another para-robin, Darkseid was hit by Batman's synchronized Devastator on the back of his head again, and was immediately hit into the soil like a bullet. After crawling out of the soil, he realized that he could no longer allow so many para-robins to block his vision and distract his attention. So he opened his fingers and a sonic explosion channel immediately opened in front of him. The territory controlled by Apocalypse is vast and boundless, and it is not just Apocalypse. On other planets that have been conquered by Darkseid, there are also extremely large numbers of parademons stationed. Therefore, although all the parademons on Apocalypse have died, Darkseid can easily summon a few from his own colonies to fill the gap. As long as there are parademons to help him entangle these inferior copycat para-robins released by Batman, he can have a good fight with Batman. He knew that Batman had no ability to synchronize the Omega Effect state or the previous Speed Force state for a long time. This was a reliable conclusion he came to by observing Batman's state when he dealt with Superboy Prime before and combining it with the situation he found when he acted as a Topola. As long as time drags on long enough, Batman will always be at a disadvantage. As long as he persists for a while, Batman will soon gradually become weaker. Although Darkseid didn't know who Batman would use to replace him as a Topola, it must be impossible to last long. He had personally borne that heavy burden. It was okay for Batman to use only one ability, and the pressure was not too great. However, after multiple abilities were superimposed, it directly became a pressure that normal life could not bear. And he was able to bear this pressure because he was a user of the Omega Effect, a new god. He only used the entropy value of the Omega Effect, the annihilation of the universe, to resolve the pressure, instead of just relying on his physical body to bear it. Using his physical body to bear it could not withstand it, and would not last long unless the toughness of this physical body reached the level of Superboy Prime, but that's another story. So he needs a demon now. Just opened the transmission channel. The sonic boom channel was opened under Darkseid's control, and then the next second, with a pop, the channel that had just been opened was instantly closed by Batman. "Are you stupid?" Darkseid heard Batman say. "Have you forgotten? I'm the Lord of Apocalypse. If you can open a sonic boom channel, I can open one too. I'm the Lord of Apocalypse." "Nonsense. If you call Apocalypse, will he agree to you?" Chapter 316. Darkseid shuddered at the crazy laughter. Buzz. The sonic boom channel was opened by Darkseid. Pop. It was closed by Chen Tao again. Opened. Closed again. Buzz. Pop. Buzz. 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 Pop. Enough. Darkseid, who had been hugged into a ball by many robins, rushed towards Chen Tao. Countless robins shouted, "Fuck you" in his ears, while biting his cheeks desperately. Omega rays gushed out of Darkseid's eyes. He just beat the robins who tried to bite his lower eyelids into ashes, but then more robins rushed up and hugged his head and continued to bite. "Get out of here." Darkseid could no longer bear it. His eyes began to accumulate energy, intending to use an Omega ray to temporarily clear the robins around him. However, his action was interrupted by Chen Tao's fist before he could complete it. However, Darkseid also took this opportunity to fight back against Batman with all his strength. Boom. Each of his punches and kicks was full of power, and this fist with anger was even heavier. Chen Tao was punched by Darkseid and was thrown into the ground of Apocalypse, which was already riddled with holes, like a pinball, leaving a deep hole on the ground. Boom. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground not far from where they fought, and the magma underground was shaken by the aftermath of their fight, and erupted into the sky. Darkseid, who was originally planning to continue chasing, could not help but pause. He hurriedly used the ray to charge, and the bent Omega ray moved around his body, scorching all the robins around him for hundreds of meters in an instant like a greedy snake, which immediately made his peripheral vision clear. Darkseid ignored the other robins who continued to rush up. Taking advantage of this gap, his eyes glowed red. The Omega rays were bent to vaporize the magma that was still expanding and erupting, and then they forced the magma that had not yet erupted into the ground. His previous fight with Superboy Prime had caused too much damage to Apocalypse, especially in the places where they stayed for a long time. The surface of the planet was like tofu to the two of them. It had already caused some damage to the core of the planet. If it was not treated urgently, it would be more troublesome later. Darkseid cleared another wave of robins who surged up. In the past, when he conquered other planets, He always used the demons as the vanguard and witnessed the weak enemies cursing and roaring in front of him and being drowned by the demons. When the demons dispersed, only a large pool of blood mixed with broken bones would be left on the spot. He would just fly over the wailing crowd with an expressionless face, turn his head, and continue to fire multiple rays continuously, bending repeatedly in the ground, breaking up the magma that had begun to condense, making a magma eruption that almost occurred disappear invisibly, and finally smoothing out the surface that had begun to bulge a little. This set of actions was smooth and flowing, and any geologist on the earth would be amazed at this operation. But Darkseid was a new god, an existence beyond mortals, and this was just a trivial thing for him. Boom. The ground that Darkseid had just smoothed with great effort was raised, and there was a loud noise in the sky, and a Dark Father jumped out of the stone and made a brilliant appearance. The magma flow that had been smoothed was stimulated by this and erupted more violently. Damn it, you destroyed the earth vein. Boom. 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 With a few loud bangs, several columns of magma spurted out next to where Darkseid was standing, and the high temperature flaming magma poured down on his forehead like rain. After Chen Tao rushed out of the lava, he did not attack immediately, but still maintained Darkseid's classic posture of putting his hands behind his back. You don't understand who I am at all. I'm the Dark Father. I purify the planet into scorched earth. I make the order of life obey my will. I'm the new god. Everything is one. Everything belongs to the Dark Father. This strong body is my temple. I will shatter your dreams, crush your ambitions. There has never been an existence like the Dark Father among you. I will lead you into a hell with no exit and no end, where I will kill your souls, make you afraid, make you beg for mercy, let you die. Death. For Darkseid. Cough 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 cough. Die for the Dark Father. Then you will know that there has never been any free will in this world, only this endless hell. Darkseid was so angry that he couldn't utter a word. His forehead was throbbing. Idiot. The heat of apocalypse is rising continuously. The explosion caused by the melting of the planet's core will kill hundreds of millions of people. The radiation will also spread throughout the entire galaxy, turning several surrounding sectors into deadly places. Idiot. Stop it. Wait, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Darkseid hadn't finished his words when he saw that Batman's eyes were actually emitting rays, and he was shooting at him with magma. Idiot. Are you crazy? The planet will really explode. No, it won't. Even if it explodes, it has nothing to do with you. This is my apocalypse. Mine. My bicycle. I stand up and pedal. What does it have to do with you? Chen Tao raised his eyebrows. In the information flow that Darkseid could not see, Chen Tao felt the detectors he installed in different places on the planet. When he had swallowed the entire planet just now, he had already done enough on Apocalypse to monitor the status of the planet at all times. If necessary, he could even intervene in the status of the entire Apocalypse through these instruments. The status displayed by the readings is very clear now, which is much more accurate than the approximate situation obtained by Darkseid, based on his estimation. It is no wonder that Darkseid can only estimate. After all, who would consider the situation of his hometown exploding and install surveillance for no reason? Although the situation is indeed as dangerous as Darkseid said, it is still a long way from the actual explosion. After all, as Darkseid said, there are other intelligent life forms in the sector where Apocalypse is located. Although it is not an unacceptable outcome for him if he accidentally blows up Apocalypse, if he accidentally kills other innocent planets, then he really has no moral bottom line. After all, Chen Tao is not Jon Stewart. Note, Jon Stewart, a human from Earth and a member of the Green Lantern Corps, accidentally caused a planet named Zunshi to explode due to a misjudgment during a mission, turning it into a cosmic firework and killing billions of intelligent life on it. So according to the instrument, Apocalypse will have to withstand at least 92 attacks of the same level as Darkseid just now before it really explodes. Which means, wow, ha 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 ha. Chen Tao laughed wildly with his eyes glowing red. Darkseid immediately realized what the other party was going to do, which was more terrifying to him than anything else. Chen Tao's eyes glowed red, and he aimed at the ground and fired. 5 or 6 magma columns rose up in an instant due to his deliberate act of destruction, which made Darkseid's eyelids twitch. He rushed forward, trying to protect his home and defeat this terrible invader. No. The other planets in this sector are innocent. Do you know how many innocent people you will kill? The Dark Lord tried to use those innocent planets to morally kidnap his opponent, but his roar only brought Batman's crazy laughter. Darkseid took a deep breath. Okay. So the Dark Lord finally said, I promise never to set foot on Earth again, without any conditions. I swear. Don't you want this? He was able to maintain a calm tone at first, and then gradually began to hold back the anger in his heart and roared uncontrollably. So, now, immediately, stop showing up on my apocalypse, and go back to your planet. I don't want to see you again. The former Lord of Apocalypse had already offered enough price, and he was sure that Batman should stop and return to Earth. Isn't all this Batman did to force himself to make such a vow? So he did that. He gave up. As Batman said, it is ridiculous to be a king without land. The more important reason is that he has too many ways to circumvent his oath. He is Darkseid, a god beyond the imagination of mortals. It is disrespectful to speculate his behavior with simple human thinking. He can even mobilize stars to hit the Earth. He can slowly search for the anti-life equation and everything else he needs to find in the ruins. As long as the Earth itself does not exist, isn't it a joke to not set foot here? For Darkseid, what he needs to think about is not the Earth itself, but the hard power of his enemies, Batman and the entire Justice League. In this world, only the power that can truly defeat Darkseid can make the Dark Lord feel daunted. The above other party's thinking is very complicated, but this does not mean that Darkseid himself does not intend to stop this time. Both he and Apocalypse need to recuperate. After the Reverse Flash was destroyed, the Black Runner abandoned him and ran back to the universe to find a new host, thus escaping from Darkseid's control. Darkseid must first capture him. So at least so far, Darkseid still sincerely wants to make peace with Batman. But things did not happen as Darkseid himself thought. Earth, Earth, Earth. He heard Batman repeat it 3 times. His tone was disappointed, as if he was sighing. Darkseid's heart was covered with a haze. He always felt that Batman's tone was a little wrong. You only have eyes for the Earth. And this universe needs more high quality criminals. Well, I'll fill the gap myself. What do you mean? I've already said that I will no longer set foot on Earth. What else do you want? Earth is not important at all. Then Darkseid heard Batman slowly say, it's insignificant. Do you know what's most important? What's most interesting? The important thing is to convey a message to everyone. Everything will burn to ashes. Haha, haha, ha ha ha. Darkseid felt cold all over his body and shuddered when he heard Batman's crazy laughter. He saw that Batman didn't pay any attention to him at all. Even after he put forward such generous conditions, the other party was still using Omega Rays to attack Apocalypse, but it didn't seem to cause a devastating attack on the planet. Before, Darkseid read the other party's holding back as a means of paying a price, but in fact, the other party was just a lunatic. This kind of holding back was not for negotiating with him, but for the other party's own game experience. Boom. Under Batman's torment, magma began to erupt in this area, and Darkseid's ankle was about to be swallowed by the raging magma. He tried to continue fighting with Batman, but found that their moves were exactly the same, and he could not break them in a short time. Even if he forcibly caught a flaw, Batman would switch from the mode of mastering the Omega effect to the mode similar to the Doomsday Monster, using brute force to smash Darkseid's advantage, and then continue the previous cycle. Darkseid's anger was also constantly accumulated in this process. Fear, anger, and a sense of helplessness. At a certain moment and node, the Dark Lord turned his head and saw blood. The Butcher Bull poked his head out of the void beside him, and the 2 sharp horns that were burning like blood were facing him. Darkseid, you have a huge anger in your heart. That is my best food. Darkseid raised his head, and saw Batman laughing and destroying Apocalypse not far away. So make an alliance with me. Darkseid heard Blood Bull say, the anger of Superboy Prime is perfect, but it can't last long. But your anger is enough to satisfy your hunger. Darkseid heard Blood Bull say, and you are going to deal with Batman, right? I don't care about the fight between you at all. Even dealing with Batman is not something I can't do. Blood Bowl tried hard to promote himself. You are in a situation where you can't do anything to Batman, and you can't control the other party's destruction of this planet. But as long as you are willing to be possessed by me, the power of the two of us will definitely surpass Batman. Blood Bowl said. Red Lantern Darkseid, you can definitely kill Batman. And then, with a bang, Blood Bowl was hit by Darkseid's fist before he finished speaking and flew backwards like a cannonball. Darkseid touched his fist. The prospect described by Blood Bowl looked very good, and the fact was indeed so. He couldn't do anything to Batman. But who told himself that, if he couldn't do anything to Batman, he would take the initiative to be possessed by Blood Bowl? Darkseid didn't doubt that Blood Bowl might take away his control of his body, but for Darkseid, everything in front of him was so familiar. Superboy Prime and Blood Bowl, they had both been handled by Batman, and then what Darkseid experienced after trying to control Superboy Prime wasn't magical enough. Who could guarantee that Blood Bowl, which had also been handled by Batman, would not hide any traps, waiting for him to foolishly agree to merge with the other party to control his body, and then be tricked by Blood Bowl? Compared with the danger of falling into Batman's trap step by step, he trusted his fists more. So I refuse. Darkseid said. Don't even think about it. TSK. Chen Tao curled his lips beside him. He had been acting as an antisocial lunatic for a long time before, but he didn't expect Darkseid to be smart and didn't agree to let Blood Bowl possess him. This was really disappointing to him. Chapter 317. The Spear That Killed the New God. Darkseid learned his lesson this time. Although the entire planet was in danger of being destroyed, he never thought of borrowing the power of Blood Bowl. This made the whole set of bat combos that Chen Tao prepared at the back useless. Chen Tao did not give up. He fired a few more Omega Rays at Apocalypse, Alfred Rays, but Darkseid remained indifferent. He still rushed over and tried to beat him, but he refused to accept Blood Bowl's olive branch. So in the end, Chen Tao gave up in dismay. He felt like Zhuge Liang facing Sima Yi. No matter how he seduced the other party, Darkseid always used the tortoise shell tactics. As long as I don't touch anything related to Batman, I will never be fooled. Although this tactical thinking looks really stupid, it just restrains all of Chen Tao's plans to some extent. After all, no matter how well he planned, he couldn't control Darkseid's brain and make him act according to his own ideas, let alone him. Even Brainiac and Starro the Conqueror of the Universe couldn't interfere with the Dark Lord's brain out of thin air. Note, Starro the Conqueror of the Universe is a super starfish with one eye. Like Brainiac, he is the strongest mind controller in the DC universe. Unlike Brainiac, he is good at group control skills. TSK. Seeing Batman stop in disappointment and stare at him, Darkseid felt a little frightened and afraid of him. Darkseid was not frightened at all. He was just simply thinking about what tricks Batman had. The Batman in front of him always came up with something that the Dark Lord couldn't even think of. Darkseid had already retreated in his heart. He couldn't let go of Earth. Yes, that's right. Whether it was Grandma Kind, Steppenwolf, or Desert, his minions on Apocalypse all thought that Darkseid conquered Earth just because he wanted to conquer a new planet again and wanted to make Earth one of the countless planets that surrendered to him. But that's not the case, is it? I'm Darkseid, and I once received a prophecy about the complete anti-life equation. That prophecy revealed to Darkseid, who had been searching for the true complete anti-life equation, where he could find this powerful force that would allow him to rule over all living things. Earth? Yes, that place. Although the prophecy didn't tell Darkseid anything, it clearly told Darkseid the location, which was enough for the Dark Lord to take action. This is why Darkseid never told others, and it is also the ultimate reason why Darkseid couldn't give up Earth. The prophecy will never be wrong. The method to obtain the anti-life equation must be related to the Earth. Therefore, Darkseid once thought about swearing to Batman that he would never set foot on the Earth again, and then directly pull a certain star to destroy the Earth, or simply use Apocalypse to directly transform the Earth and swallow it, and then slowly look for the anti-life equation in the swallowed Earth or a piece of cosmic dust. In any case, the anti-life equation cannot be destroyed by the above two means. If it is really like the prophecy, the anti-life equation is related to the Earth, then he must be able to find the equation in the ruins. In this way, he can achieve his goal without violating his oath of setting foot on the earth. But it is obvious that Darkseid knows without asking that Batman will never let him make such an oath with obvious loopholes. He could say the oath, "I will not invade the earth as long as you are alive," in front of Batman before, because he did not intend to let Batman return to the earth alive. And now, this option is still tempting enough, as long as he delays long enough. Darkseid was ridden by Chen Tao and shot left and right. The hideous bone spurs from the Ravager were once again overwritten by the silver white particles on his body, but the Robin-like creatures beside him still did not turn into silver white particles and disappear. This means that while Chen Tao synchronized with the Ravager, he also synchronized a small part of the Dark Father on his body, which undoubtedly put a greater burden on the Meditation Might, the Gorilla Grodd, the Turtle Man, and the entire Justice League. On Earth, the hissing of the Meditation Might became louder. Even without the magic microphone as its vocal organ, the Meditation Might was noisy like dozens of geese just by hissing. It slumped in its cell like a dead dog, and the endless and huge magic power was constantly poured into reality with itself as the hub. The body of the Meditation Might was constantly growing. After being captured by Batman, it gradually declined to the size of a puppy. In just a few dozen minutes, it grew to the size of a mammoth. Its body was crystal clear, like a translucent balloon that had been blown up. What prevented its body from continuing to expand was the metal absorber that stretched out from the cell. The receiving mouth carrying the magical power of the metal spirit was engraved with countless magic patterns drawn by the Bat Wizard. It kept drawing these magic powers from the Meditation Might's body and then poured them into the bodies of the Justice League members lying in the crystal coffin next to it. As soon as these magic powers stained with the breath of Meditation Might entered the bodies of the Justice League members, they immediately turned this Justice League member into a small Meditation Might. It was equivalent to the magic power of the 7 magic continents having a new channel to be poured into reality. After the magic power went around the bodies of the Justice League members, it had already increased several times. Then when these magic powers returned to the Meditation Might, the opponent was as mature as a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Chen Tao then used the 2 methods of the lines engraved on the opponent's belly by the Bat Mage and the connection between Thunder Shazam to distribute the power to the Meditation Might, allowing the strengthened Meditation Might to maintain all his consumption. However, this state cannot be maintained forever. Although they are thousands of miles apart, Chen Tao already feels that the Meditation Might seems to be a little overwhelmed. This is because Chen Tao not only did not help him improve his endurance, but instead used the members of the Justice League to increase the burden on the Meditation Might. If there were no members of the Justice League, the Meditation Might would use the magic power he could attract to share Chen Tao's pressure. There is nothing to say. He is like a crack at the bottom of a bowl. Magic energy constantly leaks into reality through this crack, and is then swallowed by the Meditation Might itself. The Meditation Might shares as much as it leaks. The main point is that one can do as much work as one can. But now Chen Tao has connected many of the Justice League's small batteries to the Meditation Mights, causing the Justice League members to absorb magic power together with the Meditation Mights. The power absorbed per second has increased, and the Meditation Mights have been strengthened faster. The pressure Chen Tao has asked him to share has also increased. He even played a part of the synchronization with the Dark Father, and then synchronized with the Ravager to beat Darkseid, which made the Meditation Mights even worse. Chen Tao was really anxious. He punched Darkseid, but the opponent's rock face was like metal. He couldn't hit him, no matter how hard he hit. Damn it. Chen Tao slapped his head and quickly realized the idiocy of his behavior. Even Superboy Prime couldn't beat Darkseid. No matter how long he beat him like this, it would be useless. Darkseid is now playing the tortoise shell tactic. As long as the time is delayed long enough, unless. Chen Tao's eyes lit up with the Alfred effect, and the flames of the anti-life equation burned in his eyes. In his hand, the silver white particles gathered, and a gun appeared. The gun that Batman once used to kill the new god, and in the Dark Father's universe, Batman created him again. Chen Tao raised the gun and pointed it at Darkseid. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, I Want to Retire. In the comic story of Final Crisis, Batman shot Darkseid and severely injured him, which directly led to Darkseid being completely killed by Flash through the Omega Effect and Black Runner. Although the bullet shot by Batman was made by Darkseid himself to kill the new god, and the prerequisite for the new god to die was also achieved by Darkseid himself. But in Chen Tao's previous life, this famous scene of Batman shooting Darkseid was still deliberately taken out of context by countless people, becoming a strong evidence for the famous rumor that Batman never uses a gun, but can kill Darkseid as long as he picks up a gun. However, the fact is that it was the Black Runner who really made the final blow. However, in the comic Dark Knight's Death Metal, the Dark Father who came to the main universe did not perform that earth-shattering shot, but transformed the gun into a weapon that fired Omega Judgment by calibrating life energy. According to the Dark Father in the comics, the gun is more effective than Darkseid's Omega Judgment. After he calibrated Batman's life energy, the rays he fired would not only allow people to travel back to the past, but would completely erase people from history, making everyone forget the existence of the target and carry out the ultimate erasure. Then, the Dark Father shot Batman with one shot. Then the main universe Batman, who was shot head on, was unscathed, patted his butt, and climbed up from the ground. Actually, it was because Batman had already put on the Black Lantern ring at that time and became a corpse, and the gun was only effective against living creatures. But at this time, Chen Tao could clearly feel that the Dark Father he was syncing with was different from the Dark Father who had given him the power of the Superman in the comic Dark Knight's Death Metal. The one he was syncing with seemed more complete, younger, and his power was at its peak. It was as if someone had chosen the most appropriate time in the timeline, copied the Dark Father, his equipment, and a large number of Robins who were regarded as equipment by that existence, like insects in amber, and then gently and thoughtfully made them into a Dark Father limited collection skin, which Chen Tao was wearing now. Therefore, if he pulled the trigger at this time, the bullet that would be ejected from the muzzle of the gun would probably be the bullet that was made by Dark Father Universe Darkseid himself to kill the new god. Chen Tao could not confirm whether this bullet could really kill the new god. After all, everything in the Dark Multiverse was a projection and degradation of the positive universe. Although many things had similar names to those in the positive universe, most of them were monkey and gun versions, and their effectiveness was directly reduced by one level. But even so, Chen Tao conservatively estimated that this bullet could greatly weaken Darkseid if it could really hit him. Chen Tao had a cold expression on the surface. That's right, he now holds the Dark Father version of the gun that kills the new gods, and also has the radioactive particle bullet that is poisonous to the new gods. Both are from the Dark Universe, and are the Dark Universe projection of the real gun that kills the new gods in the positive universe of Final Crisis. They are crude replicas, but the effect is roughly the same. However, there is a speechless problem now. Before firing, he has to spend time manually calibrating Darkseid's life energy, which conservatively estimates that it will take a few hours to a few days. This is not a problem with the bullet, but a problem with the gun. This replica gun from the Dark Universe obviously has more restrictions than the original. Obviously, Chen Tao doesn't have the time to calibrate, but it's not a big problem. As long as he shoots at Darkseid's forehead at close range, the result will be the same, whether he calibrates the life energy or not. As long as Chen Tao really wants to kill someone, this restriction can't restrain him. But another problem is much more troublesome. Darkseid's death will cause a vacancy in the universe. Even if Chen Tao has been synchronizing with Darkseid and accepting Darkseid's anti-life equation and Omega effect, he doesn't care about being eroded. The meditation mites and the Justice League can't hold on. Darkseid is like a steel wall that builds the big house of the entire universe. If Chen Tao wants to tear down this wall, he has to fill it up and support the house of the universe. But the problem is that Chen Tao's material itself does not reach the hardness of Darkseid's steel wall. He just synchronized with Darkseid through the Alfred protocol and reached the hardness of the steel wall for a short time. In fact, he is at most a thin wooden wall. Therefore, Chen Tao drew his gun just to force Darkseid, and it would be best to make peace. There is almost no oath in this world that cannot be bypassed. For a powerful tyrant like Darkseid, no matter how many oaths he is forced to make, it is not as good as the real power that can make him afraid. If he had not synchronized with the Dark Father, Chen Tao had planned to force the Blood Bull to possess his body by himself, so that he could become the Light Beast Jinkriki, and then use the Light Beast to help him share the pressure of synchronizing other Batmen according to the Alfred Agreement, and then have a good fight with Darkseid. He was not afraid of not being able to take off the Red Lantern ring. Ordinary creatures would die if they took off the Red Lantern ring, because the Red Lantern ring would replace the opponent's heart and drain all the blood in the body. But Chen Tao had already loaded the Batmobile and became the only spokesperson for the metal spirit, changing into the body of the Batmobile and draining blood at any time. Laughing to death, there is no blood at all. Of course, this is just another plan of Chen Tao besides the Wandering Earth plan. As Chen Tao synchronized with the Dark Father, he had already abandoned it. So, the basic condition for making peace with Darkseid is not the oath made by the other party, but whether you, as Batman, can have the power to compete with Darkseid and make the Dark Lord afraid. In the comic book New 52 Justice League Origins, the Justice League did not force Darkseid to swear any oath at all, but after defeating the opponent head-on, Darkseid never set foot on this planet until he was summoned to Earth by his daughter in Darkseid War. Therefore, this gun can hurt me. Darkseid felt the power contained in the gun and pointed out its weakness without hesitation. But it can't kill me, and it may not be able to hit me. Do you think you can threaten me with just this thing? But despite his tough words, Darkseid did not move. He stared at the gun tightly, and his back felt cold. Even in the fierce battle with Superboy Prime, he did not suffer any serious injuries in the true sense, but the gun gave him a feeling very dangerous, even more dangerous than Superboy Prime. This is certainly not because the power of this gun is greater than the attack of Superboy Prime, but because the bullet contains radioactive particles that are poisonous to the new gods. It is a weapon that increases the damage of Darkseid's race. Although Darkseid does not know which parallel universe made this bullet, it does not prevent him from understanding and feeling the danger. I ask you to never set foot on Earth again. Darkseid heard Batman say, I bring a peace agreement. Darkseid, I will only count to 3. If you don't agree. Darkseid looked at the scholar eyes. Then it will be a fight to the death without holding back. 1. There are no bullets in your gun. Darkseid said, you are bluffing. His tone sounded very sure. The sense of crisis I feel comes from that gun, but in fact there are no bullets in that gun. I don't know where you got this thing. Chen Tao did not speak, and the two pairs of scholar eyes also burned with omega rays, staring at each other. 2. Chen Tao was ready to rush towards Darkseid at any time. The meditation might and the entire Justice League had persisted for long enough. He had to end the battle with Darkseid before they were completely exhausted. Whether it was peace talks or murder, there had to be a result, and it couldn't be delayed. 3. Stop. Darkseid interrupted Chen Tao's 3 words and said in a deep voice, I have a condition. Say it. Show me your anti-life equation. Chen Tao was a little alert when he heard Darkseid's words. He immediately began to imagine that Darkseid was himself. If it was him who said this, then I'm afraid all this was a trap. He would. There's no trap, Batman. I know what you're thinking at a glance. Darkseid's expression didn't change at all, and it seemed that there was no emotion in his tone. No trap. I just want to take a look at your anti-life equation. I'm Darkseid, the new god, not the despicable Batman. Not sure if it was an illusion. Chen Tao always felt that Darkseid was being weird to him, but looking at his calm face, Chen Tao was not sure if he was overthinking. So he did it. An anti-life equation was attached to the Alfred ray by him, and it bent back and forth dozens of times in the sky. After Darkseid had seen enough, he aimed at the building next to it and fired. As the building collapsed, Darkseid's face showed joy. He looked at Batman, who was looking puzzled over there. Foolish mortals did not understand what he had just seen, nor did they understand what he was controlling. That was the anti-life equation, the key to his domination of all living things. Just when Batman showed him the anti-life equation, Darkseid got a prophecy about the anti-life equation, which was clearer and more obvious than the previous prophecy that only roughly knew that the anti-life equation is on Earth. He saw the war between the Dark God and the anti-God. I'm Darkseid, and I'm about to shake hands with Batman. And this is not because I have given up the ideal of ruling all living things, but because I got a prophecy. I saw the birth of a new god. I saw the loss of hope. I saw the drowning of a king. He saw the disappearance of science and magic. I saw that the master who always managed to get away had nowhere to escape. And at the center of everything, I saw an Amazon woman. Even though I didn't know what she had done, I still instinctively knew that she was the culprit of all this, but my eyes didn't stay on her at all. There was only one thing that could make me care, a god, the anti-monitor, and the anti-life equation, that should belong to me, and can only belong to me and him. And the place where this war was revealed to him in the prophecy was the Earth. And the way I joined the war. The prophecy told me the direction of things to develop. Even if I didn't conquer the Earth, the prophecy revealed to me how to obtain the anti-life equation. Note, the prophecy that Darkseid saw was the content of the DC event Darkseid War. The anti-monitor carried the complete anti-life equation and invaded through Earth 3, and Darkseid would be summoned to Earth by his daughter Grey to fight the anti-monitor. I will not actively attack the Earth again. There is no need anymore. Chen Tao heard Darkseid say. This sentence made his heart alarm bells ring, and he almost rushed over to point the gun at Darkseid's head. Darkseid was forced to put down his hands behind his back, and then waved them in front of him repeatedly, and then hurriedly said the whole thing. What I mean is, I agree, I will not actively attack the Earth again. You also have to release your control over Supergirl and Cyborg. No problem at all. Chen Tao looked at Darkseid in confusion. He didn't quite understand what the other party was selling. He manipulated the 3 mother boxes that he had swallowed and opened the portal to Earth. He raised his gun and stepped back to Earth through the portal cautiously. In order to prevent Darkseid from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack, he did not appear directly in Metropolis, but set the landing location on the moon, so that when he fought back, he would not have to worry about causing damage to the surrounding environment. However, Darkseid did nothing, and all the preparations made by Chen Tao had no effect. This made him even more confused. Darkseid followed Chen Tao to the moon. Chen Tao raised his gun again. Relax. Darkseid said. He turned his head to look at the beautiful Earth. Then he opened the door to Apocalypse again. Well done, he said. It was not until a few hours later that Chen Tao finally confirmed that Darkseid was really gone. He immediately lifted the transformation of the Dark Father and then excitedly called Alfred. Great, I want to retire. Alfred, help me contact Supergirl. Forget it, I'll go find her myself. Chapter 319, Failed Retirement, Frustrated. What happened? Green Lantern Hal Jordan climbed out of the crystal coffin for the second time. He had been howling in it for almost how many hours? He was not sure. In short, sometimes Hal was shocked that he was so obedient. You know, when he was a pilot, he was a famous troublemaker, the kind that gave everyone a headache, not listening to orders, acting on his own. Yes, that's right. Hal himself knew that sometimes he was really a jerk. He had countless opportunities to become an ace pilot and then happily marry Carol Ferris, whom he had always loved, and grabbed his future father-in-law Carl Ferris by the collar, loudly questioning and cursing him for being so stupid as to cause his father's plane crash. He could have been extremely successful and a respected person, but his damn self-destructive tendency always controlled him, making him use his superb driving skills to turn the plane he drove into a big firework in the sky. He always felt resentful about his father's plane crash, with a young man's cynical anger, which did not go away, even after he got the ring, and became the Green Lantern. This was very immature, very immature. Hal knew this himself, but it was his own character weakness. Although he realized it, he had no ability to change it. Moreover, no one should be able to change such a weakness except himself. But now, Batman changed him. Something was not right. Why did he listen to Batman so much? Was he really the kind of person who would obey Batman completely when he was given a task? Brain, trying to operate. Brain, not responding. If this organ is turned off, it may cause sudden death on the spot. Turn off the organ. X. Wait for the organ to respond. So Hal turned out of the crystal coffin and held his head. He felt dizzy, as if he had drunk strong liquor and then injected a high concentration of hallucinogens, and he could hardly stand. So he simply plopped down on the ground, lying there like a dead dog. Hal laughed foolishly. The world was light and airy. There were bubbles of strange colors. If I just lazily lie down and watch TV all day and do nothing, maybe I will soon become a skeleton. Hal's mind was scattered, and he even unconsciously activated the Green Lantern ring, and a green skeleton appeared in front of him. He stared straight at his creation. This little skeleton jumped on the ground, with waist-length hair and a children's short-sleeved skirt, and even showed off his shoulders. It was really weird. What a mess. Hal hugged his head, and the skeleton he materialized on the ground disappeared with a pop. He tried to focus his mind. Batman had a plan, and then asked him to execute it. Why did he just do it so obediently, making himself feel like a chipmunk being raped? Hiss, my head hurts so much. When he fought with Darkseid before, he was slapped on the forehead by the other party, and flew out, and hit his head on the ground. When he fought with Steppenwolf, the other party also kept chopping his forehead with an axe. Although the protective position created by the Green Lantern ring protected Hal's head from being split open, some bruises and a big bump on his forehead were inevitable. Why do I always think of Batman and my mind automatically diverts to the side? Hal frowned, and the weird feeling in his heart became heavier and heavier. He lay on the ground for a while, and finally felt better, and his brain was back online. As his brain was reconnected, Green Lantern Hal suddenly shuddered. Indeed, this time he seemed too obedient. This time, no matter what task Batman asked him to perform, he didn't say a word, and didn't make any trouble. This was not Hal Jordan at all. Hal knew himself. He might have many advantages, but obeying orders was never one of them. Thinking of this, Hal hesitated again. However, the scene where he received orders from Batman was a little different from the previous times. Killer Croc and Batman himself, who conveyed Batman's orders, always said, "This is Batman's plan. If the other party fails, the Earth will be destroyed," etc. And they also repeatedly emphasized to him the importance of acting according to the plan. Maybe it was for this reason that he completely obeyed Batman's orders. Everything was just his own imagination and complete speculation. No wonder. Ring, scan my whole body, Hal said. His ring immediately responded, received, scanning, no abnormalities. Hal scratched his head. For a moment, he thought he had wronged Batman. Ring, scan yourself. Scanning, no anomalies. Error. Nanobots found. Destroying. Hal. Then the ring on his hand burst into a large ball of green light, as if a nuclear war had broken out in the nano-level field of that small ring, and soon Hal heard the sound of the ring. Foreign matter has been cleared. Hal had already foreseen something, but he still said, "Ring, scan my whole body." Received, scanning, nanobots found in your brain. Hal. Clear immediately. A few minutes later, Hal, the Green Lantern who got rid of the influence of the nanobots, was furious. Because he found that these nanobots were not just technology, but also mixed with some magical power, especially some living lightning power from Thundershazam. The two overlapped and reacted with each other, and the power increased significantly. This was completely a deliberate control. What made him most angry was that, after he cleared those nanobots before, he found that these robots reappeared within a few seconds, and he could not clear them all. After checking for a long time, he found out that those nanorobots actually came from the remote control Batman gave him. Batman told him that this thing was used for communication on the surface, but in fact, its more important role was to counter possible spies in the Justice League. He said that this remote control was only given to him and asked him to carry it with him. At that time, he was so moved that he even put it in his pocket when he went to the toilet. Unexpectedly, he received a controller to control himself! Hal rushed to Wonder Woman, who also climbed out of the crystal coffin, and loudly told him about Batman's unbearable behavior. Then he saw Wonder Woman looking at him with a weird look, as if she was looking at a monkey in the eyes of a gorilla. Well, so The two of them stared at each other. Finally, Wonder Woman said, "So, is there anything wrong with being controlled by Batman?" Wonder Woman said, "As a matter of course, Batman used to feed me pink pills, but apparently, he has upgraded his technology now, which is great. All this is to prevent the enemy from controlling our brains first. I think it's very useful." Aquaman next to him also climbed out of the crystal coffin. He looked in good condition, although his face had dark circles under his eyes, as if he had indulged in too much sex. Batman gave everyone one. "Don't you know? When Flash, I, and Wonder Woman fought Steppenwolf together, oh, you were still fighting the meditation mite at that time." Aquaman Arthur said, "The Flash used this thing to open the door to the Red of all beings. All this is in Batman's plan." He said, "I think it's okay anyway." Green Lantern Hal immediately used the Green Lantern ring to scan the brains of Wonder Woman Diana and Aquaman Arthur. The scan showed that there was nothing. Hal scanned the opponent's sword and trident again, but still nothing. He took a deep breath. "But Batman is distorting my free will. He used nanorobots to prevent me from having the idea of disobeying the plan and acting on my own. He is tampering with my thoughts." Hal said, "I'm angry." Wonder Woman and Aquaman in front of him just stared at him blankly. "I'm really angry." Hal said, "So those nanorobots only restrict one of your thoughts and don't completely control you?" "That's right." Hal said, "But it's still too much." Wonder Woman didn't know what to say. "I know you are angry, but don't be angry first." She tried to use her previous experience to reduce Hal's anger. "The pink pill I took before. Ha 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 ha, I think it's good. After all, what if you violate the plan casually and cause Batman to fail in the end? As long as you don't have the idea of violating the plan, Batman's nanorobots won't do anything to you." Aquaman Arthur said, "If you plan to disobey orders and disrupt the plan, you will be stopped by Batman's backup plan. I think it's good." Wonder Woman stepped on Aquaman beside her. Aquaman Arthur looked at him in confusion, with a question mark on his forehead. "Well, it's like this." Wonder Woman said, "Well, theoretically speaking, Batman will not go against personal will. Think about what you said to Batman at that time. He must have obtained your consent to control you, or at least a similar attitude. What did Batman say to you at that time?" "At that time." Green Lantern Hal recalled the situation at that time. Batman put the remote control in Hal's palm that night and told him that he was the only one in the entire Justice League. Not only did he have the task of using this remote control as a backup to clamp down on the opponent in case there were spies mixed in the league, but this remote control also took into account many permissions that only Batman had. Batman told Hal about the effects of this thing one by one, and Hal couldn't help but be ecstatic after hearing it. "I can't believe you trust me so much, Batman," Hal Jordan said with a face full of shock, and then said seriously, "Don't worry, I won't let you down. Entrusting the big things to me is definitely the best choice you have made in your life. The members of the Green Lantern Corps will protect the Earth at all costs. Then you'd better implement my plan completely and never act on your own." Then he heard Batman say, "That may cause the plan to fail completely and then the Earth will be finished." "Don't worry," Hal Jordan said, "No, I'm willing to do anything for the Earth. Some plans may be very dangerous or even insult your personality. You may not want to be treated like that." "No way." Hal waved his big hand. "Don't worry, no matter how I'm treated, I will never have any complaints. I understand that you can't tell me the plan completely. It doesn't matter. You just operate it. My opinion is not important." "That's what you said." Time goes back to the present. "I'm so angry," Hal said. He put down his raised fist in frustration and then cursed. "Damn Batman." He said, "Where are they now?" Chen Tao appeared in the place where Cyborg Superman and Supergirl were imprisoned. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, the prison cell located in the Red of all living things was filled with red sun devices on 3 layers inside and outside to ensure that no one could break through. The location was more hidden than the place where the hostages were hidden. Soon, Chen Tao passed through many obstacles and appeared in front of Supergirl. At this time, Supergirl was tied up with iron chains made of kryptonite into a tortoise shell bondage. The whole person was sealed there like a Zangzi, and even her mouth was blocked by kryptonite. She couldn't say a word. When she saw Chen Tao coming in, she immediately cried excitedly. Whoa. Kara. Chen Tao jumped to the front of the cell and called out the other person's name loudly. Do you remember me? I think you should still have the memory of that time, even if you are controlled by Darkseid. Whoa. Before, you have been controlled, so I dare not trust you completely, but in fact, you have always been my favorite leader of the Justice League. I say this absolutely from the heart. Chen Tao said to the other party happily. Now you can become a real superhero. But when Supergirl heard Chen Tao's words, there was no happiness on her face. Whoa. Oh, by the way, I haven't untied you yet, my fault. Chen Tao then noticed that the other party wanted to speak but couldn't, so he hurriedly helped the other party to unlock the shackles, and then turned off the red solar generator. However, when Supergirl was untied by Chen Tao, the first thing she said was, I want to go back to Krypton. Book title: I'm a villain, not a devil. Game model: a scene traveled through the game he made and became the villain boss. So, do I want to climb to the center of the world above the wasteland? No, I want to solve all the bosses, blacken all the positive characters, and make the world more chaotic. I'm not extreme at all, and I never play with human nature. I'm just a small villain, not a devil who seduces people. Chapter 320. Damian Wayne, son of Batman. Hey, you have to come and see this. Wonder Woman turned her head and saw the magician of the rogues lying outside the transparent cell belonging to the three villains. He pressed his nose against the transparent tempered glass and shouted, I think these three guys are about to die. Wonder Woman didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with Green Lantern Hal Jordan. She hurried over and saw that the meditation mite was almost a piece of insect skin, and the Gorilla God and the Turtle Man and the Gorilla Slave were dying and looked like they were about to die. Note, the description of the Turtle Man and the Gorilla Slave combination comes from the previous chapter. Thanks. Wonder Woman immediately turned her head to look at Killer Croc, and the big crocodile was also panicked at this time. Batman didn't mention this to me. I'll contact Batman. This is the sunstone crystal removed from the spaceship that brought you to Earth. There should be some information recorded in it. Take it. Chen Tao handed the thing in his hand to Supergirl. This technological creation called sunstone looks like a long red prismatic crystal. It is a special mineral from Krypton and can be used as a building material. For example, Superman's Fortress of Solitude is often drawn as something with countless crystals inside in comics, or as a medium for storing information. It can be read by inserting this crystal into a console made by Kryptonian technology. Since Supergirl crashed on Earth, Chen Tao swallowed this sunstone and kept it close to his stomach. Thank you, you are such a good person. Chen Tao was suddenly given a good person card and felt choked. He asked again with some reluctance, do you really have to find your Krypton? You know. Then he saw Supergirl shook her head. Okay, Chen Tao said, trying his best not to let his tone reveal disappointment. I have opened up access to the Fortress of Solitude for you. During the time you were controlled by Darkseid, you also exercised your 5 senses and superpowers. Chen Tao said to Supergirl, you should be able to fly over directly and then insert it to see what message is left in the crystal your parents left for you. The message should be the location of Argon. Note, Argon is a city on Krypton and the hometown of Supergirl. Then he heard Supergirl's voice, which was full of hope. Krypton is gone, girl. Hey, don't look at me like that. I know in your heart you must think of me as a weak little girl who doesn't want to accept reality. Even though my home planet is destroyed, I still insist on wasting my life in the vast universe. Supergirl Kara said, but you don't know. She seemed a little excited. My father foresaw it before it happened. He predicted the destruction of Krypton. She shook her shoulders again, continued to move her limbs that were a little stiff due to being tied up in tortoise shells for a long time, and then explained to Batman, my father came up with a way to save Argon. She said, he designed a force field to protect the entire city from being destroyed along with the planet. The device made by my father can provide the atmosphere needed by the city so that it can last long enough until the survivors find a new home in the new world. This is a very risky and unprecedented plan, and many people even think it is extremely stupid. Supergirl said, but my father will succeed. He is one of the greatest scientists on Krypton. Chen Tao so I have to go find my father and them. They must have built a new home somewhere in the universe. And this sunstone," she raised the crystal clear at crystal high, "it is the key to guide me home." "Argon?" Chen Tao asked. "Isn't it Kanda?" Note: Kanda, a city on Krypton, was once collected in a bottle by Brainiac. It's Argon. Kanda was taken from Krypton by Brainiac many years ago. I know that it was taken from Krypton by the Shrinking Ray. I defeated Brainiac before, and the city fell into my hands, but there is not a single Kryptonian citizen in it. Chen Tao touched his chin. Argon also survived? That's not right. He remembered that in the comics of his previous life, the only Kryptonian city that had survived should be Kanda, which is the plot of New Krypton. In the universe he lives in now, it is obvious that no Kryptonians have ever survived in Kanda. In other words, Kara's father's plan is likely to have failed, and even if Supergirl finds it, it will only be a ruin. Never mind. Given the other party's current state, he will never give up without taking a look. Chen Tao shook his head. He opened the portal of the red of all living things to the reality, watched Kara jump excitedly, and then turned into a stream of red and blue light and flew away, saying apologies such as "I'm sorry I was controlled by Darkseid before. You are such a good person. Thank you. You are amazing to be able to see through Darkseid. Remember to go see your cousin before leaving Earth." Chen Tao said to Supergirl, "Although he has lost his superpowers and cannot explore the universe with you, I remember that you have the responsibility to protect him, because you have been frozen for more than 30 years. You are younger than your cousin now, but he is just an ordinary person now, and you are still stronger than him. Got it, Pop?" With a slight sound, the portal closed, and Chen Tao sighed. He originally planned to train Supergirl to be. Forget it, there is no point in saying this now. With Supergirl's current state, she can't be forced to stay. But fortunately, he still has a backup option. Chen Tao sealed and closed Supergirl's room, then turned around and walked through the entire building to another room. The person tied inside was the half mechanical and half organic cyborg Superman. His eyes were closed. Unlike Supergirl, who was still conscious, the other person was frozen by the cold air. He just stood there quietly like a sculpture. After all, Cyborg Superman was different from Supergirl. The latter was a pure Kryptonian. Her body of steel came from a biological standpoint. As long as there were enough kryptonite and red suns, she could turn back into an ordinary person. However, although the organic half of Cyborg Superman was weakened by kryptonite, the other mechanical half of his body was completely unaffected. If Supergirl's full set of storage methods were used to deal with Cyborg Superman, it would only make him leave his cage like opening a can. Chen Tao operated the instrument next to him for a while and soon began to thaw Cyborg Superman. The freezing technology used by Chen Tao here comes from Mr. Freeze and Captain Cold. Both of them are experts in the field of freezing, and they will definitely not let Cyborg suffer any sequelae. Chen Tao rubbed his hands excitedly. In fact, think about it, Cyborg is also a good substitute. As long as Darkseid releases his control over him, then Chen Tao can immediately control him. Supergirl is not suitable for direct brain control to replace her as a superhero, but Cyborg is perfect. He can fly, his eyes can spray red light, and he is invulnerable to swords and guns. What is the difference between this and the original Superman? Even if there are some differences, the situation is the same for criminals. For mice, there is no difference between leopards and tigers, right? What? You said human rights? Cyborg is no longer a human being. Half of his body is a machine and the other half is a clone. Not to mention human form, even humanoid creatures can only barely match it. You are not human. JPG. As long as he controls the other party, he can let the Cyborg Superman continue to do what Clark did before, being Superman in Metropolis during the day and Batman in Gotham City at night. Where am I? As the Cyborg Superman was thawed, the first sentence he said was this. The second sentence is, Darkseid actually lied to me. He wailed loudly, damn it, I'm not dead at all. I was just controlled by him and all my perception of the outside world was wiped out. This liar. Seeing his appearance, Chen Tao hurriedly stretched out his hand, wanting to put enough nanorobots into the other's head to control him. However, he saw that half of the Cyborg Superman's body exerted force, and the kryptonite chains wrapped around his body suddenly fell to the ground like tofu. Then the cyborg Superman did not turn around and run away immediately, but hugged his head. No, I should die. I can't die, so I asked Darkseid to kill me. And then he actually fooled me like this? Chen Tao's eyes were dull. He immediately remembered that the cyborg in the comics did have a very serious tendency to self-destruct. Even in the later part of the comics, his only reason for action was find someone strong enough to grant me eternal death. Because of the accident, he completely turned into an electronic ghost. His wife had committed suicide, and he didn't want to live anymore. His previous attitude of actively working for Darkseid seemed to be the result of being controlled by Darkseid. It seems that such a personality really can't be a superhero. It's okay. Once I control his mind, he will immediately become a useful tool, and then I can. Then Chen Tao didn't finish thinking. When his nanorobot just entered the cyborg's brain a little, he saw the other party suddenly hug his head. Chen Tao immediately felt an ominous premonition rising from his heart. He stretched out his hand and tried to stop the other party. Wait, let's talk it over. Haha. Wow, ha 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 ha. After being hit so hard, Chen Tao was not depressed at all. Instead, he started laughing. He covered his stomach and laughed until he was out of breath. Then he kicked through the wall next to him. Fuck. Ha 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 ha. After venting his anger, he began to sneer in a low voice again, just like an abnormal epileptic patient. Finally, he sat down on the ground dejectedly. No way, is this true? Ding, Green Lantern Hal requested a call. Hehehe. Chen Tao answered the phone. What's going on? The Mind Might, the Gorilla Grodd and the Turtle are dying. Come over quickly, Batman. We are helpless against the three of them now. I see you no longer need us to act as a battery. By the way, has Darkseid been completely dealt with? How far have you progressed with your plan? Hal asked a lot of questions in rapid succession, and finally Wonder Woman next to him snatched the phone. What can I help you with? Wonder Woman put all the nonsense of Green Lantern Hal into one sentence. I'll be here right away. Chen Tao said to Wonder Woman, regarding the Mind Might and the others, I'll come over to solve it now. And he asked a lot of questions about the follow-up arrangements for the Justice League's affairs. He had already prepared these things in his mind, so there was no lag at all. Wonder Woman kept saying Finally, Chen Tao changed the subject. Let's make an appointment for dinner? Yeah. Wonder Woman said, well, that's fine. But are you really going to say it at work? As long as Wonder Woman agreed, Chen Tao hung up the phone angrily. Without Cyborg Superman, there is still Mechanical Superman. Chen Tao doesn't believe that he can't retire, and his retirement will start with a date with Wonder Woman. Earth, a corner of the Middle East. A woman sat in the shadow of the room, where no light could reach. She is the daughter of Raz Elliot, Talia, one of Batman's villains. She is an extremely terrifying villain, in some ways, even scarier than the Joker. And her most famous and terrifying record is that she successfully put an aphrodisiac in Batman's drink, and successfully extracted sperm, creating the most perfect creation in history. At this moment, she was talking to the shadow. Oh, Damian, you're here. Yes, like I said last time, we are going to meet your dad. You know, his name is Batman. Chapter 321 The Truth That You Can Never Retire. Must read. Complete. 8,000 words. I have a secret. I come from another world. A world completely opposite to the one I live in now. A parallel universe. There, the crime syndicate rules the world, not the Justice League of this universe. But where I come from is not a secret. You will find out soon, but not now. Years ago, Earth 3. Another Gotham. Can you hear me, Thomas Master? The outsider was flying the owl plane, and he checked the position of the owl on the monitor. I'm following you as best as I can, sir, but it's always difficult to keep up whenever you're climbing walls and flying over rooftops. Where's the claw? His communicator didn't answer. You shouldn't tell him about his parents, sir. Just as you shouldn't tell him the truth about Barbara and other things. The outsider said, you should just do it our old way, lie. It's just a waste of time to talk about this now. We have to rescue the claw from the Joker, and then I'm going to kill every unruly person who helps the Joker. If something happens to Dick, I'm going to cut that laughing clown into pieces. Excuse me, Master Thomas, if you hadn't killed the Joker's girlfriend Harley Quinn, maybe he wouldn't lower his bottom line and attack your underage henchman. Shut up. Contact me when you find him. But, Night Owl, call ended. You see, Thomas and I have been partners for life, ever since the day I shot his parents. That was the only time I saw Thomas lose control, the only time Thomas cried. He never spoke of that day again. It was his darkest secret. After that, Thomas no longer expected anything. He chose to take control of everything, and everyone. Gotham was a piece of cake, but the people were the problem. My real name is Alfred Pennyworth, also known as the Outsider, and I only live to serve Night Owl. He never asked me why, but he knew he had to know. He knew my darkest secret, which is why I would never betray him, why I helped him spy on the police, Arkham Manor, Tompkins Brothel and Harlow's Circus, and why I would die for him. The two of us worked together to control the system of Gotham, and the system gave him the power to control it, and losing control would inevitably lead to chaos. Any chaos left unchecked could cause it to spread like a cancer until the entire system died. This is exactly what that person wanted. He wanted to break the control of the people by the Night Owl. He wanted to liberate Gotham from the Iron Fist of the Night Owl. He was the Joker. He was the cancer of this city. He almost killed me. The Joker was the person I feared the most. I trembled all over when I saw the corners of his mouth curled up. That night, the Night Owl killed the Joker and completely ended the only person who resisted the Night Owl. I thought I would never see that crazy smile again. However, at this moment, Outsider, answer me. How is your survey of the defense force of that universe? The situation here is very bad. You'd better hurry. In a dark underground lair on the earth, the cold face of the Night Owl was reflected on the screen in front of the Outsider. On the machine next to it, the parent box kept turning quietly. Master Thomas, I'm sorry. I've been waiting for you to come, but when I was trying to sort out this world, I underestimated the difficulty of this task. Just tell me how many people can come through the transmission channel. I'm afraid only one person can come at a time. After one person comes, it will take some time to recharge before the next one can come. And the safety of the transmission channel is still questionable. I'm sorry, but now the transmission channel has been opened, which is good. The Outsider heard the voice of the Night Owl. We will send a member here soon. He thought about it. Let's choose the Sea Overlord. He is the most useless among us. He knows nothing except talking to fish. It doesn't matter if he dies. It's just a test of the stability of the transmission channel. Note, Sea Overlord, a member of the crime syndicate, the evil version of the Sea King. He continued to ask, what about the intelligence you collected on the defense force of this world? After establishing contact just now, I have already uploaded it to the Owl computer in the Owl Cave. The Outsider said, and then he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Just say what you want to say. Well, Master Thomas, in the history of this earth, your brother Bruce Wayne survived. You have already told me this information in the contact shortly after you came to this world. Yes, that's right, Master Thomas, but I have to correct it now. The Batman in this world may be a little different from what we imagined. The Outsider took a breath, and Batman's wild laughter flashed through his mind. Different? How different can it be? The Outsider heard the voice of Night Owl. After so many years in Gotham, there is nothing that can surprise me. He said, no matter what this Batman looks like, can he be more disgusting than the Joker? The Outsider lowered his head. You should take a look at the information I sent you. I'll go and see it later. Night Owl said. Night Owl call is over. In many ways, the universe we live in is like a huge jar. This is a place bound and ruled by invisible rules. Some rules are born from science, some are derived from magic, and others are more mysterious. However, all life born in this universe is bound by its own laws, like an airtight glass barrier. However, once upon a time, in a pocket born at the edge of time and space, an incredible vortex was surging under currents. There, the rules in the usual sense no longer apply. It is a space outside the jar. The creatures here often abandon themselves before they evolve to maturity. Any creature that appears on that chaotic coast will quickly become extinct. In the end, only one known planet has matured. It is a terrible place. Unlike the simple biological origin and stable evolution of branch variants in the usual world, life on this planet has reached the peak of multi-differentiation when it was born. The weird and wild creatures have already shown their most complete posture in the sea of their origin, so when the life on those ordinary planets is increasingly prosperous, in this world, the process is completely opposite. All species here start from war, and their only goal of existence is to destroy each other. All creatures have joined the ultimate melee of survival of the fittest, and in this ultimate bloody battle, only the most powerful, most vicious, and most ruthless creatures can survive. As time passed, extinction followed extinction. In the end, the planet selected his masterpiece, a species with endless life, that could control any thought it touched. And among this group, an independent existence quietly rose. After arriving in the multiverse, he destroyed every existence, every planet, every civilization, and every thought that blocked his way. He has been given many names in the long history and years: Firestar, Blackstar, and the title he is most satisfied with is Conqueror Starro, because everyone who has seen him personally lead the army is equivalent to witnessing his death. In the boundless starry sky, a huge starfish stretched his body in space. Its telepathic ability spanned thousands of mountains and rivers, and locked onto a new target: Earth. The target has been found. Earth. Conqueror Starro will conquer Earth. Shh. Batman can't hear us. Red of all living things. When many members of the Totem Council dispersed, the Deerhorn Totem among them was quietly carrying out his conspiracy. Listen, the Black of Decay is coming, and no one can help us. He whispered into the void, and through the crimson connection, he saw the two crimson faces. Just as the green of all things and the black of decay both have dark sides, over the long years, the red of all things also has its own side that cannot be shown to the public. Hiss hiss hiss, do you know? That boy. The antler totem whispered, you really succeeded. He said, well done. Well done. The antler totem looked around for a while before he dared to continue. You have no idea how Batman bullied us. He keeps building buildings and hiding things in the red of all things and does not allow any warrior of the red of all things to approach. He said he even left those robots in those buildings, creations made entirely of metal, neither plants nor life, nor death. This is horrible. It's against nature. He turned a blind eye to us and treated us as complete idiots. He whispered to himself, and Batman will definitely pay the price. He looked at the two blurry red figures, and you have made great contributions to the red of all creatures. Beast Boy. It's the only one we have found who can truly change into any animal at will. The voice of the deer antler totem was full of excitement. It will be the key to strengthening the red of all creatures. The two red figures did not respond, but the deer antler totem did not care. He walked around excitedly. We can turn all the humans on the planet, every one of them, including superhumans, such as Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and Flash. We can turn them all into beasts, half animals. Then they will be controlled by the red of all living things. The red of all living things will be unprecedentedly powerful and prosperous, and will no longer have to fear the threat of the black of decay. Those idiots in the Totem Council, those ignorant old antiques who don't understand the situation at all, actually injected the power of life into the body of Animal Man Buddy Baker's daughter, and then want to wait for the embryo to mature slowly? What a joke. He said, we have to bypass those idiots, make the red of all living things great again. And it all starts with Beast Boy, from the Teen Titans. Brothers of Blood, go and complete our plan. Let the whole world feel the horror of the Church of Blood. Louisiana, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A large number of soldiers with live ammunition searched for their targets in the vast primitive jungle. Team Z, reporting the status quo. This is number 1. We are still tracking the target, but the swamp has affected our electronic equipment. The area we are in now is coordinates. Glad you found the right place. Then number 1 heard Amanda Waller's voice coming from the headset. Don't ask questions until I'm done. I'll try to talk as we walk. The soldiers searched, and number 1 squatted down. Amanda Waller's voice kept ringing in his ears. Captain, I guess you already know what happened in Bellhaven, or at least as much as others know. Riots, attacks, and so on. Note, Bellhaven Prison is a prison in Louisiana, designed to imprison supercriminals. I'm not going to tell you the details of the attack, but you need to know that one of the fugitives who escaped in the attack was Leopard, whose real name was Barbara Minerva. She had several pseudonyms, but the name Barbara Minerva looks like her real name. Number 1 nodded slowly, and he continued to listen attentively to Amanda Waller's task assignment. Drive Minerva spent a lot of effort to work in the Eye of Heaven. It is a department that specializes in researching collected mysterious items. At that time, Barbara Minerva even met Wonder Woman, who had just arrived in the United States, in the Eye of Heaven and became friends. However, when she was in the Eye of Heaven, Dr. Minerva came into contact with a thing called the Blade of Godkiller. Anyway, she transformed into a leopard woman through various witchcrafts. All her senses were strengthened. Her speed was almost as fast as the Flash. She was even called a speedster without super speed. At the same time, she became incredibly bloodthirsty. So your task is not to catch her, but to notify the samurai sword immediately once you find any trace. Note, the samurai sword appeared in the previous chapter. The Japanese woman whose husband's soul resided in the sword, a government person. Squeak. But before Amanda Waller finished speaking, he heard a light sound in the headset, as if someone was gently stroking the tough cowhide with his rough hands. However, it was obvious that there would be no cows or cowhide in the swamp. There was no screaming. There was no sound of gunfire. There were only repeated sizzle, followed by a creepy chewing sound. Amanda Waller could even imagine a humanoid monster lying on the ground, taking out the contents of its chest and chewing them like tomatoes. Amanda Waller had a blank expression on her face. Then she heard a loud noise and the communicator was crushed by someone. She answered another call without saying a word. Hello. This is Amanda Waller, calling Wonder Woman. On the other side, Leopard crushed the communicator next to the dead soldier. The communicator in her hand rang with a voice. Cheetah, the secret society needs you. We think you should have completely gotten rid of Bella Have and are on the way to the rendezvous point. We will release you on condition. The outsider is waiting for you, and he will introduce you to a group of truly powerful people. Yes, I got rid of it. I will go there as soon as possible. Cheetah said, but before that, I have some personal grudges to settle. But just as she was about to turn around and leave the bloody scene, she saw a Japanese woman standing quietly at the edge of the swamp. The demon sword in her hand glowed with a faint green fluorescence. It seems that there is still some work to be done before settling personal grudges. Cheetah said, Louisiana. Bella Have prison. Black Mantle lives up there. What is his real name? I don't know. Look here. Real name unknown. 2 guards walked in the steel corridor, and a huge robot walked over next to them. This place is heavily guarded, and is a prison built specifically for superpowers. They were chatting, and one of the guards read the words on the paper in his hand. Treasure Hunter, Aquaman's main rival. It will be priceless if used to rescue Black Manta in a shipwreck. Especially suitable for participating in the salvage of crashed plane wreckage, suspect tracking and assassination operations. Was this thing written by Waller? There's her signature below. She wants him. TSK. Huh. Look, this helmet. How funny. Like a big red-headed fly. A guard weighed the helmet in his hand. Honestly, hasn't she given up on her plan to recruit villains as government agents? Of course not. Waller said she wants him, so he must be hers. What is that called? Suicide Squad. It's obviously a copy of Batman. Waller won't still use this name. She is the boss. She has the final say. A guard said, and we should help him deal with it, and then tell Waller that she will have Black Manta at her disposal soon. The 2 of them walked to the door of the last cell and handed the documents to the gatekeeper. As the huge iron door opened, they finally saw Black Manta, a strong black man with 3 scars on his face. Wow, when they first captured you, we were thinking about whether to prepare a fish tank for you. But obviously, you can't breathe underwater like your aquatic friends. A guard walked up to Black Manta, who was sitting at the table. The other party was wearing heavy shackles and handcuffs, so he didn't have to worry about him getting angry. Tell me, Black Manta, is he really that difficult to deal with? Black Manta looked up at him. He knew very well who he was referring to. You're dying, he said suddenly. You. The guard wanted to say something, but was stared at by his sharp eyes. Gradually, he dared not say anything, and the frivolous look on his face slowly disappeared. He was inexplicably flustered, so he stopped talking nonsense and hurriedly began to perform his duties. If you say you have to go to jail, you may have to stay there for the rest of your life. But look, now there is a chance for you to get out of here. I can tell you all the details, as long as you sign here. Join the government as an agent? Right. Everyone knows that there is such a thing, but I don't buy it. Black Manta looked at the helmet that was brought to the table. The eyes of the helmet were facing the guard. You're dying, Black Manta told him. What do you mean? The guard said, can you please stop joking? He once again looked at the other's heavy anklets and handcuffs. You're dying. Dead. 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 Black Manta's tone became faster and higher, and the guard looked at his companion. He stood up from the table, and a huge fear lingered in his heart, but he didn't know where it came from. 3, 2, 1. Qui Madera. Black Manta suddenly said. Note, Portuguese, meaning burning. Black Manta stood up. He saw that the guard's body was burned by the laser from the helmet. He howled twice on the ground and soon stopped moving. People who can be alive and talking after being pierced by lasers of this degree only exist in TV dramas. Oh my god. Someone come quickly. Another guard howled. Black Manta continued to sit in his chair, not moving. You want to know why Aquaman is so hard to deal with? He said. His skin is nearly bulletproof. Another guard tried to draw his gun, but the helmet on the table rotated without warning, and a laser hit his hand holding the gun, vaporizing his forearm all the way to the elbow. His muscles are 10 times stronger than yours and mine, and as you said, he can breathe underwater. The guard screamed desperately. Then his body was dissolved by the red laser, like ripe cheese. Unlike us, Black Manta said. We gave you the helmet as you requested, Black Manta, and we let the guards use the helmet into your cell, exposing a spy in the AOM. At this moment, the helmet on the table made a sound, and now it's time to repay us. What do you want me to do? Two lasers broke Black Manta's handcuffs and anklets, and he stood up from his seat leisurely and put the helmet on his head. In the distance, the sound of violent explosions in the Berehev prison was heard continuously. This was a planned collective prison break, and the outside world was in chaos. Leave this prison first, and then join us. Black Manta heard the voice in the helmet. The outsider is waiting for you. You've been away from home for a long time, Arthur. Deep in the ocean, in the ruins of a ship, Aquaman Arthur was talking to someone. And so am I. The man hidden in the shadows said. Thank you for coming. Aquaman Arthur said. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a while, and then the man in the shadows said slowly, what can I do for you, brother? Aquaman Arthur glanced at him. 2 days ago, an Atlantean soldier attacked the US military base in order to retrieve an Atlantean artifact. Today, Black Manta escaped from the Berehev prison. He attacked my friend and stole another treasure of the Death King. Except for the Death King's golden orb that was taken away by Batman last time, he has now stolen 2 Death King relics. This makes me wonder what he wants to do, or what the person who hired him wants to do. What is Black Manta? He is a treasure hunter. From the surface world? Yes. Aquaman Arthur looked at each other. He was hired by an Atlantean who wanted to obtain the ancient relics of Atlantis. And you think that person is me, Arthur? If I wanted those ancient relics, I would never be secretive, but ask you directly. Unless you don't want me to know why you want them. Black Manta knows this sea very well, and he may be able to find the scepter of the Dead King through those treasures. I have witnessed the power of that thing. It can sink an entire island. Arthur, I didn't lie to you. Never. You are my brother. If you doubt that I want to attack your surface world, you can ask me directly. Aquaman Arthur stared into his eyes. He saw that the man in the shadows hid his entire face under his mask. After a long while, he asked, are you planning to attack the land? Of course not. The man in the shadow said, I'm Lord Orm, and I never lie. In fact, I have only been to the surface world twice. Once I asked you to come back and take back the throne, but you refused. You chose your father's kingdom instead of ours. But I don't blame you. Although many ministers around me have great opinions about you, I know that you spent most of your childhood there. What you said had better be true. Seeking Arthur said, I entrusted the kingdom to you because I'm not suitable to be a king. I don't have the characteristics of a king, so when you come back to ask me for the throne, I will give it up. But this does not mean that I will watch you do something to the surface world and do nothing. Breathing that air and being nailed to the ground must be a terrible experience. But Lord Orm did not respond to Seeking Arthur's words. His face under the mask showed sympathy. The world above is not as bad as you think. Seeking Arthur said, I'm sure you made it better, Arthur. Just like I did in Atlantis. I thought we could change Atlantis together. But now we are literally 2 worlds apart. When you first ascended the throne, I brought you to see this wreckage, to remind you what the land people can do. The people on this ship first killed our great-grandmother, and then killed our great-grandfather. They killed the king and queen, but aroused the anger of the whole of Atlantis. Do you remember what happened to the ship later? It sank, and the crew members were left with their lives. Seeking Arthur said, the Atlanteans let them live, but threw them into the sea, then watched coldly as the crew members drowned, and sank into the ground one by one, until only the captain of the ship was left holding on. Yes, you're right. The Atlanteans watched like that, waiting quietly with great patience, until finally the captain could no longer swim. Do you remember what they did next? They took him ashore. Yes, Arthur. What happened next? But he raised his dagger again, and asked the Atlanteans to take him back to the sea. A captain is always with his ship. Aquaman Arthur turned his head, and saw a skeleton in captain's clothes floating behind him. If we want, we can capsize all the ships sailing on the sea, Arthur. We can destroy everything on the sea, but we won't do that, and nothing will change that. Whoever wants the scepter, maybe they just want to frame Atlantis. Lord Orm said, I love you, brother. I just want you to be happy. Gotham. Chen Tao checked the big bug. At this moment, they were in the Gotham laboratory, and Lucius stood beside Chen Tao. The meditation might is almost finished. Chen Tao came to a direct conclusion. The huge magic power almost destroyed his body. It's not something that can be repaired simply, he said with some annoyance. He became the main rope, so the one that is broken now is the most serious. The situation of Gorilla Grodd and Turtle Man is not much different. They are the same. Lucius said, fortunately, none of them died, but they are basically useless. I tried my best to save their lives. If I find a way to strengthen them, can they continue to share the burden for me? No strengthening will work. Lucius interrupted Chen Tao's fantasy. If you want to do anything to them again, they will die immediately. So this means that I have to find new people to help me share the burden? What the hell? Chen Tao muttered. Aren't you going to retire soon? Lucius asked. Yes, that's right. I'm going to retire. Chen Tao immediately changed the subject and said, by the way, how is the research on the Phantom Zone going? Can you find General Zod now? Not yet. I need time. Lucius said, my energy is limited. You can't give me dozens of tasks at the same time and ask me to complete them all. Oh, okay. Chen Tao said, you have to speed up. I need to be prepared. Lucius was speechless, but you clearly told me that you were going to retire. Have you changed your mind? Of course not. Chen Tao said, I have done enough. Just be prepared. Be prepared. He said, even if there is no crisis, we have to be prepared at all times, don't we? He muttered a lot of words that Lucius couldn't hear clearly, and finally said, actually, I know that too. But I just need to have a trump card to deal with unexpected situations at any time. He said, after all, although there is no new crisis that I need to solve for the time being, we always have to keep the trump card. You are about to retire. Why do you always worry so much? Lucius shook his head. Are there going to be a lot of things for you to solve? You are sick and need treatment. He advised. Don't stay in the lab anymore. Don't you have an appointment with Wonder Woman tomorrow? Why don't you go home and prepare now? American TV series world. Starting from a Los Angeles patrolman, an old salted fish lives a daily life of eating and waiting to die in the American TV series world. Chapter 322, Mudface Robin in the coming Sheriff Field. Today is a good day, because Tim Drake, the former third generation Robin and now an ordinary high school student, has done a great thing. He not only completed all the courses in the 10th grade, but also got A in every subject. And most importantly, he is 16 years old. In the United States, this can be regarded as the legal age of adulthood. Oh, of course, Tim knows that this does not mean that a 16-year-old can have as many rights as an adult aged 18 and above, but he can still take a driver's license. Today is the last day of school before the winter vacation. When the teacher finally announced the end of school, Tim stood in the corridor, where he had just walked out of the classroom with his graduation certificate, laughing wildly at the sky, making a terrifying sound, scaring his classmates to take a detour. Oh my god. Tim is going crazy again. Help, that laughter is so scary. My uncle once took me to visit the crazy people in the Joker gang. Those guys who worship the Joker. They are not as scary as Tim's laugh. Amid the chaotic whispers, a boy wearing round glasses said to his best friend, "Hey, did you know that he told me last time that he was actually Robin? I have always felt that Tim has some delusional disorder or something, and he should be sent to Arkham Asylum." His best friend is a boy with freckles on his face. He glanced at the boy with glasses. "Hey, are you crazy? He is our classmate." "Ha, I didn't know you were such a friendly person to your classmates," said the boy with glasses. He curled his lips, and the fact is that Tim Drake can never be Robin. I have to say this even in front of him. "Come on, hush," his buddy Freckles said. "Did you forget the last time Peterson called Tim a psychopath and said that he imagined he was Robin, and then said that the real Robin was now in Metropolis and had superpowers, and said that he was not Robin at all, and finally tried to beat Tim and ended up being beaten to a pulp by him? That thing. I heard about it, but you were not there, so you don't know how scary it was for Tim to beat people while howling that I'm Robin. I think there must be something wrong with his brain. Maybe it's not delusion, but schizophrenia or something," Freckles' buddy said. "Good fellow, I think at most he has delusions, but I still think schizophrenia is unlikely." The man with glasses said, "A schizophrenic wouldn't get full marks in every subject and win the National High School Association Mathematics Award. Who says that people who win the math award don't have brain problems?" The man with freckles became more and more excited as he spoke. "Have you forgotten Peterson who was beaten last time? When I said his teeth were all over the floor, I was definitely not kidding. Tim knocked out at least half of his teeth, and he still has to wear dentures to this day just for the reimplantation." Peterson and his followers picked up teeth from the floor for at least 15 minutes. Although in principle I support Tim beating up such a school bully, it is indeed a bit scary. At least it scared me. He finally concluded, "In my opinion, even if Tim is not mentally ill, he has a tendency to violence." Impossible. I think Tim is definitely not mentally ill. How can you say that about your classmate behind his back? It's really wrong. Tim is our good classmate, a good class monitor, and maybe he really is Robin. What are you talking about? Are you sane? The freckled man reached out his hand worriedly and touched the glasses man's head. "You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense like that? As classmates, we liked him the most. He is so popular among us." Well, although I don't know what's wrong with you, I always feel that Tim is a weird person." He was halfway through his words, and then he saw a stiff smile on the opposite face, and his eyes were frantically warning him. The freckled man turned his head stiffly and saw Tim standing behind the two of them with a smile. He was holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. Because he was too strong, he even twisted the bottle of mineral water out of shape. He put the bottle on the top of the cabinet next to him, and then stretched out his hand and poked 5 holes in the iron cabinet behind the two classmates with his fingers. Tim Drake had received Bruce Wayne's full set of professional training in the Shadow Warrior League. When he pressed the cabinet, he subconsciously used the correct force technique and pushed it through in one go. "I'm so sorry." The two classmates were scared and bowed like pounding onions. "Please let us go." Tim was originally a little angry, but with their appearance, he couldn't get angry anymore. After sending away the two classmates who had escaped, Tim packed up his things and appeared in the Batcave a few hours later. "Alfred, are you there? Alfred?" There was no one in the Batcave. Tim went down the stairs and saw a man in Batman's uniform sitting in front of the Bat computer, taking off his coat and uniform. "Hey, Dick. Tim, the third generation Robin, walked over and greeted Dick Grayson, the former first generation Robin who pretended to be Batman, and the current superhero Nightwing. While Batman was busy with the affairs of the Justice League, Dick Grayson, the first Robin, the current Nightwing, and the oldest of Batman's adopted sons, had been wearing Batman's clothes and fighting crime in Gotham. Although he did not have the supernatural power of X-raying the entire city and flying around like Superman, he was still competent as Batman to manage Gotham. Unfortunately, Dick could not replace Batman's position in the Justice League. The replacement Chen Tao was looking for would always be the leader of the Justice League, not the administrator of Gotham. What's the situation? Tim reached out his hand with hope and clicked the mouse on the Bat computer twice, hoping to get a chance for Robin to attack. Soon, various surveillance images flashed on the screen. They were the Bat cameras that Batman had installed all over Gotham City, which could monitor the movements of the entire city at all times. On the screen, Mr. Freeze was wearing a frozen armor painted in red and green, holding a freezing gun in his hand, shooting a large group of robbers and making them cry for their parents. He adjusted the freezing gun to a power that would not kill. Every gangster shot by the gun would be immediately frozen into a block of ice and lose the ability to resist, but they would not be injured. As long as they were thawed, they would still be intact. This was simply the best weapon to implement the iron rule of not killing. Tim snorted angrily. He looked at the gangsters on the screen, who had been frozen into various poses of ice sculptures. It seems that Victor did a good job. I don't need to intervene anymore. He looked at another screen. A large group of claws passed by in broad daylight. Several black men with guns were subdued in front of the claws. One of the black men waved the crowbar in his hand and fired a beam of energy, but was quickly pinned down by the other claws and kept struggling on the ground. Tim knew the other party. His name was Crowbar, and he was the latest supercriminal to appear in Gotham. It seemed that there was no case for him to deal with. A supercriminal was solved in a short time. Tim was disappointed. He turned to look at Nightwing Dick Grayson. Hey, Dick, did you solve the problem you encountered before? After thinking for a while, Tim asked about the group of people who want to do something to the nuclear power plant and the organization behind them. Tim was eager to try this. Among Batman's Robins, he has the strongest reasoning ability. Before, he even relied on the performance video of Nightwing Grayson's family to deduce that Batman is Bruce Wayne himself. He said, have you investigated according to the 2 investigation directions I gave you? What was the final result? Yes, your judgment is correct. Dick said, those 2 places are indeed the former stays of those who trafficked nuclear materials, but when I went there, it was empty. But they must have left clues. Tim said excitedly, their former stays have their fingerprints and a lot of biological information. We can completely confirm who they are through this information. No need. That group of people has been caught. They tried to run to the Penguins' territory to buy arms, but they didn't expect that their information was outdated. The Penguin has stopped selling arms a long time ago. Now he sells burritos and ice cream. Dick took out 2 burritos from the back drawer next to him, so the Penguin entertained them warmly, then drugged their food and tied them up like dumplings and sent them to me when they were already unconscious. Now I have locked them up and sent them to the cage under the Bat Cave. I will go to Gordon later and then hand them over. Nightwing Dick Grayson said this while taking off his Batman uniform and putting on his own V-neck Nightwing uniform. Then he turned to look at the 3rd generation Robin Tim next to him and saw that he looked petrified. What's wrong? He asked. It's okay, Tim said. Woo, my reasoning plan ended before it even began. Sometimes former villains know their kind better than we do. Nightwing Dick shrugged and said, and the claws save most of the energy needed for hand-to-hand combat, allowing people to focus on investigating the case. Nightwing Dick concluded, so basically nothing big happened in Gotham this month. The real powerful characters are either in the cells of Arkham Asylum or selling burritos. Batman is busy with the Justice League, and we have to protect Gotham for him. Some villains have turned over, and we can use them. But Tim didn't hear what Dick said next. He just stared at the Bat computer. Just now, he was pushed a new news message. Batman's Robin lifted a large truck in Metropolis and saved a family of 3 in a car that was crushed under the truck after it overturned. Question mark question mark question mark. What is Mudface doing again? Tim continued to scroll down the entire news page, and his face became more and more blue. I can't stand Clayface using my face and my name to cheat in Metropolis anymore. Tim turned around and told Nightwing Dick, I'm going to Metropolis and teach Clayface a lesson. He said, I'm going to show everyone who the real Robin is. Dick flipped through the webpage and saw the following report. Robin dated 5 women at the same time, and after being discovered, PFFT. Nightwing Dick immediately knew what was going on. For Clayface, pretending to be someone else is simply instinctive, but he has a very bad habit, which is that he never completely restores a person's personality and actions, but will mix a little of his own understanding into this person's personality, and such understanding is often very different, and leads to 1,000 miles of error, and he especially likes to add his own drama. Dick can almost immediately guess where the so-called 5 girlfriends of Robin came from. Maybe someone was courting him, and then he accepted it all, but ended up with Robin's face, and finally ended up like this. Ha 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 ha. He immediately laughed unkindly. I must go to Metropolis. Tim vowed, I must teach Clayface a lesson, let him know who the real Robin is, and then teach him a lesson, so that he will know that the next time he does something bad don't hit my face. He said this while gritting his teeth. Mom, it seems that Dad has a new love. Damian Wayne sat in the passenger seat of the car and said bluntly to Talia. In front of the mother and son, the car computer screen played a scene of Batman and Wonder Woman sitting together. Talia hacked into a camera on the roadside, and this camera happened to be facing the 2 people who were eating behind the transparent glass window of the restaurant. They were both wearing casual clothes and looked like an ordinary couple. Mom, mother, are you listening? Seeing that Talia didn't speak, Damian continued, are you going to let me become Robin, mother? He said, but now it seems that Robin is someone else. I've seen the news before. Damian had just switched the screen of the tablet from the monitor to the news report, but was immediately interrupted by Talia. Cut back to the surveillance footage of Wonder Woman and Bruce. Quickly, she said. Mother, I think you should accept the facts. Damian said, Dad has changed. He is not the same as when you and I were born. Damian did not want to anger Talia, so he kept the surveillance footage in the background and opened a window. From a certain point in time, Dad's behavior pattern changed drastically. Chapter 323, The Surer Field of Two Women. A new volume has been added, so I suddenly feel slow in following the reading. Woohoo, please follow up. An airship is floating over the Metropolis with an advertisement for protecting the environment printed on it. The general idea is that rats and other species should not be allowed to proliferate and destroy the ecological balance of the environment, and the government is called upon to conduct centralized killing of these species that harm the environment. Such a proposition seems normal and not even radical. The airship is also legally flying over the Metropolis for propaganda, and the pilot in charge even has a full license. However, considering that the organization that manufactured the airship is the Shadow Warrior Alliance, and the title of the propaganda comes from the ninja master Leizao Aogu, the definition of other species in the title about killing other species may include humans. Note, DC supervillain Ninja Master, also known as Ra's al Ghul, is Batman's mentor and enemy. His name is Devil's Head. 700 years ago, he accidentally discovered the Lazarus Pits and soaked his whole body to gain immortality. He founded the League of Shadow Warriors, recruited fighting masters from all over the world, and trained them to be loyal to him. Before Batman and Talia had an affair, he was one of his most terrifying enemies. After Batman and Talia had an affair, he was the father-in-law who beat his son-in-law. At this time, in the airship, Talia was sitting in the main seat in the cabin, with a monitor in front of her, and little Damian squatted beside him, playing with a sharp sword and a teddy bear. I can't stand it. As Talia shouted, with a hiss, little Damian stabbed the sword into the teddy bear's belly. He gestured, then pulled it out, and then stabbed it several times. Damian carefully inserted the sword along the gap between the bones, even though the teddy bear had no bones. But the opportunity to cut a real person doesn't come every day, and it's good to have a humanoid creature for Damian to stab. As a human being, you should be content. Little bear, so cute, cut the artery and vein. Seriously, are you kidding? Little Damien, holding the sword, first straightened the teddy bear, then raised the sword. With a flash of the sword, the teddy bear was immediately cut into 8 pieces and then destroyed on the spot. Damien reluctantly put away the sword. Alas, toys are not good for playing. They can't run or jump, and they can't make ketchup. I really want to find a live one to play with. He raised his sword again and quickly cut the teddy bear, which had been split into 8 pieces, into small pieces. Talia was still screaming, and even seemed a little noisy. The young Damien Wayne stared at his mother with dead eyes. She was wearing a red evening gown that was not very suitable for fighting. She grabbed her long brown black hair, that was as soft as a waterfall, and faced the monitor with a mad expression. At this moment, Wonder Woman and Batman were playing a date scene on it. My Batman. Damien felt a little strange. This was not like the mother he knew. Once Batman, his father, was mentioned, his mother would always appear to be a little nervous, and then hesitate, like an abandoned woman. This was too strange. Too strange. Of course, Damien did not mean that his mother could not have deep feelings for his father, but it was hard for him to imagine that his mother, who trained him so well, would show such an expression for his father. This was completely different from her usual behavior pattern. A person, unless suffering from schizophrenia or deliberately pretending, would never behave like two different people even when facing different things. Damien was very sure that his mother was not mentally ill, so could this be fake? But if his mother wanted to pretend, who was she trying to deceive? Woo woo woo. We haven't seen each other for almost 7 years. I can't accept it. Damien retracted his gaze. Maybe he was overthinking it. After all, in the short 6 years since he was born, his mother had never mentioned his father before she said she would take him to see his father. He thought he had jumped out of a stone. Since there was no case like the mother's attitude towards his father before as a comparison object, it would be difficult to prove that his mother's attitude towards his father was abnormal this time. So Damien did not intend to make an arbitrary conclusion. And more importantly, if his mother was pretending, then there must be a reason that he did not know, so he should not expose his mother. Talia glanced at the clever Damien, and then continued to say to the TV screen, I can't accept it. Batman's lover must be Talia, the female leader of the League of Shadows, the founder of Leviathan, not some Amazon in a swimsuit, dressed like a stage actor. Note, the Leviathan mentioned here is a splinter faction of the Assassin's League, a criminal organization under DC Comics, led by Talia al Ghul, the daughter of Ninja Master Azal. At this moment, the following scene flashed through Talia's mind. Batman was sitting on the sofa with a cup of coffee, like an American tough guy in the 1980s, with the small Batman and Wonder Woman playing around next to him. Wonder Woman was wearing a uniform and an apron, cooking while saying, honey, can you take care of the children? Then Batman shouted, Damien, don't harass little Diana, or worse, Wonder Woman is like the 80s. Batman is in uniform and an apron, cooking and saying, honey, can I? Then Wonder Woman yells, little Diana, don't bother Damien, or even scarier, Batman kneels down on one knee to Wonder Woman, will you marry me? Of course, the love of my life. Then the two of them exchange saliva. This is horrible. Just thinking about such a scene makes Talia tremble all over. Listen to me. Assassins. She suddenly stood up from her seat. The Cape Crusader and the Amazons will have countless enemies. She shouted, Leviathan strikes. As she shouted, several figures emerged from the shadows behind the mother and son, and bowed slightly to Talia. Chief. Kill the Amazons, and bring me the Cape Crusader. Do you understand my orders? Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Talia said, pay attention. I want my love to be alive. Don't hurt him in the slightest. Do you understand? Yes. Also, my love is a man with a heart of a saint. When you catch them, you can't hurt any civilians, otherwise my love will blame me. You have to clear the area before you take action. Scare away other irrelevant people, and then make sure no civilians are injured in the attack. Do you understand? The crowd in the shadows hesitated for half a second, and then said sparsely, yes, you must do it. Understand? Understand, leader. Very good. Talia nodded, then showed an impatient expression and pulled Damien up. I want to show that ungrateful guy that he dared to go behind my back to find me and his son. While muttering, she half protected and half pulled Damien away from her group of men. I'll go down first. You follow me. This time we must teach the Amazons a lesson. After Talia left, the group of people in the shadows exchanged glances with each other. Brain Demon, what does Lady Talia think? Note, Brain Demon, Dr. Simon Jones, a member of the DC villain organization Terra 5, has telepathy, telekinesis, and genius wisdom. One of the shadows asked in a low voice. Brain Demon recalled the nonsensical scene he had just seen in Talia's mind, such as Wonder Woman and Batman exchanging saliva, starting a family, all of which were Little Women's delusions, without any valuable information. Although it was not impossible for him to read the other party's brain more deeply to obtain more information, it was obviously impossible to do so without the other party noticing. He shook his head. She is full of jealousy towards Wonder Woman. She wishes she was the one sitting next to Batman. That's good. The person who asked the question said, so what are you waiting for, everyone? Go and execute the leader's orders. Remember to scare away the innocent civilians first, and then attack Batman. Act quickly. After all, we are the most loyal subordinates of Lady Talia. What are you thinking about? Hearing Wonder Woman's question, Chen Tao came back to his senses and hurriedly began to stir the drink in front of him. At this time, they were sitting at a table next to a transparent window in a street restaurant in Metropolis. Although Chen Tao is fully capable of booking the best restaurants in Metropolis, compared to those places floating in the clouds, perhaps these places with more life atmosphere are more popular. And the most important thing is, Wonder Woman turned her head and saw a couple exchanging saliva on the street next to her through the glass window. Look, this is why Alfred chose this place. Just thinking about Green Lantern, Hal, she heard Batman say to him. Maybe it was my fault for interfering with his mind. Frankly, I'm not the kind of person who can't admit my mistakes. He reflected on himself and said, I played a word game and pretended that I had his permission to tamper with his mind. In fact, this was just a pretext for myself to pretend that my behavior had no excuse to cross the line. She heard Batman say, Hal must be angry, so he didn't even intend to fight me, and went straight to OA. Wonder Woman curled her lips. She really cares about Hal, huh? What's the slang? The little girl who makes trouble will get candy, she said. Yes, Hal must hate you to death. Really? Then she saw Batman's expression and couldn't help but cover her forehead. It's fake. The final result is good. Hal himself knows his own character. He won't blame you. But before he left the Earth, he met his girlfriend Carol and his father-in-law, but he didn't see me. Wonder Woman slapped her head. You are monitoring Hal again. You really don't change. If he hates being monitored, you shouldn't do that. She muttered. I shouldn't come to comfort you. I didn't monitor Hal. Chen Tao defended. I was just monitoring Carol and her father. It was even worse. Wonder Woman just felt tired. Because there was a man named Hector Hammond, chapter 233, who pursued Carol before, but Carol rejected him and was with Hal. Chen Tao explained. He might turn love into hate and do harm to Carol and Hal, especially after his brain mutated after being affected by the Green Lantern Abinsur's spaceship. Chen Tao was not exaggerating. Dr. Hector Hammond was one of the regular villains in Green Lantern. Not only did he become the host of the Orange Lantern Beast Lust Python like the Blood Bull and White Day, he even played the main villain in the previous life's 2011 live-action Green Lantern movie. Although that movie was a complete failure and was even regarded as a black history by the lead actor Ryan Reynolds, he was repeatedly tortured in an attempt to erase this history after he played Deadpool. This is enough to prove the threat of this villain. This is also why Chen Tao has to take the trouble to monitor Hal Jordan's girlfriend Carol. Don't let Hal go to the universe to be a policeman, come back to find that his girlfriend's family has been killed, and then turn evil on the spot, starting the plot of Emerald Twilight. Anything can happen in the dark multiverse. It's unbearable. Oh, I'm really worried about the old bat. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. You are also trying to protect Carol. Hal will understand you. Wonder Woman comforted him instead. Other people can understand your decision. Although you may have done too many things without telling us before, no one will blame you for it. The food in the store was almost served at this time. The two chatted while eating. What? Tim got an A in math and participated in. He also beat up his classmates in school last time, causing. Don't mention it. He insisted on being Robin, but he has parents. He can't be Robin if his parents are still alive. I can't watch him die one day. Or watch his parents get into dangers far beyond his control because of his Robin career. All kinds of things. I have always wanted to retire. So there is a reason why I monitor this and that all the time. I have to ensure. Before Chen Tao finished speaking, he saw Wonder Woman suddenly stand up and take out a round shield and a sheathed sword from the backpack behind her, which immediately made the other people in the restaurant look at him with a puzzled look. Someone is coming, she told Chen Tao. A large group of people, very dangerous. I feel it too, Chen Tao said. He also stood up. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, the door of the restaurant was opened. Talia swayed in, followed by a large group of black subordinates, and beside her were countless people screaming and running away from the windows. She was wearing that red evening dress, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. She didn't even look at Wonder Woman, but walked straight to Chen Tao. Long time no see, my love, she said. Chapter 324, Fighting. Leopard Girl appears. Yeah, with a bang, the back door of the restaurant opened, and countless men, women, old and young in all kinds of clothes screamed and ran away. They successfully escaped. Talia's intrusion caused a huge chaos as she expected. The scream spread wantonly like an infectious disease, drawing high notes on the street. Chen Tao quietly lowered his head when he noticed that the red-dressed woman who broke into the restaurant was followed by a large group of men. When he raised his head again, the nanorobots on his face had already formed a Batman mask. Fortunately, he habitually used a pseudonym when booking the restaurant, and the preparations beforehand once again played a role. Chen Tao thought and observed silently. He sat in his seat with a big horse and a golden knife, and didn't move at all, but he was ready to take action at any time. It was obvious that breaking in like this was not an appointment for dinner. Was it an enemy? However, he watched the red-dressed woman who came in and waited deliberately for a while at the door, allowing all the innocent passers-by to escape. Chen Tao immediately realized that this might not be a simple attack. But if it wasn't an attack, what was it? As he was thinking this, he saw the woman in the red dress walking straight over, standing in front of the table where Wonder Woman and Chen Tao were sitting. Chen Tao still didn't recognize who she was, even though he had some guesses in his mind. But could he guess this kind of thing? What if he said the wrong name? He couldn't be blamed for this. He was a time traveler, and up to now, he hadn't gotten the full set of memories of the original Batman. More importantly, the group of men that Talia brought with her this time were all weird villains. Chen Tao glanced at the guys who followed Talia. If Talia appeared in front of Chen Tao with a large group of ninjas, he might have dared to guess, but now there were so many villains instead of ninjas, which made Chen Tao a little unconfident. So, who are you? Chen Tao felt that he had to test and confirm it again, so he kept silent. He could even feel the gears in his head spinning non-stop. Who am I? Where am I? Who is this? What are you doing? What should I do? Wow, why don't you introduce yourself to me? Talia sat down next to Chen Tao, her shoulders pressed against his. Then she hugged one of his arms and began to rub against him while she reached out to Wonder Woman. Talia Al Ghul. Diana Prince. Wonder Woman reached out and shook her hand. I used to be very close to Batman, you know, the kind of closeness. Talia said. But due to something, we temporarily separated. Chen Tao's attention was not attracted by Talia's words at all. His eyes stayed on the many villains standing not far from the restaurant. Leading the way were two giants made of metal. Chen Tao recognized them. One was called Ganglion and the other was Shrapnel. They were both villains made of metal. Ganglion's body seemed to have been broken by something, full of regenerated nodules and thorns, while Shrapnel was taller than him. Note, he was broken by the reverse flash in the previous plot. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. Two pure meat shields. Shrapnel is more dangerous than steel beams, but the two are about the same. But how can they be related to Talia? One of them is the villain of Flash, and the other is the villain of Cyborg, which is completely unrelated. Hey, honey? Chen Tao came back to his senses. Talia forced his head, and her delicate hands touched his face. It's so sad. Chen Tao heard Talia say, you are distracted in front of me. I still remember the night when we were intimate. Since we broke up, I have been missing the feeling of that night. What about you, my love? The large group of villains following Talia stood there like sculptures. Chen Tao originally wanted to continue to identify how many people Talia brought, but was quickly interrupted by the other party. Oh, my love, aren't you going to introduce this lady to me? I'm waiting. Chen Tao didn't believe that Talia didn't know Wonder Woman. The other party had appeared on TV countless times. Talia did it on purpose. She deliberately asked him to repeat the identity of Wonder Woman. Was this just out of a woman's jealousy? She is Wonder Woman, a companion of the League. Chen Tao replied. Then he saw Talia's eyes scanning back and forth between Wonder Woman and himself with interest. So, this is just a work meeting? No, it's a date. Wonder Woman said honestly. Chen Tao wanted to dig his toes into the ground. Standing behind the two metal giants, the slightly shorter one is the villain Mammoth. A common muscular villain, the enemy of the Teen Titans, and a member of the Terra 5. This combination is getting weirder and weirder. Mammoth's sister Shimmer stood behind her brother Mammoth. Both of them are superpowers, but Sister Shimmer's close combat ability is basically zero, so she needs Mammoth's protection. And if they are seen here, it means that the other three members of the Terra 5, which Jinx turned around from the side. She is the witch of the Terra 5. As long as she stands on the ground, she has an endless supply of magic. Brain Demon and Gizmo followed closely behind. Chen Tao took a closer look. In addition to the people he mentioned before, there were also Royal Flush, Gigantamax, and Silver Swan. The Linoop that Talia brought this time was pretty good. Squeak. Talia, who was just chatting with Wonder Woman, suddenly took out a knife from her trouser leg without any warning, and stabbed Wonder Woman fiercely. Date. I'm the only one who can date Batman. Clang. Wonder Woman waved her powerful bracelet and knocked Talia back with just one blow. Members. Attack. Catch God. However, before Talia could finish her words, she was grabbed by the hair by Wonder Woman and then lifted up like a sack and thrown to the ground. Chen Tao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It was hard to say how much personal grudge was mixed in this attack, but this also made him slightly relieved. Talia and her men were overturned, and then he would have enough time to figure out what happened. Talia obviously has some unusual attitude. These enemies in front of him. All of this can be made clear immediately. The villains brought by Talia are no match for him, and Wonder Woman at all. Clang. Wonder Woman was forced to put Talia down. She drew her sword, stood horizontally, and repelled the yellow shadow that attacked from behind him. Cheetah. Chen Tao's face sank. This villain is completely different from the ones he had seen before. How could he appear here? Book title: The Magician of Clo Cards in Marvel Introduction. Traveling through the Marvel world, Su Heng, who had just obtained the Golden Finger Clo Grimoire, had no time to imagine the future, and the Clo cards in the grimoire flew away. It's okay to become a magic boy, but you can at least leave me a little one as a guide. Su Heng held the empty Clo grimoire in both hands and began to carry out the important task of retrieving the Clo cards in the Marvel world alone, wanting to cry but without tears. Chapter 325 Talia, you are not my lover. Barbara, Cheetah's original name. We are friends. Wonder Woman had already summoned her round shield with magic and changed into Wonder Woman's outfit. On the deserted street, she could only see a yellow shadow running at high speed like a hurricane, bringing countless floor tiles that were shattered due to the inability to bear the force, like raindrops from the sky. In fact, many people don't know that, although Cheetah sometimes looks like an ordinary animal type villain that you can see casually in the zoo, such as Lion's Mane. Note, the user of the Red of all living things, an 18-line villain. The situation is similar to Killer Croc. In short, he is a lion-headed man, or jaguar. Note, also the user of the Red of all living things. A leopard-headed man, a member of the Suicide Squad. The most famous record is that he was killed instantly by Amanda Waller. He didn't believe that Amanda Waller buried an nanobomb in his neck, so he tried it with his own life. But in fact, Cheetah is one of the fastest people in DC. Her ability comes from the god-killing blade possessed by the cheetah goddess of the SEN tribe. She inserted the god-killing blade into her heart through a magic ritual, turning herself into such a supernatural beast. Unlike many Speed Force users such as the Flash, Cheetah's speed depends on pure speed, and has nothing to do with the red of all living things. This also means that when Cheetah performs similar moves to the Flash, it will become more bloody. Clang. With a loud bang, Wonder Woman was beaten and kept rolling on the ground. She used her shield to pierce the ground in a panic and maintained her balance. A huge bloody wound appeared on her arm, spreading from her shoulder to her wrist. Cheetah, who was stagnant in front of her, had one arm hanging down softly, but she immediately moved her shoulder and caught it expressionlessly. When the Flash Barry Allen used this high-speed run-up and then swinging move, he could use the Speed Force to absorb the kinetic energy from the recoil, ignoring the laws of physics to a certain extent, but Cheetah couldn't. Listen to me, Barbara, that magic ritual changed your temperament, making you. Wonder Woman wanted to say something, but all she got was the inhuman howl of Cheetah. You. Whoosh. Wonder Woman wanted to say something, but her face suddenly changed. She turned her head and saw the giant woman kicking the building behind her to help her run. With a loud bang, the 50-meter tall giant woman pressed towards her like a hill. Usually in the DC universe, villains who can make their bodies bigger or smaller are related to the Atom, but the giant woman is an outlier. She became a giant woman purely because of experiments. Dr. Doris Zoll was dying because of a rare blood disease. She tried to use a laser surgery to cure herself, but she ended up having the superpower of growing bigger. But the giant woman who rushed over flew back at a faster speed. Chen Tao synchronized the speed bullet and flew to Wonder Woman's side. The two of them faced the Cheetah and other villains who surrounded them. Don't interfere. I won't interfere. Chen Tao said. Cheetah can turn others into some kind of half-human half-cheetah monster that has completely lost its mind by scratching and biting. It looks like a virus infection, but it is not an infection, but a magical curse. Chen Tao said. What's more ridiculous is that the prerequisite for this curse is that the scratching and biting wounds are not really bleeding, but the action of being scratched and bitten by the cheetah. This thing is essentially a curse, a magical attack. You can resist this curse with your demigod body, but I can't. That's right. Wonder Woman glanced at Chen Tao. You know Barbara's ability better than I thought, but what I want to say is, the Amazon princess raised the corner of her mouth. Although the wound on her arm was still bleeding, her hair began to stand up, and she burst out with an indescribable fighting spirit. In the name of Hera, this is a battle for the Amazons. Chen Tao said nothing. He was thoughtful, and looked deeply at Talia, who had been standing there quietly from just now. He looked into Talia's eyes and read each other's meaning in her eyes. So Chen Tao dropped his arms, and a large group of nanorobots flowed into the ground under his control, and then he rushed towards the other villains who surrounded him. When can we retreat? Wei Guang hid behind her brother Mammoth, watching the two big iron lumps of shrapnel and steel beam being grabbed by Batman's neck, and then collided with each other with a clang. The two were knocked unconscious, and their heads were buzzing. Shrapnel arched his back, and a large number of metal fragments were sprayed at Batman like flowers from the sky, but they only smashed into pieces on the opponent's steel body. Steel beam suddenly hugged Batman again from behind. Half of his body had become more twisted and inhuman due to being shattered by Reverse Flash before, which allowed him to use one of his arms to wrap around Batman's waist like an octopus tentacle. Batman stretched out a hand to grab his tentacle-like arm, and then there was a tooth-grinding sound of metal twisting. The two of them temporarily blocked Batman's hands and feet. Temporarily. Shimmer turned around and saw their teammate Gizmo driving a huge steel robot to try to attack the other side, but was caught off guard by Batman's freezing breath spraying on his face, and was instantly frozen into an ice ball. Damn it. This is clearly Superman's skill. This is plagiarism. Shameful plagiarism. Their Terra 5 are not supervillains who debuted on the first day. Although they are not very old, the two siblings who have superpowers since childhood have also been diligently working as villains since childhood. When Dick Grayson, the first Robin of Batman and the current Nightwing, founded the Teen Titans, The two siblings and Jinx were the Terror Trio, responsible for fighting against Starfire, Robin, and Beast Boy. Nightwing and the others gradually grew up. The Teen Titans became Titans, and they also became the Terror 5. Gizmo and Brainiac corresponded to Raven and Blue Beetle. So although the criminal organization of the Terror 5 has been established for a long time and has a long criminal career, it is even comparable to some of the less experienced villains in Gotham City, but the enemies they have fought against are very single. Basically there is no one else except the Teen Titans. Such a career and resume led them to be very familiar with the abilities of their old rivals, the Teen Titans, and thus to display combat power beyond their own strength level. However, when facing opponents they had only heard of but never really fought, they would be stretched to the limit. Brain Demon. Brain Demon. Shimmer squatted down and pressed her hands on the ground. Her ability is to change matter, which is very similar to the effect achieved by another very famous DC superhero Firestorm through the Firestorm Matrix. However, Shimmer's ability can only be activated by touching it with her hands. It is much weaker than Firestorm, who can change matter by emitting light remotely, and it takes longer to activate. At this moment, she squatted on the ground and touched the ground with her palms. Soon, a steel wall rose up, blocking the few people who were still fighting with Batman over there. Brain Demon. She turned to look at her teammates. Did the employer behind the scenes say that we can surrender? I mean, Batman is far beyond the level we can deal with. Even with Cheetah, Giganta, and Silver Swan, the three of them are pestering Wonder Woman, and this is definitely not an opponent we can deal with, she said, and I always feel that Batman is holding back. This matter is full of weirdness. We really shouldn't rashly participate in such a dispute without knowing anything. Beside Wei Guang, her brother Mammoth touched his head. Mammoth is a common muscular villain, more than 2 meters tall, with tendons and muscles, and the hair on his head is as thick and brown as the mane of a mammoth. His strength and body structure are naturally different from ordinary people. Not only does he have a strange power that can rival Beast Boy, he can even resist bullets with his skin alone. But other than that, there are no other characteristics. And Mammoth has a very important weakness, even with the exception of Bane. People often think that the powerful villains with muscles all over their bodies are usually not very smart, and this stereotype is completely true for Mammoth. But sister, you told me the secret society of supervillains is a very generous boss. Even if we are arrested, we can bail us out. We should work hard with them. Why are you saying now that we shouldn't get involved in their affairs? I regret it. You can understand it. Wei Guang said, we are just following orders. Then Wei Guang saw his teammates looking at each other. Is there anything wrong with following orders? We have joined other villain organizations before, and we are people who follow orders. But we shouldn't obey orders whose plans we don't even know. Wei Guang was a little annoyed. She asked the Brain Demon, is Talia's son okay now? The Brain Demon closed his eyes, then opened them. He is completely under my control and can do anything at any time. Very good. Wei Guang nodded, then said, let's attack Batman again, and then flee separately. If we can get away, that would be the best. If not, let the mastermind behind the scenes bail us out. Ah. His younger brother Mammoth made a stupid sound beside him. Brain Demon said, but this is different from the plan. Our plan is just to attract Batman's attention, so that the mastermind behind the scenes can do dirty things. Shimmer retorted, as long as we achieve this goal, it's fine. She finally made a decision. I'm the leader of the Terror 5, now follow the order. Brain Demon nodded. I will control Talia to charge at Batman first. This woman once had an affair with Batman, and Batman will never have the heart to use heavy hands on her, and then we will follow closely behind. After discussing the plan, Shimmer walked to the iron wall she had just built again. As soon as his palm touched it, countless steel spikes immediately emerged from the iron wall and stabbed towards Batman, while Brain Demon also controlled Talia, who nimbly pulled out a kryptonite long knife from behind, jumped in the sky of iron spikes, and rushed towards Batman. You are a heartless man. Batman, who for some unknown reason has the physique of a Kryptonian, also has the weaknesses of a Kryptonian. Shimmer saw Batman dodging Talia's attack, saying, no, 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 don't do that. Hey, Batman really doesn't dare to attack that woman. The brain demon's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and Shimmer stopped him immediately. Don't do unnecessary things. Our mission is just to delay time. At least that's what the mastermind told us. Don't be stupid enough to think about killing Batman. Batman is not a fool. With us, even if we use Talia to force Batman, we will never be the opponent of the other party, she said, using Batman's old feelings for Talia. We have completed the task in excess, which is already very beneficial for us. Bang. Before she finished her words, she heard Batman suddenly slap Talia's face with a big backhand, and then blood splattered in the sky. Talia's body was like a kite with a broken string, bleeding and flying towards them. Batman's sudden killing action made the villains dumbfounded. Brain Demon subconsciously reached out to pick up Talia, but the assassin's daughter, who seemed to have completely lost the power to resist, suddenly swung her knife before she got close to Brain Demon. Before Brain Demon could react, Talia stabbed him in the head with a knife, and he immediately let out a violent scream. Surrounded by many villains, Talia landed lightly on the ground. She turned her head and looked at Batman in the distance with complicated eyes. "You are not my lover," she said. "Watch me get into a man after rebirth and kill you." Rebirth game article, focusing on old school excitement, plus beast evolution flow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.